Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change.
From digitals to intelligence, come join us and redefine the future with digital intelligence. Welcome to the Apsara Conference 2020 Future Product Announcements. If you use a word to describe the time already gone by in 2020, and that word should be mixed reality. This year, all of us have experienced the future as envisioned in the episode of Star Trek. Cloud technologies have allowed us to stay connected with each other from the comfort of our own homes, reaching others that are thousands of miles away from us within milliseconds. The way that we communicate and collaborate with individuals and enterprises worldwide has been redefined. Just as countless stars light up the night sky, there are various technologies that underpin the cloud, allowing us to easily migrate more and more complex business and collaborative workflows to the cloud. Now, let's kick off today's first chapter, Enterprise Digital Collaboration, and light up the brightest stars in the night sky together with Alibaba Cloud. Hello, teacher. Hello, everyone. You ready? Yes, we're ready. Okay, let's get started. Okay, thank you, teacher, for bringing us that great song in front of us. So that song you just heard was performed by students from the affiliated secondary school of NUA. That was really fabulous. Our members are from all over the country. The pandemic limited our ability to meet up and rehearse on site. However, DingTalk served as an excellent tool for us to attend classes online, so we decided to use it as a tool to rehearse our performance. That's amazing. We all know that the various sections of the choir must work together, and you cannot have latency. So DingTalk's technology has made it possible, and that's eye-catching, which is really impressive. The development of technology has given us a huge convenience. So as you can see in that performance, that synchronized requirements is a huge challenge for technology. But DingTalk provided us the means for our members to coordinate our performance perfectly. Thank you so much. Thank you for your performance. Please be seated.
Aside from performance, you've just seen DingTalk is also an technology behind one of our specials today. An observation group of CTOs and CIOs from different enterprises are joining us over DingTalk and will interact with our speakers in real time. They can pose questions to our speakers at any time, and our speakers must be able to answer those questions as they come. Let's welcome our first keynote speaker at the Apsara Conference 2020. He has a general work style and loves challenge in life. He is passionate about motorcycling and climbing. This attitude is deeply reflected in his efforts to address the technical challenges of growing the numbers of DingTalk users from 0 to 300 million. Who is he? He is Hugo Hong, fellow of Alibaba Group of CDO of DingTalk. Today, we invite him to share his insights on how DingTalk makes full use of the latest technology to manage the newfound traffic and help with pandemic control during these trying times.
Hello everyone, I am Hugo Hong, CTO of DingTalk. The sudden outbreak of COVID-19 at the beginning of this year really make a world now a new norm to accept learning online and working online. So it speed up our digitalizations. So here at Alibaba, we are playing our part and have devoted our economy to help the pandemic under control. Since January 23, 2020, Alibaba Cloud Academy, Alipay, Eda, and DingTalk joined forces to bring forth innovation healthcare solutions along individuals, enterprises, and society as a whole to obtain up-to-date information about the pandemic. Meanwhile, solutions such as homeschooling, mobile office, epidemic prevention and control, and back-to-work plans have also been launched to empower social collaboration among individuals, organizations, and government institutions. If we see from data, as of March 31st, 2020, the number of DingTalk users has exceeded 300 million. A total of more than 15 million companies have built organizations on DingTalk. At the same time, DingTalk audio and visual conferencing technology provided nationwide, working from home and attend virtual classes. We have a remarkable over 20 million conferences attended by over 100 million DingTalk users. At the same time, we are supporting 140,000 schools across the nation, over 3 million virtual classes. With 130 million students, over 6 million teachers have delivered a total of 60 million, evaluated 2.5 billion homework assignments. So as you can see, that is the charm of technology. We're seeing a lot of users using DingTalk to get across the time and space, and that is a proof of technology changing the world. Just like this teacher, this is in the first wave of pandemic in Wuhan. So this is in a school teacher of Du Rong, English teacher. In 17th February, Du Rong was admitted to the mobile cabin hospital at Wuhan West Coast Stadium. And this teacher, she was live stream English classes to her students. And that is 200 students of 4 classes because of technology empowering. A teacher without IT experience, by using a mobile phone, she can get across time and space to face 200 students. Masks are sometimes we definitely need in this period of time. Let's look at this picture. This is a mask factory in Hangzhou. And next, I would like to invite Chairman Li Jianhua. He's going to tell us the story about the collaboration behind the photo. Founded in 1975, Wansley is a traditional silk OEM that has been engaged in silk production for 45 years. After the pandemic, we're the first to retool our factory to manufacture masks. Upon receiving the task, our staff pitched in to work without hesitation. As a digital management tool, DingTalk has helped us improve productivity and commit our resources to rise up these challenges. We use DingTalk to devise production plans, align goals, and make arrangements for the purchase of our raw materials. We held about 15 meetings on DingTalk each day. Looking back at this model, we have emerged victorious with an improved understanding of digitalization. In the fight against the pandemic, it is fair to say that DingTalk has helped and navigate the challenges. And also, we have used DingTalk in such aspects in live stream, health management, information management, and conference management. We're all using DingTalk to do that. So DingTalk has become an important office tool for Wensley and has played a pivotal role in improving staff efficiency, enhancing organizational capabilities, and managing employee information. DingTalk has become our friend and ally through the storm. Hello. What an inspiring story from Wensley. Indeed, we have many similar stories in DingTalk, such as East Hope, FAW, Union Construction Investment, and Moneo Group, so on. Although pandemic forces a physical separation between us, the online collaboration in digital world bring us even closer, and also it's a great tool for continuing with business as usual. Just like you mentioned in your speech, DingTalk not only served as an online office platform in the pandemic, but also it allows students to continue studying when the schools are down. Well, however, I do remember an interesting topic brought up about a while ago. So with a recent trend driving a massive amounts of traffic to DingTalk, why is DingTalk managed not to crash? Well, yeah, I believe you've seen this kind of discussion online. However, sadly, through our constant expand and upscale our service of ECS on Alibaba Cloud, we managed to survive the peaks. Well, we need to emphasize there are hundreds of thousands of ECS instances they're serving of DingTalk. Yes, and also by using ROAs, it played a big part in helping DingTalk deployed over 10,000 ECS instances in merely 2 hours, setting a new record of scale out in Alibaba Cloud. Amazing. In short, the challenges DingTalk faces foster collaborative working environment are also a challenge for us to outreaching the resource on cloud. So that is a really remarkable work. You need to offer a stable DingTalk service, and according to the sudden appearance of traffic spikes, how do you make a full steady service? So you can achieve that. That is really amazing. Thank you for your sharing, and please be seated. Okay, so our next guest speaker is really an extraordinary talent. He is listed in 2015 Forbes Asia 30 Under 30 Entrepreneur list. He is Fast Company in 2017, one of the most creativity feature in China. And also he is an energetic startup entrepreneur in the coordination of collaborative working environments. As an undergrad, he founded a collaboration application called Teambition. And next, let us come together and see what kind of surprise he's going to offer us. Now, let's welcome Jin Yuanqi, founder of Teambition, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence. Welcome. Hello everyone, welcome to the Apsara Conference 2020. I am Jin Yuanqi from Alibaba Cloud Intelligence. Teambition is an online collaboration tool, and we started to create it since 2013. When we talk about collaboration tools, the first thing that comes to mind is instant messaging IM. IM provides convenient channels for communication across distance. However, when we want to deal with work, if there's more people, more department, cross-distance, cross-regions, coordination issues start to appear. So where are the challenges? So these are the challenges we're actually facing. At a glance, we went to find out that what's everyone doing, what kind of things, how do we synchronize, and also to management team, what are the most important thing, what's the progress of today, what are the key risks of today, and to the enterprises, what are the goal of enterprises, the members of enterprises, do they know all these goals, and are we landing all these works? So all these issues cannot be solved by using instant messengers, because the doing of our work is actually still offline. That is the reason why, when talking about collaboration work, these are the issues we need to solve. So really, we want to put the work online. Our solution is coordination is not only about communication, but projects, but the things that we are doing, and we need to put everyone in it. In Teambition, project is the basic unit. Just like a group in DingTalk, you pull some people, you can have your own collaborative work. So this mission board, you can organize your work, who's doing what, to have they completed, and what's the progress of it. If you click this mission page, you can see all the flows, and also you can store files, text, you can edit all these files and docs together. So as you can see, the work, we can actually put them online, and by using our project and work as center to make our discussions and so on. So is it only for internet companies to use online collaboration work tools? No. In many different domains, a lot of companies are using digitalization tools to increase their proficiency and efficiency. Today, I'm going to share with you a story that I like, Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai established in 2012 and also within 8 years to achieve breaking 3 billion RMB sales. When talking about blockbuster product, you probably think of innovation and flashy marketing. However, to push one liquor product, it needs to go through planning, packaging, design, blending, taste, and blend rations, and so on. So our brand center, marketing center, production center, supply chain centers, all these main part of the company all need to be collaborative. So it's a huge collaboration project. You need to push up new products, then you need to be collaborative efficiency. So we introduced Teambition to start the method to improve our workloads and efficiency. For instance, in our executive teams, we have a dedicated Kanban. Most of the important stuff will be here. With one glance, I know what are the things needs to be done and what are the progress, what are the resources needs to be allocated. It's crystal clear. So all the R&D are now on Teambition, and we can see all the different stages, what are the things needs to be done, who's in charge, what's the progress. Do we need more resources needs to be promoted by the company? So it's a huge benefit for improving your efficiency. First of all the people in charge of each project, they need to provide their feedbacks for each project. And then the next stage, who's going to take over, they'll be prepared. Unlike in the past, we use the BPM workflows. The lower streams need to wait for the upstreams. So then we can shorten the R&D period. Furthermore, it's about information sharing, because if we want to promote a new product, research a new product, they're really complicated different stages. So we can share all the information in different research centers and research stages. So the internal culture of Jiang Xiaobai is about embrace simplicity and purity, and Teambition is about promoting crystal clear transparency. So as you can see, we are sharing the same nature, and to create a working environment for create innovative products. People think that we have really great R&D capability and great marketing. However, the best thing we've got is actually our collaborative efficiency. After the pandemic, we will march into a new norm of collaboration work online. So we've made a lot of thinkings. Through our long-term insight, how do we help enterprises really help them work online to increase their collaboration efficiency? We have some new feelings I would like to share with you. So first of all, I would like to wrap up about the full lifespan of collaborative working. So collaborative working starts from communication, and also there will be 6 main stages, including lay down joint plans, sync your work in progress, share your documents and information to create your working contents, and then finally to lay down the result. If on these 6 different stages we can all put this online, if that's something we can achieve, I can tell you we're fully working online. And after that, we can use digital mechanisms to provide a better way for you to work online, and then to promote your enterprise culture with more realistic change. Facing this new kind of scenario, I would like to introduce a new platform cultivated inside Alibaba, that is Eda. Eda is positioned as a platform to spur the digital transformation of government agencies and enterprises. As today, more than 3,000 applications have been deployed on Eda and have been deployed internationally. Well, they're including deployed in human resources management, administrative management, and IT management. Save about 100,000 labor days for Alibaba. Eda designed to help developers build and deploy applications in the shortest possible time during COVID-19. Over 2,000 applications have been built and deployed for government agencies. and also by building the Eda Go Once at Most system government agencies. This can be used across multiple systems and device implementation, greater level collaborations within the government. So we don't need to go outside, and by using Eda, we can do what the things we want to do. And after the challenge of pandemic, Eda is selling out. Through our connectors and our UI arranging, Eda can be more agile and lower cost to construct even more complicated applications. What you can see today is something that our work is in progress. I believe in the near future, Ali Cloud is going to give you a panoramic view of your working situations in digital world. Thank you for your wonderful presentation, Qi Junyuan, participating us from Shanghai. And next, our speaker joined Alibaba in 2007, participated in the unified scaling system of Alibaba Group, and also chief architecture responsible for migrating to cloud for Alibaba economy. People say that he is the top 5 technology grandmasters of the group, with Du Long and Wu Hanxing. So he is the fellow of Alibaba Group and head of Video Cloud, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence, Lin Hao, or Hao Lin. Hello everyone, I am Hao Lin, the head of Video Cloud of Alibaba Cloud Intelligence. Great pleasure here for me to share with you some of the technology about video and its technology and the changes that then brought to us. So during the pandemic, a lot of stories made my impression. And within the stories, the people are still there, but the way that we interact actually changed. From offline scenarios to online platform, the way that we interact changed. From offline, we interact face-to-face, to online, we use video to face-to-face. So here, I would like to provide you some of the case scenarios. During the pandemic, it was the re-examination of the National Postgraduate Entrance Exam in China. And also this year, we have 3.41 million students enrolled. So online video interview is crucial for the re-examination. And through multi-cameras and verification technologies, we can ensure that it is validated for the examination. So Ali Cloud decided to take down this great mission, and during the interview, at maximum, we have 3,199 test fields, 9,758 videos simultaneously happening. And so there will be 2 core technologies in video technology, ultra low latency and ultra high definition. So we can see that the latency in the video are reducing, and also they'll be more smooth in the interaction of the video. So we will have more scenarios that we can use. For instance, in e-commerce, in online education, with only 1 second of latency, the live streamers and teachers and students, they can have simultaneous interaction. So in terms of communication, 200 milliseconds of latency is ideal. If it's under 50 milliseconds of latency, then cloud gaming and cloud medications and also medical scenarios is achievable. So as you can see, we are keeping our best to reduce the latency in video team. For instance, we are offering a global network to lower your cost to under 50%. And the resolution of the video as our band is keep expanding. So the experience of our clients is from 480p, 720p to 1080p and all the way to 4K. A better resolution can offer viewers better audio and visual quality. However, the clarity that we can actually see, the resolution is higher than 4K. That means we need to have higher requirements for the production of the video. So super or ultra high resolutions, we still need better video quality to offer a more smooth and more dimension, ultra high definition experience. So our video cloud team provide narrowband HD technology, and by using the bandwidth we have today, we need to ensure how do we let our audience and viewers see high definition videos. On the other hand, we need to lower the bandwidth cost invested by the manufacturers. So when the process of and the production of the video, we're trying to improve the resolution and improve a multi-dimension. Speaking of these, we can actually see that the video is in its eruption peak. Is it like this? So a lot of content, if you see, these contents are still image and text. Why is that? Why is not videoized? Because 2 reasons. One is to produce a ultra high resolution video is difficult, and second is the cost of video operation and bandwidth cost, storage, and so on. That is really huge. So under certain scenario, it is very hard to migrate from text and image to video. But as cloud computing is improving, video team is doing its research. How do we tackle these issues to help more enterprises, developers use cloud video service to realize more operational breakthroughs and innovations by using video service? Very glad to introduce our new product, that is Apsara Video Live 3.0. As Alibaba Cloud going speed up in international eyes, our video live stream product is located in 9 different countries and live stream centers. So we have more than 2,800 CDN nodes covering 6 continents, 70 cities, 130 TBs of bandwidth to ensure high quality service of customers from inside and outside China. So Apsara Video 3.0 is not just great in international, but ultra low latency, multi-protocol support, encryptions, and cloud production, and so on. We have all these capabilities. As AI, 5G, AR, VR, and all these technology keep speed up their innovation, and also our video and cloud computing capability and storage capabilities merging together, and also the progress of video technology. There'll be more and more industry, more and more scenarios based on video to create new content, new interaction, and to create new business value. And then there will be a second wave of growing curve in the future. Thank you for your listening. Okay, thank you, Hao Ling, for your wonderful speech. Coming up next, our guest speaker is the first security engineer of Alibaba Group in terms of the construction of the architecture of enterprise security, construction, and cloud security. He has more than 2 decades of experience and practices. He thinks that in the future, 100% will base on cloud capability to provide better security. Cloud-native security will help enterprises construct the next generation of security architecture to increase security level. So Ali Cloud will become a cloud service provider for stability and security. Next, I would like to invite our Vice President of Alibaba Group and the General Manager of Alibaba Cloud Intelligence Security, Larry Xiao. Welcome. Hello everyone, I am Larry Xiao from Alibaba Cloud Security. During the pandemic, more than 300 million people choose to work from home. They need to visit the internal system of enterprises. Besides work from home, conference, we need to do other things like DevOps and so on. The end of pandemic, does that mean that working from home is over? This will become a new norm in the future for enterprises. At the same time, working from away actually brought up a new security challenge for the enterprises. Our security personnel observe that a lot of attacks actually surging during the pandemic, and after the phishing attack actually grows 7 times when pandemic erupts. And also because working from home employees, because the update of the system is not in real time, so the attack actually surges. And 86% of the newly affected attacked personnel, they are the rookies of working from away. They are not trained for security, so weak password, plug and play of any USB ports, public Wi-Fi environments, and so on, partners, and even customer service can become a risk of leak. And attackers from single attack, lone wolf attack, to a criminal organization. So working from home allows more people and more devices working in an uncontrollable geographic domain and to connect it into the work. So that is a huge increase the attack of the chance. And the cost of security of enterprises increase. The traditional VPN solution is under challenge, so we need a new concept of new security based on our own practices of connections from all over the world in Alibaba Group, and also in our practices of helping our clients connected to their clouds from Alibaba Cloud. Today, I would like to present you Alibaba Cloud Remote Office Zero Trust Security Solution. The benefit of this solution can be summarized into two words: trusted and dynamic. We use trusted devices, trusted identities, and trusted applications to build a security system that dynamically manages permissions and detects security vulnerabilities to provide end-to-end protection for devices. This solution consists of three core modules. First is about our remote dynamic device security management module. So we'll do a module authentication and identity check. Only the devices past the security can grant access to your in-house system. And also the module can also obtain security status of each connected device in real time. Second, a cloud-based dynamic decision-making administration module. On the one hand, we have a high-strength verification for the identity of the users. On the other hand, combine all the security elements, we can allocate different identities and authentications to different users. We have all different types of mechanisms, such as code scanning, text message verification, and tokens to increase our security. At the same time, if one staff is not using the normal address to log in, and he may be logging in from overseas, so the system will offer a different verification for the identity to give them different rights of visiting. And then the third is a unified tested application connection module. The zero trust mechanism actually connected different authentication system for different accounts. So this controllability and auditing capability to help enterprises increase its security and convenience. In summary, Alibaba Cloud Remote Office Zero Trust Security Solution is not a mere add-up of all technology and not a simple identity management. It empowers you to build a dynamic adaptability security system that best suits the need for your enterprises. Today, I'm honored to have a customer of Alibaba Cloud, Yuan Fudao, to share their best practices in security. Please welcome Zhang Wenzhi, O&M Director of Yuan Fudao. So, since the establishment of Yuan Fudao, we're developing a really high speed. We have more than 10,000 employees. Teachers are in different cities in China. So, Ali Cloud Safe Security offers the Zero Trust solution, and it's covering wireless, and VPN network security. Through IDaaS identity management capability, we have dynamic authentications, trust device, trust identity, invisibility, and visualization capability. And also, our teachers, they are giving their classes through portable terminals, especially the support to these terminals and security is important. So the solution offered by Ali Cloud perfectly compliant with these portable ends, so we can be merged with the internet network, and this security and customer experience is totally balanced. This solution is not only practical, but also it allows portable remote education is more secure, and then we can have a faster development in a secure manner. We would like to appreciate the recognition for Ali Cloud from our client, as the demand of work from away and mobility and also cloud computing's development. The traditional safety concept cannot tackle the current threat. I believe identity will become the new security borderline of cloud and enterprise. And based on our Ali Cloud capability, we would like to let our million users on cloud to enjoy the same security offered by Alibaba. Thank you for your wonderful speech. Please be seated.
That's the end of the first chapter. We've learned how Alibaba Cloud closely connects offline and online two worlds through technology. As enterprise, digital collaboration becomes the norm. The complexity of data types and computing tasks has increased beyond our expectations. AI has been implemented in more scenarios. Against this backdrop, it is of the paramount importance of us to use big data to our advantage. Data has become asset for enterprises. Only by making data more intelligent and flow the data can we really use the value of data. To this end, Alibaba Cloud has built an integrated platform that brings data protection, storage, analysis, computing, and application together. Now, let's kick off the second chapter, Full Stack Data Factory, and have a closer look at the core of Alibaba Cloud.
Now let's welcome the next speaker, Mr. Feifei Li, Vice President of Alibaba Group, Senior Fellow of Data cloud-based system, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence, and distinguished member of the Association of Computing Machinery, Mr. Li, has a strong belief in the power of technological and scientific innovation. He leads the development of few proprietary database production in Alibaba Cloud, including the cloud-native database PolarDB and the cloud-native data warehouse AnalyticDB. In his spare time, he loves running, hiking, and also deeply passionate about natural science, history, human geography, and imperial studies. Today, he will be sharing with us his insight into the prospective trend of database and how we can re-image the cloud with cloud-native database solution. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Vice President of Alibaba Group Distinguished Engineer and the ACM Distinguished Scientist, Mr. Li Feifei. Welcome. Hello everyone, my name is Li Feifei. My colleagues call me Fei Dao. In this digital economy world, we have seen new exciting developments. So from online education, working from home, live stream shopping, to traditional businesses. So all these domains are now new highlights for digital economy. So the enterprises operation are now going digitalized, online, and intelligentized. So for enterprises, they have this growing storage demands and challenge. Their operation now have more hotspots and traffic spike. So for enterprises, they need to cost down and to improve efficiency, have a better data decision. Traditional database cannot meet the demand of fast change and keep growing demands. So we all know that the amount and volume of data is growing significantly and they're migrating to cloud. So this cloud native database got these 4 features, can solve our enterprise's demand. So from the resource pool to elasticity expansion, smart DevOps to online and offline integration. By using all these, database is now fully cloud native plus distributed era. So what is cloud native distributed database? And next, let's see together. So cloud native is use shared everything and shared storage architecture to realize resource pool, resource coupling, and computing and storage isolation. So what's distributed? That is use shared nothing architecture to scale out the data. So if we combine these together, and then that is our cloud native distributed database. So for share nothing and share everything and share storage characteristic, combine them all together. So it's elasticity, it's highly usability, and scale functions. So I'm here very honored to tell you that our PolarDBX from Alibaba Cloud's proprietary cloud-native distributed database now goes live. So PolarDBX, it is our in-house technology. It's our in-house technology development. We use share nothing, share everything, and share storage database to manage high throughput, high storage, and to tackle the bottlenecks that you can face from traditional database. In order to support high throughput, high complicated inquiries, today we launch PolarDBX 2 novel enterprise functions. So we have this hybrid HTAP and also our distributed global secondary index. So these features are designed to cater the demands of online services, highly concurrent transactions, and complex queries. So in the traditional distributed database, we use ETL method and to synchronously transmit data to dataless platform. So the online inquiry in real time cannot be highly guaranteed. And it's really complicated, so the cost will grow. We use PolarDBX HTAP feature. It's going to cover both highly concurrent and real-time transactions and online data analytics. So we can integrate all these 2 functions together by using technologies consistent for data queries, strong isolation of resources, acceleration of online analysis, and to use our HTAP significantly improves the performance of online transactions and complex queries by more than 5 to 10 times. At the same time, PolarDBX provides a global secondary index feature to support transaction, distributed, and multi-dimensional sharding to meet diverse requirements on sharding queries.
Distributed transactions keep data in an index strongly consistent with that in a primary table and ensure its data durability. So, now, what can be done for our customers? So, we will provide you a classic e-commerce buyer and seller scenario to demonstrate the capability. In most practices, order tables are usually sorted based on buyer's ID. When the seller wants to query an order, the table within the database are scanned. That leads to sharp increase in resource loads and decrease in overall throughput. Using Polar DBX to create a global secondary index for buyer's ID, we can perform secondary queries using the index. The way an SQL operation is completed, a transaction distributed database is implemented. Overall process efficiency can be improved by 100. During the past few years, Polar DBX had been underlying database for the Tmall Double 11 Global Shopping Festival. During 2019 Double 11, Polar DBX reached a new performance milestone, supported up to 87 million database transactions per second and 550,000 orders per second. And also, we have 135 growth in 0000. So we perfectly get off the world peak of traffic. And also, in a lot of social welfare service, they are Polar DBs in there as well. For China Post, it is a very underlying force in our country's logistic. So the information system, the new platform, is using the Polar DBX, and also they use our Analytic DB as well. Here at China Post, we are committed to position ourselves as a model of express and logistics service provider in China. With the help of new generation delivery platform, is really important. So when the traditional system cannot support us, a new delivery platform based on Alibaba Cloud Polar DBX, we can store PB data and also a multi-million throughput. In 2019, Double 11 Global Shopping Festival, with more than 100 million peaks orders and over 70 million of shipment orders and 30 million delivery orders. So, during the critical periods, such as Double 11 Global Shopping Festival and the COVID-19, China Post has outperformed the expectations, delivering pandemic control material smoothly and promptly by using Alibaba Polar DBX. Technology behind this platform, we have also built a data analytic platform based on LDBS to support multi-dimensional analytics of delivery and business data. China Post sees an untapped potential of cloud computing and will continue to build its own cloud computing capabilities and work closely with Alibaba Cloud. Polar DBX new features are the perfect fit to solve the pain points of online transactional business in distributed cloud-native environments. So, in terms of analytics, we are actually facing similar issues and challenges. Traditional analytic database face various challenges and problems such as computing and storage expansion, construction costs, real-time computing and analytics, and diverse architectures challenges and issues. These databases are unable to provide enterprises with data analytic capabilities required in digital economy or to make the best out use of the data. So, based on our cloud-native technology, from elasticity, scalability, performance, and cost, we need to solve all these pain points by our clients. For example, pay-as-you-go, extract, transform, ETL, and also real-time computing operations, and so on. Through our cloud-native, pay-as-you-go, real-time, our OLAP database will now totally enter the cloud-native era and enable our database user to leverage the power of big data without investing large amounts of learning cost. So, now, this is a panorama of Alibaba Cloud Data Analytics Service, including our Analytic DB ADB, including our Data Lake DLA. So, through the combination of these products, we can satisfy the need of our clients. All different demands can be met. So,
from the RDBMS and the OSS log service, relational database management system, RDBMS and RDLA, and so on. All these can provide many connectivities to the database in order to make analysis easier and also to tackle the spike traffic. I'm very glad to be here to witness the upgrade launch of Analytic DB. The update to ADB MySQL improves the cloud-native elasticity scaling capabilities of the service, allow users to schedule the scaling of computing and storage resources. These features help users customize their resource plans for different workloads and preempt resources for peak hours. Furthermore, this also helps users greatly reduce actual resources usage and purchase costs, eliminating the need to reserve large amounts of resources to handle business peaks. As for ADB, for PG, we have launched our self-developed laser engine. This update also comes with just-in-time or acceleration vector computing engine, column memory model, and columnar storage optimization, which improves the capabilities of ADB. For example, we have one-time growth compared to the old engine of Green Pump. So we are totally compliant with Green Pump and L-Quebec and Teradata, and all these are highly compliant. The features are rich and highly sophisticated data warehouse service. So for finance, operationals, if you use Oracle RAC and Teradata, if you use this, it's low threshold, you can upgrade to cloud-native data warehouse. So all these so all of these is really good. And in the first half of 2020, we participated in TPCH benchmark for hybrid load set by the Transaction Processing Performance Council. And also, we broke the world record. Comparing with Microsoft SQL Server 2019, the performance increased 290%. We are the first in China to make it onto the list. So next, let's see the TPC-DS 10TP complex analytic test. Our ADB in terms of performance, we are breaking the world record and we are the #1 in the rank. During the test, we fully use our cloud-native elasticity, fast scale-up, and also our computing acceleration capability. With limited resource in terms of cost and performance, we are all #1 at 3 times higher than second place. So I'm also excited to announce that the DLA is upgraded based on the cloud-native serverless technology and now provides serverless Spark capabilities and enterprise-level features, such as ETL, streaming machine learning, and user programmable features. And all these are enterprise-level features. The cloud-native serverless architecture effectively reduced the data analytic and computing costs for enterprises and also improved 300% in the performance compared to self-built Sparks. For in less than 1 minute, more than 300 computing nodes will be popped out. And also, the GUI and diagnostic tools are also provided to allow a variety of methods to access heterogeneous data. So our cloud-native data warehouse Analytic DB and also our DLA in China, we have been leading that in multi-enterprises, covering all different domains from finance, manufacturing, retail, aviation, logistics, and government services, including like China Southern Airlines, China Post, Hire, Midea, and also like pan-internet enterprises like Dianping to reduce their costs, improve efficiency, and perform data analytics both online and offline. So in Dianping, for ADB, we hope their report increase 40 times of speed, really help the enterprise lower their cost and higher their efficiency. In order to help our enterprise migrate to cloud, we are proud to present 2 solutions: one-click data warehouse and data warehouse upgrade. Leveraging the capabilities of data middle office and the capabilities of our ecosystem partners to help traditional enterprises, to help them to upgrade from traditional data warehouse to cloud data warehouse. So
one-click digitalization is something that we need for data transformation. And data warehouse is the core key of that. So our in-house cloud-native distributed database is now in all industries. In global leading enterprises, in their core operation systems are now doing their demo. That's a real milestone. And next, I would like to invite you to watch a short video.
As the largest provincial-level company in the information and communications industry in China, Guangdong Mobile provides services for hundreds of millions of individual users and millions of corporate users. Traditional database faces challenges in scaling of storage and computing resources, backup efficiency, and resource utilization. The telecom operators' business are very complex and requires more cross-compatibility between database systems. For example, Guangdong Mobile and Alibaba Cloud jointly provide a trial business support system in Guangzhou, which serves over 20 million users with 40 TB storage capabilities per database. It can handle billions of hits each day and 12,000 connections during peak hour. We've had in-depth discussion with Alibaba Cloud and implemented upgrades for our upper layer applications. As a cloud-native database service, PoloDB adopts an architecture of compute and storage separation. All compute nodes have access to the same data, which enables us to scale within minutes and recover services within seconds. Global data consistency and efficient data backup capabilities guarantee high reliability, unparalleled performance, and excellent scalability. It also provides the inherent advantage of open-source databases, simplicity, openness, and self-iteration. PoloDB, along with the data migration feature, has entered the pilot phase in some regions. We are confident that with Alibaba Cloud, PoloDB will become commonplace in many more core systems and innovation solutions, delivering more value to our customers.
Thank you, the trust from Guangdong Mobile. Thank you for the trust and compliment. So in the past, that is what advantage they have in traditional database. This time, the landing of our project that really display our capability of products, that is the cloud-native distributed database. We're highly recognized by traditional clients and pan-internet clients. We're very pleased to say that we now entered traditional OLTP online and OLAP online analytic database, all upgraded to cloud-native distributed database and cloud-native distributed data warehouse era. Thank you for your listening, and thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you, thank you. Please be seated.
So our next speaker, he is a leading figure in deep learning. With not even 30, he is a very core writer of cafe and architecture. So people say that if you want to learn physics, it's all about Newton. If it's about deep learning, it's about him. So who is this guy? He is Jia Yangqing. He joined Alibaba Group in March 2019 and is now the Vice President of Alibaba Group, Senior Fellow of Compute Platform, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence, and the Chairman of Alibaba Open Source Technology Committee. So today, let's invite him to share with us what are the major innovations about Alibaba Big Data. Welcome. Hello everyone, I am Yang Qing from Alibaba. In today's world, data-driven applications and application intelligence is known within us today. So from e-commerce to cloud service provider, we supported Double 11 and urban planning by leveraging their advanced big data platform. Over the past few years, we're devoting to make a better effort and R&D on these ecosystems. So how do we make analysis and how do we put data with values together? That's a core issue in computer. So we've got 4 different stages in the industry. One is the database era. This comes up when it was 1960s. So the relational database pops up in 1970s. There are a lot of Oracle, SQL Server, MySQL, and PostgreSQL. These services are something cannot lag behind a modern computer system. In the era of big data exploration and in the 20th century, we need to solve new issues, right, in the data. For instance, the 3 V's like volume, velocity, and variety. So all these issues led us to discover the big data. So the famed Google's 3 papers GFS, MapReduce, and Bigtable that were published between 2003 and 2006. It laid a solid foundation for distributed storage, computing, and big data services. So in the second decade of the 21st century, we saw internet, mobile phones, and mobile network is become really common. So big data really start to hype. So besides all the solutions of enterprises we see, and we can also see the open source is developing, like Hadoop, HDFS, all these open storage capability, and all the computing engine like Hive, Spark, Flink, and Presto. A lot of enterprises that can use all these elements and capabilities to build their own big data engineering system. So today we think that the big data is pretty general today, and all the industries, they need to build up their own data middle office and to boost their operation. What's the new methodology in big data? I think there should be two systems. That is data lake and data warehouse, and also of their combinations. So, what are our innovations? So when we think about big data platforms, table is something like a structure that we think about, but there are really different types of forms. Well, for instance, for deep learning, we have something like image, video, voice, natural language, and so on. All these need algorithm to construct. So today the issue is, for these huge volumes of structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data, we need to fit them together. So the first product we're gonna talk about and introduce you today is on Ali Cloud. We're gonna offer you a simple, fast, and high-efficiency data lake system to store it good, to manage it well, and to greatly use it. So in the most bottom level, through our OSS, we can stake the data lake, and also for the big data scenarios, we can provide QoS and also a simultaneous remain, an accelerated cache, and so on. So it can be more agile, more speed up. So within OSS, today, what we're going to launch today, that is the data lake formation, this kind of product. It's going to offer the two key features in data lake. That is an acceleration. Data lake formation delivers a unified data acceleration service, allow customers to store data on OSS. And also it delivers a unified metadata service that enables all upper layer computing engines to quickly identify data formats and analyze the compute data. So the storage of the data is for computing. Therefore, MapReduce as a unified platform or a standard platform for open source and open standard that offers great computing power for open source. On the other hand, for MapReduce, for the Spark, for offline computing, and also for including Pastoral or even Flink, for the machine, active learning, and EMR, this is all really agile. So let's talk about now data. Today, who's using Max Compute? Who are the Max users? They are SMEs actually. Why is that? Because these enterprises, they don't need to worry about the volume of resources and DevOps. They only need to care about their own operation. Through Max Compute, it's easy to use, it's maintenance free, it allows consumers to build their own data warehouse, just like few clicks, and Max Compute is also compatible with open source big data specifications such as Hive. Today, data warehouse is evolving, and in the past, we talk about TP and AP, right? This transaction system. So today, data warehouse is sharing more mission than AP. Analysis is become to be diverse. For instance, like offline analysis, streaming analysis, and online analysis and diagnostics and so on. At the same time, analysis plus data. That means we need to use online data service. So according to the data warehouse service requirements, we actually developed holographs. In finance and internet, holographs can provide billions levels of data writing services. So the second product I want to introduce is Max Compute, our data warehouse solution. In the early stages, Max Compute was built to handle ETL-based data warehousing. Now the offline SQL engine of Max Compute has been seamlessly integrated with holographs. This allows both office and real-time analysis. Let's take a look at the core performance metrics of Max Compute in the big data field of TPC Express and Big Bench or TPC XBB benchmarks. It's a test performance in these computing models.
So, Max Compute has outperformed solutions for the rest of the industry over the past 2 years. More importantly, we are constantly challenging our limits every year, shattering our previous world record every year. Take the TPC-BB's 30 TB benchmark as an example. In 2019, the computing performance of Max Compute reached 6,427.86 QPM. In 2020, we increased the performance by more than 50%. Well, in terms of cost, our Max Compute was $169.76 QPM. In 2020, we dropped the cost by more than 30%. At the same time, in a 100 TB benchmark, the Max Compute cost is dropping as well. In the past year, it dropped by 40%. The performance, the cost advantages are derived from the storage, scheduling, optimization of the computing engine, as well as our industry-leading data warehouse design. So, when the data was first founded, the data is not that much, and agile is really important. So, by using data lake, can really help you fast construct your own platform to support your operation and to fulfill all the demands you need for growing. At the same time, the volume is going to grow and the data starts to take form. Enterprises begin to focus on cost and efficiency. At this stage, data warehouse can better meet their requirements to optimize, manage, and use data. Especially in large-scale BI scenarios, data warehouse play an important role in processing and analyzing high-structured data. However, most enterprises may have business at different mature levels. So, for these enterprises, they have these all different kinds of curves and operations because of its maturity. So it can be different parts or different locations, these curves. So for an enterprises, how do we choose between different data, warehouse, and data lake? How do we get them all together? So as a pessimist might say, well, we have no choose one over the other. However, optimists might try to find a way to combine the advantages of the two solutions. So this time, we'll meet to give and take of these two different curves. More difficultly, enterprises not just having these two curves, they have different operations and business due to its maturity. It can be different positions of these two curves. So for an enterprises, how do we know our own problem and demand to both enjoy the agility of data lake and the growing capability of data warehouse? So a pessimist might say, so on the left, that's data warehouse, on the data lake, that's on the right. So it sounds a little bit splitting apart, but actually, these two ways got its own advantages and disadvantages. So data warehouse store highly structured data, making them easy to manage but rigid. Data lake can store almost anything you throw it in, but it increases managing costs. Data warehouse support only traditional data types, whereas data lake support all types of data. Data warehouses are suitable for analyzing and processing mature data. Data lakes are suitable for mining the value of heterogeneous data. So, an optimist might say, if we combine the advantages of data lake and data warehouse, do we really solve our problems? So, today we're going to look at how we use these solutions, integrate data lakes and data warehouse. So this solution involves each layer of whole technology stack. So now let's look at the structure. If we want to make seamlessly connection of these two products, so we need to connect all different layers. At the bottom layer, computing resources. For the heterogeneous, we need to connect the networks. In the middle layers, we need to realize data warehouse and data lake, smart cache, and inter-visit capability. In terms of the data source, we need to be transparent and unified managing. So at the upper layer in the data works today, it supports the integration experience of data lake and data warehouse. Under a unified managing system, we can have different types of data analysis and computing to support the application. So for this, users no longer need to lose sleep over the choice of data lake and data warehouse. It can flow all the ways they want and to connect ups and downs. Alibaba Cloud also offers a series of valuable features among the integration architecture: consistent data structures, consistent development systems, intelligent caching, hard and cold data separation, performance improvement, and cross-platform computing. And all these can really maximize the value of the integrated data lake and data warehouse. So what you focus might not be how do you realize this, but what you focus is what is the real usage of this. What I want to say is this is not something from a laboratory, but this is a demand, a real customer needs. Since the establishment of Alibaba Cloud, we have made a lot of cooperation with our clients and customers. They have been providing critical support for our products and development. And now, let's welcome our first distinguished customers to share his Alibaba Cloud story. Sina Weibo is one of the largest social media platforms in China. We want to deliver high-quality content to our users. Our cooperation with AliCloud started from 2015. Our demand for elastic scaling code with hot topic increases every year. During 2020, our scaled out reached 13,000 servers, and our Docker-based platform DCP can make our automation fully success since 2017. In terms of large-scale machine learning and content cooperation, we increase the efficiency and real time and get all fruitful result. So in the past, we deliver a data warehouse platform to meet our demands based on AI. We have data lake platform. However, both platforms were completely decoupled at cluster layer, and data cannot be shared for computing. The need for a unified big data platform is crucial. This platform was expected not only retain flexibility of AI-oriented data lakes, but also great performance cost issues concerning data computing and algorithm for ultra-large data scale. In order to solve the pain point, Max Compute product group and our machine learning team construct together the data lake and data warehouse integration capability to compute the Max Compute cloud computing warehouse and open source Hadoop data lake. So for Max Compute products, we improve the network infrastructure and entered the private domain of VPC, and by using Hive data warehouse and using SQL and Pi engine capability to use Max Compute data lake and Hadoop data warehouse technology to be connected, and we can control them in the same level. The integration of lake and warehouse in terms of business operation, we don't need a lot of hard work to increase the serviceability of the platform. So Weibo can use our data, and algorithm engineers can use our super large computing capability to increase our efficiency and to realize Max Compute data warehouse and data lake loop to increase AI work efficiency and also more agile, and the cost and performance going up, and so cost performance ratio going up, so we can save the cost and increase the efficiency. We'll see you at Apsara Conference. Hello, Zizheng. Thank you very much for coming all the way to Hangzhou. So how do you feel like, going thousands of miles away from Weibo headquarters in Zhongguancun, and that's more than 1,000 kilometers. So as shown in the video, for the service that you provide, I really give you a 5-star. And what do you want me to be here? So our cooperation is really good and it's fruitful. So today we want to use a very cool way to invite you to here on site to witness this great time together. Okay, thank you, both of you. So the cooperation definitely going to be really close and real great. So thank you for constructing this great moment. That means the next generation of big data, that is the integration of data lake and data warehouse, will be officially announced. So, or the Alibaba Cloud Lakehouse. So it's a real great moment for us because we've always been thinking the evolution of big data. What's the next step? So these demands are actually from the real application. We're glad to have partners like Weibo for us to think about solutions for the next technological challenge. So today, the Cloud Lakehouse announcement is going to deliver enterprises a full potential of big data and AI on the cloud. Okay. So Weibo requires both data warehouse based on big data and AI-powered data lake. Alibaba Cloud Lakehouse integrates both of them, so it provides us flexibility of data insights and also strict data system to reduce the workload for data migration and offers our platform's serviceability. So really, for Weibo, we want performance. For lower the cost, increase the performance, we have higher demands. And hopefully in the future with Alibaba Cloud, we can push this even further. Thank you so much, Zizheng, to empower the
Alibaba Cloud Lake Warehouse announcement. Thank you so much. Please be seated.
Okay, so we're now opening the floor for our questions for observation groups. So there are a lot of short questions that are going to raise. You ready? Yep. So now let's ask the questions from who's going to be. Okay. So please first introduce yourself. And what question is it for Yang Qing on your side? Hello everyone. I am Su Xing, the CTO of Guangzhou Mengxiang Network. So our company's product is SDK called 即刻, means instant. So in nationwide, we have more than 500 million users. So just to be short, now my question is, because there are massive data that we're generating each day, so I was focusing on the solution provided by Alibaba Cloud, including the holograph all-in-one structure, architecture. And today you have this Lakehouse idea. I think it's a cool idea. So as enterprises, we really care about what can offer of Lakehouse. Is this going to increase or decrease our cost? For our current architecture, if we want Lakehouse, what's the difficulty of using that? It's a great question, because when we're thinking about a new system, first, they're going to think about, is the cost going to be high if I want to use it? What's the cost of development or deployment? But you need to realize one thing, that is, companies already got a very complicated data system. So you've got the offline data warehouse, you've got online data warehouse, you've got service systems. So as you can see, it's from bottom to up system. So Lake Warehouse is a top design. What it wants to do is that it wants to simplify your data system. It's not reconstruct the system, but using all these complicated systems, we want to integrate them to easy the usage of them. So for online and offline analytics and service, we want to put this all together into Lakehouse. So you don't need to construct all the fragile parts all around your original servers or service. So in terms of deployment, DevOps, and the application, cost should reduce. So are you satisfied with the answer of the question? Yes, I'm satisfied with the answer and looking forward. If I were you, I'm going to be totally satisfied with that, because I'm going to hear my cost is going down, right? And it's so great. Thank you very much, Yang Qing. That was a really nice answer. Okay, so please be seated. Thank you. So you all know that we have a special culture in Alibaba that is giving people nicknames. So our next speaker, his nickname is really a test for how your Chinese is, because he joined Alibaba in 2004, and people are calling him Xiaofan, but he doesn't mind, because Xiaofan, which actually represent his idea of getting himself into the exploration of big data space by using and experience it from a people of common. So let's welcome Stephen Peng, VP of Alibaba Group and General Manager of Alibaba Data Technology and Product Manager. Welcome.
Hello everyone, I am Stephen Peng from Alibaba Cloud Data Middle Office. Just like you think, so the Data Middle Office is something really hot these days, and all the enterprises are thinking about and talking about it. So we're proud to see a lot of enterprise are using Data Middle Office of Ali Cloud to realize their transformation, upgrade, and growth of their own business. So I would like to play a video and share a few consumer success stories in digitalizations.
So we hope through Data Middle Office to help best store, to connect the data, to increase the quality, computing, and application in all these about data, to really make insights analysis of consumer and data, so we can have a better omni-channel marketing and digital operation. In Jala, we want to be consumer-oriented by using digital capability to reshape our business idea and model and to construct our co-competitiveness. Okay, thank you for all your sharings. In the past few years, the Alibaba Cloud Data Middle Office, besides our solutions for specific for retail, finance, government, and internet sectors, we really offer these specific solutions, and behind these solutions is our highly product
and scenario-oriented practice. So next, I would like to introduce our product portfolio in Alibaba Cloud Data Middle Office. And what we're gonna pronounce today, that is our upgrade of these products. So today, DataFin is the central pillar of the product portfolio, while in Quick Series is the genre towards meeting customer requirement across a wide variety of scenarios. First of all, DataFin is something you're familiar with. This is a base product line that we can have by using one data as its core to offer smart data modeling, smart tag, smart construction, smart service, and asset management. That is our first primary hit data for data middle office. That's the first step. Well, for second, Quick BI is a visualized data analysis BI tool, and that is the first product in China to get into Gartner Magic Quadrant for business intelligence and analytic platforms. So in June, our Quick BI has a new upgrade connected with DingTalk. We can make a real time and to make a smart analysis in real time. So the third is Quick A Plus, and this can use and provide automatic visualized point planning, a billion level log acquirability, and online and offline processing capability to provide all the users precise log acquirability and online thing. So these are the products that we have in the past people like. So next, I would like to introduce the two products they're gonna launch today. First of all is Quick Audience. Quick Audience is the new product we launched in June. The main position is for smart consumer and customer growth. We can have a Omni Insight and Omni Access. So today we're gonna launch Quick Access 2.0. By client-oriented, we can have a full life cycle insight operation. So in Quick Audience 1.0, we can what we were doing is about the overall insight and marketing and finally conversion. But in the 2.0, we can realize in different small applications and fans interaction, social interactions, really in-depth CR management. So from aware and interested, and then will become our loyal purchaser. So as you can see, in the 2.0 version, you can manage mini programs, official accounts, attract fans, boost interactions among fans, tap into the membership of your entrance. The operations will convert leads to potential users and consumers. So then we can really hit the AIPL omni-channel operation capability. So with Quick Audience 2.0, you can switch from one-way information delivery to two-way interaction between people. So we all know that in the retail business, what we want to achieve is the ultimate people-to-product matchmaking. So besides people to product is something we are seeking as well. For retail business or retail sectors, in optimal, what we need, different stages of sales, including planning, production, launch, test, marketing, relationship, clearance sales, and excess inventory. In the past, this really rely on your experience. But what's the future of the market? What kind of product do we need to produce after the production? How do we make the test trial sales? What kind of channel should we put, online or offline? What kind of city? What kind of warehouse? How many warehouses? All these questions are the questions facing by all the retail business. So the nature of these questions is we need to have a very detailed knowledge about the product. So now let me introduce Quick Stock, our latest product-oriented service. QuickStock is a product-oriented intelligent operation platform. It allows users to quickly respond to market changes and stores product data from both online and offline channels. It also offers intelligent algorithms to deliver powerful computing capabilities, so enterprise can know what's it like for all these products, and it's connected to Alibaba ecosystem. We can have the insight of the market of these products, so we can have a better mix match of product and channel. It is because of the capability offered by Quick Store, we can have a full lifecycle operation to offer you great suggestions for your product. So that is our new product of Data Middle Office. As you can see, from DataFin to Quick Series, Alibaba Cloud Data Middle Office, we are
becoming firmer and firmer to realize our data capability to help you asset-lize our enterprise's data. So we dig into more different scenarios to visualize your data. If you say data middle office is a aircraft carrier, then data fin is the motor of this aircraft carrier, and quick series are the onboard aircraft. So it is really a comprehensive capability, just like aircraft carriers. So data middle office is something represent your digital transformation. Building data middle office is an integral part of successful digital transformation of enterprises. Thank you for sharing, Stephen. That's wonderful sharing. Thank you so much. Please be seated. Our next speaker is a data scientist that tirelessly works towards his original aspiration, the urban brand and the industry brand. He is a pioneer of Alibaba Cloud Intelligence merging with the industries. So, what he do every day is to make the flow of data to increase value and to put a digital engine to all different industries. Now I would like to invite the leader of Product and Technology Departments of Urban Planning and Industrial Planning Projects and the General Manager of Digital Industry R&D, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence, Zheng Zhangyu. Welcome. Hello everyone, I am from Digital Industry R&D, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence. I'm very glad to meet you here today. So, when the DMO meet with the industry, well, a DMO without industry is soulless. The ultimate goal of DMO is digital value to help the industry value. Now, I'm going to tell you the unveiling two Alibaba Cloud DMO solutions in public service and financial industry. So let's look at the public service industry. A city is increasing in providing data, massive data, and these data are so potentially valuable. So in terms of insights and observations, it's really important for us. Since 2016, we have put the urban planning projects in Hangzhou, that's 1.0, and in 2.0, we have made traffic, medical service, and firefighting. In all these scenarios, we've made our discoveries. Now, we're in the 3.0 stage, from merging sensing, automatic decision-making, and cross-industry loop. By using data and operation, really, we can increase the digital intelligence level of a city. So today, in the 3.0 era of Urban Planning 3.0, we've made a lot of distributions and contributions. So we're now evolving from single-point intelligence to overall intelligence. On the other hand, we actually think about the core technology system of urban planning to see what are the common issues from different areas in the cities. So these different capabilities will go to DMO and then to become the core compatibility of Urban Planning 3.0. Today, we officially release Alibaba Cloud Data Middle Office for Urban Planning. So let's go deeper and to see the architecture of the Alibaba Cloud Data Middle Office of Urban Planning. So we can see we have this multi-dimension of spatial data, and we regenerated into digital world. At the same time, by using all the sensing data, we form a dynamic world in the dynamic city in the virtual world. So there's a still world and a virtual world in the dynamic world in the virtual world. So it becomes a digital twin. So we have 4 core technology capabilities, including digitalized holographic restoration, multi-resolution real-time simulation of our resource allocation optimization, and multi-point and cross-area coordination. These technology help each other to construct a closed-loop digital intelligence serve that covers perceptions, cognition, and decision-making and coordination intelligence. So that is an even smarter data middle office. So next, let's see what are these capabilities can help us and innovations can help us. So these Alibaba Cloud Data Middle Office of Urban Planning can help us to construct GIS, BIM, and CAD, the integration and fuses data to help us to construct the 2-dimension and 3-dimension virtual digital world. So in this virtual space, we can see the macro space of this city, and also we can go into the details in the micro sense. So this digital twin offers us the capability of data and analysis to offer smart decision. As the development of the economy, the way of interaction is becoming more complicated, and we're asking for bigger and better infrastructure, more subways, wider roads, and higher and more density of office buildings. So this spikes of demand is really putting testing on the computing and application development capability of enterprises. Those are the challenges. So we always have this kind of feeling. Using DingTalk to go to work, and also, when taking classes, order your groceries and so on. These are all our daily life, but you need to know, at the back of this, that is supported by cloud computing and the innovation of business. So for enterprise, their needs for digitalization and intelligence is growing higher and higher. So what they need is to be precise from massive data to mine out new opportunities, models, and opportunities by using the best way to embrace cloud native era. Lower cost, more precise, and more speed to get into the bonus of cloud computing to tackle different challenges of business opportunities. So let's start our third chapter, embrace cloud native infrastructure. So our next speaker joined Alibaba in 2008. In 2012, he's in charge of middleware team, and today he is in the leading of our infrastructure product. Over the last 12 years, he really went through the incredible changes of Ali Group. He and his group are doing some low-profile works. However, he is making influence to whole Alibaba Group, the whole industry, or even the whole world. Next, I would like to invite Zhang Jiang, Alibaba Partner, Senior Fellow of Cloud Infrastructure, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence. And he is going to tell us his latest launch. Welcome. Hello everyone, I am from Alibaba. My name is Xiaoxie or John Jiang. Today I'm going to share with you our technology, cloud native technology for the future. In Alibaba Cloud, we have more than decades here for cloud native. So we have 3 stages in before 2007. We started to transform the architecture of our applications to make them more adapted to the internet. That including self-developed systems such as Apsara Distributed Operation System, Container Scheduling System, PolarDB. We also launched the ECS Bare Metal Instance. And by 2019, Alibaba Group had migrated all of these core business systems to cloud-native ecosystem. Powered by new architecture, these systems effortlessly handle the business under Double 11 Global Shopping Festival in 2009 and supported a 268.4 billion of transaction. In 2020, we make a fully upgrade. Due to the pandemic, we need to be more be more going into internet architecture of cloud. There are 3 key elements in that is containerization, microservices, and externalization of applications are the 3 essential factors of internet level elasticity of resources, the automation, throttle control, and backup and recovery. Also, we can be visualized real, and also we introduce
the 3 really competitive products, for instance, the X-Dragon architecture, Alibaba Cloud Sandbox, and Alibaba Cloud Native Network. Thank you so much. That was really fabulous talk. So now it's question time for our observation group.
So, can you please introduce yourself and see what's your question? Gonna ask for our speaker. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Lei, the IT director of Hotwind. So I got a question. That is, when we are using microservice technology, distributed database, all these technology, it helps enterprises to increase the elasticity and also it increased the expandability. However, it brought us very complicated and higher technological threshold. So because our company, most of the enterprises, we are not IT enterprises and we are not internet companies. So what we care really is about speed, high efficiency, and low cost to construct all these applications. So we want to know, in Alibaba Cloud, are you going to make any efforts for that? Okay, can you please answer him? So for Jolie raises a very good question, which is a question that weighs on the mind of many enterprises. So we understand that the learning curve is a major concern for most enterprises. They want to know whether technologies of Alibaba Cloud can simplify their business. We also understand that they want to use this technology effectively, even though their employees do not understand technologies. So what do they want to know is, probably their engineers, they don't understand the technology, but it needs to be controllable. So in terms of PaaS, in Alibaba Cloud, something we'll follow is open source. And then we need to talk about what we offer to the enterprises is different characteristics. That is, in your production route, your online operations, and all these will be open source. And we need to make the versions really highly updated. But in terms of the characteristic of enterprise, it's about governance. We'll offer you product for these as well. Just like Eda's, it's this kind of product. In terms of technology, we want to be open source and then highly close to the characteristic of enterprises. And also for our last generation technologies like enterprise level database, enterprise level applications. So this is another commercialized method. For instance, there will be a lot of people stationed in your enterprise to offer you service and so on. Okay, that's the answer from Jolie, and so that's the answer from Mr.
For Jolie, are you satisfied with it? I'm okay with that, but I hope I can see more visualization tools in the future to help us develop apps that ease with less coding. And I believe there will be that day.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Okay, let's move on for the second question, okay? So now let's see. Hello, dear friend, can you please make an introduction about yourself and your question, please? Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Fang, co-founder of CTO of Hangzhou Daishu Technology. So what I'm concerned is about the openness of cloud-native platform of Alibaba Cloud. Well, for example, like our ego partners like us, third-party PaaS provider on Alibaba Cloud. Does Alibaba Cloud have a clear plan for relevant products and policies? So for these questions, I can do an overall answering. So for PaaS, it really requires open and cooperation. It requires the whole force from the whole society to serve the whole industry and enterprises' customized demand. It requires collaboration partners together to serve our clients. And at the infrastructure side, we do have a strategy. That is, we want to help 100 top partners, cooperation partners, to empower 10,000 partners, hopefully through our open source of technology or technological cooperation to cultivate 500,000 developers to make co-construction. So Jiang Feng mentioned, what kind of strategy do we have? In terms of market, through distribution partners and through solution partner to integrate our cloud product, we can offer some commissions and also to provide a win-win market. And second, for product research, we're going to integrate our third partner group to become a product as a whole. And third is to use our product chain. You know, we can outsource this to our customers to make delivery. As for technology, we're promoting standards, and more enterprises are now joining this league to be part of the cloud native standard layer. So for third-party PaaS product, we are using integrated, open, and this altitude we are willing to be integrated. We are willing to be integrated and to have cooperation between different partners on PaaS. So that's our goal. Okay, Jiang Feng, so are you satisfied with the answer? Yes, hopefully in the future, for the cloud-native platform of Alibaba Cloud, and hopefully in the future we can really develop into something like the speaker just mentioned.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, our speaker, Mr. Jiang, for your wonderful answer. Okay, thank you, and please be seated.
In the long run, technological innovations are not only the cornerstone of business success, but also the core pillar of competitiveness. As a platform-grade cloud service provider, Alibaba Cloud practices the code of cultivating technology-driven inclusive growth and endeavors to bring cost-effective digital intelligence technologies to all enterprises. So, technology is transferring from a noble privilege to something everyone can get. So, the power constructed from the past of intelligence we can open to the whole society. So today, the final chapter of today is all about surprise and good news. So, now let's start the chapter 4. Redefine the future with digital intelligence and ecosystem. So our next speaker. So from her, we can actually see the growing of Alibaba Group. Since her graduation till today, along with the growing of Alibaba, we can see that she has been changing her tags, and also she's playing in multiple different roles and changing a lot of business operations. So when she's facing all of these, she's always bringing her smile. As a matter of fact, all these smiles that she kept having, that is her largest tag. She's optimist, and also she's agile in tackling all different types of challenges. And also, as the strategic layer and the leader of digitalized industries. Now let us welcome the Vice President of Alibaba Group and the General Manager of Product Solutions, Madam Qian Xue. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Qian Xue. In the digital economy area, with the popularity of data coordination and the development of data intelligence, enterprises are equipping themselves to infrastructure such as cloud computing to integrate the real economy and digital industry to unleash productivity. Ali Cloud offers over 200 products and 600 solutions, helping customers refactor their business for digital intelligence. Today, Ali Cloud is proud to present an enterprise digital collaboration product portfolio that allows for more extensive connectivity and collaboration, and is aimed at helping more enterprises adapt to the new norm of online collaboration, continuously driving transformations of various industries. We are also proud to launch a full-stack data factory product portfolio for different business scenarios, such as data storage, aggregation, analysis, and application. It provides service to meet all kinds of data processing of the enterprises, such as breaking down data silos and mining business insights. In the past few years, Ali Cloud has kept evolving our infrastructure to provide future-centric cloud-native technologies and helping enterprise fast-track their business to the cloud. With 63 zones across 21 worldwide regions, Ali Cloud is expanding our coverage and services to even more customers with the addition of the Ulangchab and Guangzhou data centers in China this year. At the same time, we have implemented an all-new liquid immersion cooling technology to further improve energy efficiency. In April this year, Ali Cloud, together with VMware, developed a solution that allows for smooth and rapid migration of business from on-premise environments to Ali Cloud. The next step is to build an integrated environment for offline and online computing for our customers and partners. Right now, Ali Cloud has strong ties with more than 300 partners who help develop solutions to construct a new ecosystem. Furthermore, there has been a huge uptick in the quantity and the business scale of ecosystem partners in Ali Cloud Marketplace. Over 2,000 ecosystem partners are offering over 20,000 products in Ali Cloud Marketplace that serve close to 1 million enterprises. Ali Cloud attaches great importance to the open product and the technology ecosystem and will work with our partners to utilize more excellent technologies and innovation experience to develop more diversified product portfolios and comprehensive solutions. Before I make the next announcement, I'd like to invite Mr. Jiang to join me on the stage.
Okay, thanks for having me. So from your presentation, it seems like you know Alibaba Cloud products like the back of your hand. Before you continue, let me warn the guests. We've highlighted the benefits of your technology during the entire course of conference. So, in Alibaba, there's a saying, we saw it to make it easy to do business anywhere. So, what can you offer to our developers and customers?
You're absolutely correct. We're going to offer big discounts for some of our newly launched products.
Wow. Okay, so what the product is this? So, by using it with Ali language. So, what is the logic behind the product selection?
That's a very professional question. Since the beginning of the COVID-19, we have seen more enterprise collaboration and telecommuting, which become the new norm. Internet traffic also boosted.
That's right.
Which might present more security challenges. Today, we are going to offer 2 security products at great discounts to help customers to meet these challenges.
I see security is definitely important to personal users, but is also a core concern for enterprises. So for enterprises to accelerate their operation efficiency, but what's more important is to prevent hacker invasion and the leak of data, and all these risks need to be prevented. So this is critical.
While you really know the industry, today we are offering a huge discount on the first cloud-native SaaS firewall, Alibaba Cloud Firewall. The discounts on this service will go right up to 50% off.
50%?
Yes.
That's practically giving it away. And
Yes,
also,
we are.
you need to know that you're speaking to the public about this. You're going to adjust this product price significantly?
Absolutely. Our security services are designed to help more users protect their business and data and to meet security compliance requirements.
Easy, easy. You started off by announcing 50% discount. How are you going to top that in your next announcement?
Patience is a virtue, Mr. Jiang. We have another discount to unveil. AliCloud's worldwide infrastructure consists of more than 2,800 CDN nodes, all of which integrate web protection capabilities. Today, we are offering CDN WAF at a quarter of the listed price, 75% off.
That's 75.
Exactly.
Wow. I really need to say Alibaba really strives to provide the best security products and services at the best price.
Mr. Jiang, don't be carried away on our discounts. This is just the appetizers.
The appetizers.
Yes, we are also giving away something even more exciting, a free trial.
Trial for free.
All the product portfolios that we launched today, including the Apsara Video, Max Compute, Cloud Native Database, and the Teambition, all will be included in the free trial campaign. This is part of our initiative to help enterprises embrace Alibaba Cloud.
Wow, fantastic. You got us hyped up with a 50% discount. That's not enough. And also in the second one, you lower 75%. Or give us that discount, and then we'll have a free trial. But in terms of this bonus, I'm a little bit greedy. And I think these are just not it, right? Because this general, kind of like bonus, not just for our product, we think this should be from the origin of these product.
Indeed, AliCloud strives to build a stable and reliable cloud infrastructure for enterprises and developers. This is our cloud-native development environment. Did you know that 3.5 million developers have already migrated to AliCloud? At the same time, we are also actively giving back to the open source community. As of September this year, our open source initiatives and open projects combined have reached over 2,000, over 23,000 community contributors, and almost 1 million GitHub stars.
Wow, amazing.
In 2020, we plan to continue to be open and provide new open source projects in the machine learning, open API, and cloud native fields.
Well, I've got to say, the openness and sharing spirit of Alibaba Cloud is really, really impressive. Well, of course, we also hope that Alibaba Cloud, as the leading cloud computer vendor in China, can further drive the diversity of our ecosystem and also lead the integration of technology.
Yes, diversity leads to a higher degree of integration. We expect ourselves to be more open-minded, embrace open source, give back to the community, innovate and foster mutually beneficial alliances with partners, and accelerate the digital transformation of the industry.
I'm impressed by the sense of social responsibility that Alibaba Cloud has. And also, we hope that you can bring more offerings to our users and customers at the next conference, okay? Okay, thank you so much. Please be seated. Alright, that's all we have scheduled for this conference. I believe that through the 4 chapters today, you have a clear understanding of how digital intelligence is poised to redefine the future. For more new and exciting content, check out some of the other sessions of the Apsara Conference. Thank you.
Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah Sakit Apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah Sakit Apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah Sakit Apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah Sakit Apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way, charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way, charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way, charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way, charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way, charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah Sakit Apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way, charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah Sakit Apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way, charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah Sakit Apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way, charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah Sakit Apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way, charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world, technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for Change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah Sakit Apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah Sakit Apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah Sakit Apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah Sakit Apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan bagi para pasien umum dan bedah. Technology cures in a better way. Charity for our world. Technology for our charity. Let's do it together. Tech for change. Rumah sakit apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia. Dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Dihadapi oleh jarak tempuh yang jauh dan juga pandemi COVID-19, semakin banyak masyarakat yang memerlukan bantuan kita. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di rumah sakit apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien. Rumah sakit apung ini akan memberikan akses kesehatan.
Hello everyone. I'm basically in charge of Ali Cloud's HPC. I'm He Wanqing, and I'll take the next 15 minutes to talk about HPC, its upgrading for different industries, and the products as well as technical details about HPC 2.0. And I hope you can understand new features of HPC 2.0, and it's based on industrial applications. And if there's any takeaway for you, I hope you know that there is also private cloud based on X-Dragon servers. And thirdly, I hope that we'll be able to share with you the solution in this regard and allow more people to use HPC. And as for HPC at Ali Cloud, basically, it's a powerful tool for cloud-based scientific engineering computing. And as for this part, it has a prerequisite that really requires high floating point performance on single node, and also it should be having low latency and broad bandwidth to have the parallel file system, and also using that to figure out the MPI communication and support large-scale read-write and through SCC, and it's based on X-Dragon, and also it has EBM, that is elastic bare metal, and also it has Rockies high-performance network, which has low latency as well as high bandwidth, and both on I/O and network, it can be connected all to the X-Dragon server and have the same internet performance. And also we have the CPFS, and on the right you can see that through this computing cluster and the visualization cluster GPU and our cloud image station and all kinds of nodes and internet storage, then we can really put together a on-cloud computing cluster, and through EIPA, we have the dispatch of tasks as well as job support and also auto scaling. And we see that an increasing number of clients want to start from private cloud and try to connect that with their offline cluster. And that is the reason why we roll out SCC private cloud. And it's based on SCC X Dragon and our own base. And it combines supercomputing with X Dragon. And we have the all-in-one offline and cloud service basically for the high performance. And there's another benefit for consumers. It's not just about local private cloud management cluster, while at the same time on cloud we have the VM cluster for universal computing, and you can also deploy other cloud containers to support cloud native computing, and it's 3-in-1, I would say, strategy. And for the initiation, you can load OS through Cloud Disk. And for fast-growing enterprises and research institutes, they can basically combine new researchers with traditional R&D in this way. And now I'm going to talk about new features about HPC 2.0. And basically, it's actually for the prerequisites or demands from users in different industries. First of all, we have dashboard in clusters. Through this, you will be able to see the cluster overview, for example, the number of nodes, the jobs details, and different instances combination, and also all kinds of graphs here, and you can see that in a real-time manner. And since there's different combination and auto scaling, then the cluster is really dynamic. While at the same time, a lot of scientific researchers as well as engineers, they've already been used to share interface to adjust all the nodes, and within and among these nodes, we can either add or delete them manually. For Workbench at Ali Cloud, we have this remote control access. That is to have the login to cluster with one click on the console. And of course, we will protect all the data and be compliant. While at the same time, on eHPC, we can make full use of auto scaling. And as for auto scaling, it can do auto scaling on workload on CPU. And users, they have certain requirements, for example, what kind of nodes to preserve and to get rid of, you name it. And in the process, we just roll out this visualized operation and management based on auto scaling. And you can see we also done optimization here. When the new node pops up, it can only take about 1.5 minutes and can load all the mirroring of the nodes. And when it is doing the scaling and based on productive measures you have, you can set the time between 4 minutes to 15 minutes. And it's really hard for us to predict is there any new job coming in within the time span, and therefore the setting of the parameters can be really important. And in order to simplify the learning process for users, then for the entire eHPCs, we have the work template. And all the data and scripts will be used from time to time through this template. So it is with parameters so that the end users can truly focus on their production as well as R&D. And a lot of cloud users, they feel like the model on cloud computing as well as the actual business can be different. And in this process, based on their requirements, we have this dynamic audit to do the multitasking. For example, we got our statistics, but it is combined with instances, accounts, and different jobs paying. And in this way, all the information can be connected to operation. And the changes of number of nodes is closely related to auto scaling as well. And in this condition, by optimizing the job dispatching, then everything will be done in an efficient manner. And we always consider optimization. A lot of on-cloud and offline optimization experience, it cannot be accumulated traditionally, and it all boils down to the wisdom and skills of optimization engineers. And on cloud, we have all kinds of performance data. And we have the HPC tune as a product, and on cloud, it can base everything on the actual operation, and through cluster analysis to process analysis, and then through calculation, it will be able to find hotspots. And for Ali Cloud in backstage, we'll do the synchronization for the functions you ticked and eventually do the optimization as a result. And here is an example of that. You can see the working conditions here and different parameters after being synchronized, and you can see the hotspot or bottleneck if you like. And all these guide us to do the location very fast for rendering as well as weather conditions predictions. And we hope that optimization can be transformed into either semi-auto or fully auto products. And we can also accumulate relevant data on cloud. And also for GPU and also cloud workstation, it's basically for visualization as well as manufacturing simulation. And we have combined HPC, and we'll be able to demonstrate our calculating results in this way. And everything about the process could be achieved through HPC. And for all these new breakthroughs, we'll be able to really support manufacturing simulation, movie rendering, molecular dynamics, or even life science, and also for weather simulation and oil and gas energy exploration and development. We've got clients in this regards with high standards in this regard. And as for semiconductor simulation, we have the high main frequency and big memory service, and we can also DIY our products to meet the very demand of storage up to 1.5 TB. And this is actually our solution. And here comes two examples for your reference. And before that, on cloud, when we're doing supercomputing on cloud, since we have this refined auto scaling as well as resources holding, then everything can be presented in the form of ECG. And after you open up the auto scaling, you will be able to see the resources use scenario here. And I won't dive into that, but all of these can demonstrate the application properties, the scale and pattern of production, if you like. You can see there are those of genome company, filmmaking companies, and also machine learning related companies. And if we can combine ECG with the production patterns, you will be able to see why there is abnormalities in terms of heartbeat from ECG, and it can further help us to do the optimization. And later there will be another two experts to brief you upon its application in terms of film rendering as well as life sciences. And here comes two examples. The first one is about migrating Geely Enterprise's simulation platform to the cloud. And in the first place, it's only about 17,000 cores capacity, but later after optimization, it reaches 22,000 cores. And as for the efficiency, it's over 40%. And of course, on public cloud, we have achieved simulation nodes, management nodes, as well as graphic visualization nodes, and it can be kept stable for a longer period of time. And for industries, they require computing power, while at the same time, enterprise level stability over the long run. And in terms of grading and maintenance, it will not really interfere with its production. So it is with meteorological service. And for this industry, it has an extremely high, or the highest requirement in terms of latency or bandwidth, if you like. And that is the reason why we roll out the private cloud of SCC. And now I'd like to give the floor to two speakers. The first one is Dr. Ding Sheng, College of Pharmacy of Tsinghua University and GIDI, and also IT Director Chen Xiangzhen, working for more VFX, and they will share their ideas and insights with you later. And that's it for my sharing. Thank you. Hello everyone. GHDDI Director Ding Sheng. And for GDI, it's sponsored by Gates Foundation, Tsinghua University, and Beijing Municipal Government. We're a not-for-profit drug R&D research institute. And based on COVID-19, we hope to make full use of the resources and data to empower institutes all over the world to speed up the research and innovation of new drugs for COVID-19. And we have two platforms this year being brought online. The first one is by making full use of EHPC, that is the first of its kind, one-stop information sharing platform targeting COVID-19. And we have released already 70,000 pieces of small molecular information and simulation data and all the deep learning machine for training of data and screening results as well, while at the same time by MPL technologies to gather together all the clinical trial information and literature information in a real-time manner, and on a daily basis we're going to release reports, and altogether we have over 600 versions of it and have already provided information to researchers as well as thesis writing. And also we've got EHPC based platform. It's actually a virtual COVID-19 screening platform, and it can really facilitate the discovery of new drugs against COVID-19. And we have the one-click prediction and searching function. We can search for example, any properties about compound or probability of target binding. And as for different projects, we have the tailored high-throughput medicine development platform and computing sharing service or function. And as for enterprises without comprehensive R&D capacity but enough knowledge to gain the relevant support. And we've now joined hands with CAS, Institute of Biophysics and Microbiology, and also Peking Union Medical College Hospital to even have one step further. And basically that's my sharing about GHDDI. Hello everyone, I'm IT Director Chen Xiangzhen, working for More VFX. Maybe you don't know too much about our enterprise, but I believe you have seen one of our work. For example, like the Wandering Earth, I believe you are very familiar with them, and that's one of our work. And with fast development of internet, and it's really hard for you to imagine why, for us, like a part of the film making industry, how we do the work all by hand or manually, if you like. We have really generated a lot of data on a daily basis in the working process, and we have to work with the local rendering farms, and everything was done by man. And in this way, we really have to introduce more advanced technology to improve our working efficiency. And as for the entire film industry, we indeed need the new technology to do the acceleration. And in 2019, we worked together with Alibaba Cloud to work on the supercomputing power required process and to put that online or on cloud. And we worked extremely hard on special effect movie, and in our working process we require a lot of computing power, and for different projects over a different period of time they have different demands for computing power. And then for the in-house farms, the two farms within our company, the first one is the normal one, and the second one is about intensive one. For the first one, it's basically about normal operation or normal machines, but as for the second one, it's basically machines for computing, and altogether we have 2,000 computing machines here, and we've already got super strong capacity. But during the peak hours, our capacity is not enough. But during the low period, I would say there will be a waste of resources like waste of AC. And traditionally, we will list some of these servers and put that into our computer room. And if we hit the limit of cooling within the computer room, then we'll still try to contact rendering farms outside of the company. And in the first place, we simply use the hard drive to do the copy of data, but it's low efficient. And as a result, sometimes the data we collect is not complete, and we also see the inconsistency of data, and the result is not that good. And then we will really have to double check the entire process to see where it really goes wrong. And it's a big headache for us, really. And that is the reason why, in order to resolve this issue, we do have to move everything onto the cloud, and we have a private line for that, and we will make full use of Cloud's HPC to really deal with the working load, especially during the peak hour. And as for moving to cloud, it has large capacity and great elasticity. And we can do auto scaling. For example, if we need 200 computers, we can do that very fast on cloud, and we can release that if we don't need that many. And it's really important for us to improve the working efficiency within the company, because a lot of the time can be devoted to our work that is rendering itself. And then, in terms of the working efficiency, it has been improved. Why do we need HPC by AliCloud? The biggest shining point, in my view, is that it has its own distinctive feature, that is the asynchronous cache of files. It can resolve issues like the NAS I/O pressure, as well as the bandwidth issue of our lines, be it public or private cloud. That's our biggest demand now. Using HPC, we can base everything on the actual working load as well as cycles to do the auto scaling. And I would say HPC, compared with the traditional tools, it can really help us improve working efficiency. And the biggest concern is no longer about whether we've joined hands with AliCloud. And during the pandemic period, we already achieved remote working pattern and resume our working production. And for our industry, it's not easy for us to really ask engineers to work from home. We have several issues at play here. First of all, when they're at home, they have their configuration issue of their own PC at home. When it comes to special effect making, we require CPU and GPU, and their computers at home might not satisfy the requirements. And secondly, it's about data. Even if we send all the data to professionals' home, they could not really use that because we got large amount of data being stored at offline NAS. And as for the entire production process, we rely heavily on data. And if we just transfer data through internet or just do the copy by hard disk, it's really mission impossible, I would say, because for every project, it's over 100 TBs data, and it's really impossible for us to do the transmission of data through either internet or through copy by hard disk. And thirdly, it's about data security. We have very strict protocols in this regard in our industry. And as for film association requirement, the asset data could not really be released or leaked in any circumstance. Therefore, unlike any other internet enterprises, we could not really have extranet here, because the biggest hazard is the leakage of data, which is totally unacceptable. And fourthly, it's about network access. During the pandemic this time, nearly 200 people working in different locations. For example, some of them in Beijing, some of them tier 2 cities, and they use different access, for example, China Telecom, China Mobile, and Wi-Fi. And for some of them, they have their own data, and some of them share data, and that. But through cooperation with Ali Cloud and with a private line in place, it's really easy for us to overcome all these problems, and all the artists through Ali Cloud's desktop and as a springboard to get themselves into the screen in office, then it means that even if they work from home, they could share exactly the same information by remote working and really ensure the entire smoothness and
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone from Ali Cloud. My name is Yo Liang, or known as Yun Long. Very glad to be here to share with you the Dragonfly AI Accelerator AI ACC of Dragonfly, the optimization of large-scale AI. So the four parts of my sharing. First of all, about the uses and challenge of large-scale deep learning. Second, about large-scale deep learning. So they are application layer, framework layer, resource layer, three different layers. So in the resource layer, I've got GPU server as a computing resource. In terms of network, we use TCP network to make this communication. Is for storage, we use HDD or SSD hard drive to train and store the trained data. So in the framework, we use TensorFlow, PyTorch, AMSnet, Caffe or Kaldi, all these mainstream AI computing frameworks. At the application level, we use computing frameworks to form its image application. So normal deep learning, what are the issues of that? And first of all, it's about the training time is too long. Some of them training one model, it requires a month to complete. Some of them, they require a week to complete. And second is about the training dimension is too narrow. Some of the training dimensions only 100 or 1000 that cannot demonstrate some more complicated issues, cannot solve even more complicated issues. So now let's see, why do we need large-scale deep learning? First of all is through large computing resource, we can reduce the training time. For instance, in the past, if we need a month to train that, we can reduce that to 1 week or even an hour. And second is about we can accelerate the algorithm upgrade, so we can increase the efficiency of optimizing the algorithm. And third is to increase the compatibility of our product. That's from two dimensions. First is from speeding up the upgrade of our models, and second is from increase the complication of the models to increase the dimension. So now I'm going to share with you the application are from resource layer, computing resource. We need these large-scale GPU servers to make parallel computing in terms of network capability. We need large-scale TCP or RDMA network to use these large-scale communication. In terms of storage, we need to store large training data to be stored. In terms of the schedule layer, we need these GPUs need to be scheduled, container needs to be scheduled. In terms of framework for TensorFlow, PyTorch, Caffe, all these resource framework to use a distributed computing. And then the application level, we need to construct a large-scale image identification, CTI anticipations, and so on. So let's see the pain points of large-scale deep learning applications from 3 points. First of all, is from the resource layer. First of all, large-scale GPU cluster is very difficult. The construction of that is difficult. We need to buy these huge clusters of GPU servers. It's really costly. We need these IDC, large-scale network, large-scale power supplies, and so on. We need large-scale TCP or RDMA network. It's very difficult as well. We need to plan these large-scale switches, nodes, and also the traffic north to south and east to west. To keep its stability is difficult as well. All these are industrial pain points, and
Then to construct a large-scale file system, we want to make them unified, compliant, stability, and that is difficult as well. All these are pain points. And then in terms of scheduling layers, we need to schedule these large-scale GPU servers, containers, and the trainers and logics need to be scheduled together. All these AI frameworks need to be scheduled together. And this is difficult as well. Third, in terms of framework, new framework layer or this AI framework, they are really different from one another. These AI frameworks, they're doing distributed computing. The performance is not that good. So if you want to do a pinpoint optimization, it's difficult. Therefore, we have an upgrade of the large-scale deep learning architecture. So one, let's see the resource layer within Ali Cloud. You can buy the GPU server and you can make up the GPU cluster large scale very easy. Just use the network capability. You can just form your TCP and RDMA network. You just use CPFS and you can have a parallel file system in a large scale, and you keep your server, network, and file system stability. And second is from scheduling layer. Just use fast GPU and Google CM. We can make your GPU cluster, use ACK of containers. You can schedule your large-scale container. The third is from the framework layer. If in the framework layer is with a relatively lagged behind performance, so we have the AICC and Dragonfly. It provide all these accelerators of training and interface, and as you can see, it supports all these mainstream AI frameworks. The AICC structure is like this. So first of all, for different the interface of each framework are unified and abstracted, and also we have these basic communication libraries and entrance. We have a unified accelerator bank, and within that bank we have the very in-depth optimizations of merging, compress, and communication. So AICC advantage from these 4 points and highlights. One is from unified acceleration. We can accelerate these major AI framework to accelerate them. Second is deep performance optimization. You just need one core code to the computing power. We can optimize all the computing powers and network capabilities. Third is from open source compliance. We keep ourselves open code. So if you are open source, if you write that to your model, need modifications, you can just put it to us. It's a seamless upgrade. So, and third is about elasticity. So upscale and downscale according to your need. Release the resources, all depend on you. So you can have the highest cost effectiveness. So here I'm really happy to share with you ACC won the first place in forward ranking by Downbench. Downbench is a prestigious rankings in the world. We have the fastest training speed, lowest training cost, higher speed in training, and the cost is lowest as well. We got 4 world top #1. So now I'm going to share with you the large-scale image classifications about the optimization practice. So this can reach a 10 billion level classification of image. We all know there's a pain point in industries as well. The configuration is they need a GPU in one setup. It uses MSNet, and the storage is using CPFS. Through Ali Cloud Fast CPU and ACK, we can click these distributed training framework, and also through the ACC interface is going to support MC8. It's going to support data parallel and model parallel as well. So it's from 1 million level to 10 million level. In terms of increase of the performance, 16 GPU increase, 50%, 56% coming to pass, and also it can reach 2.3 times the maximum. If there's 64 GPU, it can increase 3.8 times. The training time decreased from 23 hours to 6 hours. So optimization, this is the large-scale CTR predictions is using in the advertisement recommendations. As you can see, this case, this is a 100 billion level data amount. and this is a pain point in the industry as well. The model is wide and deep. The configuration is 2 GPU. Network is 10G VPC. The framework is TensorFlow. The file is HDFS. Use fast GPU and ACK, and we can get the network and computing power. So we discover that this large-scale computing, its performance is really low. On the right-hand side, we can see the blue bar is the original computing capability, and that's from I/O and communication. That's the barrier. In I/O, through multi-thread reading, multi-cache, we solve the issue in terms of communication. We optimize the ACC. So as you can see, in 2 GPU, our performance increased 3.5 times. In 32 GPU, it can increase to 9.5 times. So the training time that originally requires 50-something hours now decreased to 6 hours. So the optimization practice 3 is large-scale natural language processing, or the NLP. We use Transformer and BERT. Is 8,000 GPU card. As a TensorFlow framework, storage is CPFS. So through fast GPU and ACK, we construct computing, network, and storage and ACC distributed framework. Cards increased to 3.4 times. Training time from 24 hours decreased to 7 hours. So finally is the optimization practice of AICC, deep learning. So in the resource, we can just use AliCloud, GPU, network, and CPFS. So we can allow the construct of large-scale TCP, RDMA, and GPU, and file scale, all these extremely difficult issues to be tackled. In terms of scheduling layer, just use the fast GPU and container ACK. So the large-scale GPU container schedule will become easier for you. Training and logic scheduling and multi-framework scheduling will become easier for you as well. Third, in terms of the framework or architecture, we use AICC, the Dragonfly accelerator. So we can unify the accelerator model, and the optimizations will be unified in different frameworks. And we use this unified performance optimizations to increase all the overall performance. And finally, an application level through open source Dragonfly AICC solutions. With a few clicks, we can help you construct a large-scale, high-performance application. Your performance will be increased 2 to 10 times. It increased your efficiency of conducting algorithms.
The topic is Intelligent DevOps Platform in Cloud Era, Empowering Enterprise Innovation and Iteration. So let's see an issue. As things are going to cloud, the DevOps of enterprise importance is that going down because there are some trends, right? IT is going on clouds. For purchasing IDC, NetGuard, the time and manpower is not decreasing. And the second is the operation is now even more agile. According to IDC report, 60% of large enterprise is now based on cloud native development steps, and now it's now light resource. For instance, the upscale, downscale, reconfigure is now all API. So the human intervene is reduced. So can we have a result that is the operations now online, and the importance of DevOps platform is decreased. According to our experience and interaction with customers, is actually opposite. For enterprise, from purchase of resource, they've now upgraded DevOps to increase of the operational value, and that can be revealed in several perspectives. One is that the analysis of these massive data is now becoming the compatibility of enterprise. So as we can see, the value of density of cloud DevOps platform is actually upgrading, and many of the enterprises are trying to analyze the mass data that they generate to offer a value reference for their operation. And then the business operation time density is now larger. So a stable DevOps platform is really important after the operation and business is all online.
the customer that they can serve is increasing. A system can probably serve a multi-billion customers. So how do we use the reliability of a DevOps to maintain the reliable and usability of the business platform? And also, the business is now really complicated. We need a more high efficient way to make our analysis. So when our operations are now going online, what we need is a more smart DevOps platform. So the value density of the DevOps platform is upgrading and increasing as well. In order to construct that, what kind of challenge will we face, and what kind of the things we need to fulfill? According to Hong Code, these massive malfunction and informations, before that, there will be thousands and majors of hidden hints in logs or monitoring or log analysis. Smart DevOps needs to meet 4 requirements. One is fast or quick. We need to quick pull up alarms, and then it needs to be multi-dimensional to multi-dimensionally make data analysis. And third will be more in-depth. It needs to more deeps, more insight, and then a full lifespan from second to deal with second data to a year-long data. In order to construct this smart DevOps platform, what kind of challenge will we meet? According to our experience, these are the challenges. First of all, is massive logs. How do we use fast analysis and warnings? We have this billions and trillions of logs. How do we do our search inside? And these massive amount of logs, how do we keep them stable? And then the system is really complicated. The monitoring system have dozens of different types of data, but how do we increase the efficiency into more dimensions? Second is from massive logs. How do we get our important data that we need? For instance, our error log. We have like tens and thousands of them. And within that, how do we find the important data? And then is these massive data. We can do a real-time analysis. But if it's a year-long log, how do we save them into different places or archive or even backup or baseline analysis? As a matter of fact, Ali Cloud in these recent years was serving Ali Group and Ali ecosystem and our massive customer. We are all facing these problems. And through our experience, SOS, Smart DevOps platform, for the login data and metric data and tracer data, we have these unified gathering analysis, so we can fulfill the needs for the monitoring and the auditing requirements as well. In a faster manner, multi-dimension and more in-depth requirements can all be met. So there are some of the advantages that we can have. Analytics and warning systems can be done in seconds. In a second, more than 1 billion of data can be sent back, and more dimension to make analysis. We have this high multi-dimension search and visual searching capabilities and so on. We offer this capability to our clients. And third, we have a more in-depth detail insights from a second level detail to an error AI point and status forecast to help our clients get into the details and find issue. And finally, SLS is offering a full lifespan data flow system. So we have just developed this function to satisfy different clients, different ways of analysis and archive requirements. So as you can see, through different demands, we can provide different process to the data, like separations and placings and so on. So we can put the logs into some data warehouse or shoot them into data OSs to archive them. So the technology is a social platform, and Mr. Zhao is going to share with us and provide us some insights about what have they done. Now, let's connect to Mr. Zhao, to Milian Technology. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Very pleased to have you in here in the Apsara Conference. We all know that Million Technology is a leading social platform. For every day, you're generating many logs. So when you are constructing the DevOps platform, what kind of dimensions? This is a social platform as our product, so the stability of the system and the log search, real-time log search is our major demand. So 3 points. But first of all, we do need to have the log capturing capability because we've got different services and we need to be real time. We want the log search to be fast. And third is about some of the key actions. We need to have some security requirements. That's about it. Okay, so Yidui is the SLS long-term service client of Ali Cloud. So when you're constructing the smart DevOps platform, can you tell us some of your experience? When we're still small, we do have an ES that is our own platform, but as our size grows and in terms of the real-time and scalability, the search of log is not meeting our demands anymore. So after we connect the Ali Cloud log service, all these solved, and the Ali Cloud log service requires some of the different functions that we really need and to increase our efficiency. And according to the massive log that we receive, we can locate one specific questions. And also the Ali Cloud log service, the latency is really low from gathering the log to making the analysis. The time is really short, and also the other services like database and so on, it's all connected to Ali log service. So more and more service is now based on the log service in Ali Cloud. So we now gather our own monitoring indication system. So after we receive issue, the warning will be shining towards us at a really fast manner. So in terms of increasing our scale, it offers some really helpful insights. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your wonderful sharing. I believe that your share is going to bring us some new insights to our other clients as well. Thank you again, Mr. Zhao. Okay, thank you. So, besides the smart DevOps platform, the smart log can be used in other scenarios. For instance, like the operational analysis, like the IoT, real-time analysis, and also log audit and compliance. But due to time limitations, we cannot go to very detail of these functions. I would like to welcome you to scan the QR code on the screen, and that will be the end of my sharing. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm from the storage department of Ali Cloud. I am Mu Luo from Table Store, and Table Store empowers DingTalk to upgrade of DingTalk. So that is a core device of message storage in DingTalk. We already have 5 years to co-develop DingTalk, and DingTalk is really different us to see some of the challenges they encountered in DingTalk. Also during the pandemic, our two teams, we fight together and get through the difficulties posed by the peak traffic and caused by the pandemic. Okay, so next we'll invite Daye. In the past few days, DingTalk is developing really fast. Today, we have more than 300 million of users and 15 million enterprises and groups making learnings and doing their jobs here. So are growing our business operations. We're getting opportunities and challenges. First of all, we have higher and higher quality requirements. We need customizations are asked by the clients as well. And we need all data roamings and all these different types of functions in order to satisfy the large enterprises communication demand. We need to support more than 10,000 or even 100,000 people groups. So after the pandemic, the IM system is increased and expand. We have more than 100 billion message in one day, and that has become our core challenge in recent years. So in this highly complicated and large-scale challenge, how do we increase our reliability and usability? In order to solve these problems, we made a lot of optimizations to our system. One of the core is about storage upgrade and reform. We have these two functions require storage system. One is called the message store, that is storing all the chatting data in our users. Second is a synchronized chat. That's two. So first of all, it needs to be support to these really complicated business environment. Second, the system needs to have really good parallel expandable capabilities in terms of support. They need to have 4915 reliability in terms of usability. In terms of cost control through IM operation, and we need to have hot and cold data storage capability. And elasticity needs to be ensured as well, so we can ensure a sustainable development of our business operation. So table store is offering a really good support. So in 2020, our storage devices all now upgrade to table store, and to lower our cost is realized and further increased our horizontal expandable capability. And next, Mulo will be introducing how table store is satisfying the IM's requirements. Thank you, Dai, for your wonderful sharing. And next, from the technological perspective, I'm going to share with you how tables support the DingTalk message storage and to optimize this customizedly. So first of all, let's see the timeline message model. So and also that is real synchronized and roaming storage and online unlocking with optimized all this. For instance, is the first timeline model. We've got these three parts. They are meta, queue, and data. So for the queue is the main carrier of message in IM. All these inbox and outbox is an independent queue. So the structure of queue is relatively simple. They've got a sequence ID for time and sequence. So that is a support to all different types of formats. All the timeline is equals a meta. For a timeline can be a chat or a group, and it needs to be described by an element. And the saving, we've got two cores. One is the synchronized space, and another is storage space. These two message space is the two tables in table store. In that table store, they can store the limitless timeline queue, and also chatting data can be stored in there. From the abstract, they are saving the same thing, but these two different scenarios, they need two different configurations. For the information storage, it needs an inbox. We need a longer TTL. So we have the more obvious hot and cold differentiation, and we have PB level storage. And also for the synchronized space, the inner timeline is the inbox of the user, and the TTL can be really short. We need high performance storage to ensure the usability. The timeline is a abstract model to the table stores optimization in terms of scale, performance, and cost are all optimized. They cover all these types of scenarios of storage, unlocks, and so on. For the timeline model, it can be duplicated to fit stream, so it's customized for IM timeline feed stream. And after that, based on table store, we have these message. We have this message system best practice, so we can see how do we write a message in there and then send it to the message base. The process have storage, notification, and storage, and also it's going to support data roaming, message roaming, and will be right into the synchronized space. And also it will be an index will be generated, so it can be unlocked. And we have these 13 different base. So the storage base is going to store all these different base. For hot and cold storage will be done. A multi-terminal, multi-edge polling for the original data, and blur searching is supported. Table store is getting the 3 storage of these. We have now one. This is for IM and feed stream to simplify the design and further upgrade of the model, and also it requires and also it supports PB level storage, the distributed storage. And also the searching function can now be done in milliseconds. It can be low cost. So those are the timeline model, and then the IM best practice. Now we can further support. It can also supports IoTs. Wonderful. It can provide multi-data model besides timeline, and we have one column and time stream, a dimensional engine. We also have solve list service to maximize supports PP storage. Distributed architecture can auto detect malfunction and recover. And the reliability is ensured. These searching capability, unlock capabilities ensure compliance to open source as well, to fulfill the P-computing, stream computing, delivery, analysis, and so on, in order to better compliance into different scenarios. Table store offers a comprehensive upstream and downstream ecosystem. So it's from automated connections and so on. For instance, for these DTS, for the operational data can now go down to table store, be analysis. So that is a platform for the platform. The SLS can now be saved into the table store. It's connected to IoT. The thing data can now be stored into cloud real time. The data work can now be combined to work pipeline and data stream. So for the low stream, we have connected to multi-dimensions like mass compute. So the data part we have integrated as well to fulfill the real-time requirements. So that's the introduction for table crime. It can really support a lot of function, and the large computing power offered by the infrastructure can fulfill more demands. And we help DingTalk to break its own breakthroughs. So through DingTalk has a IM-Pass platform is constructed with Ding is using MySQL, but now all the data migrated from MySQL. Initiation saving cost now is lower 60% distributed. Storage is usability increased. And finally, the conclusion. Table Store's goal is to construct a future data platform. We will still keep upgrading our own model to connect into more different terminals, and search capabilities will be completed as well to offer unified storage, stream computing, and the data part will help the data analysis. So I would like to invite you to scan the QR code to enter our technical group to share with you more insights and best practices. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Xin Dai, the product manager of Ali Cloud Intelligence Storage team. Today my topic is Ali Cloud Infrastructure supports data-intensive innovative business. With the digital transformation of various industries, big data has been more and more widely used. Here are some examples. The first is the astronomy and meteorology. Observatory will use professional telescopes to collect meteorological data and then analyze and compute the data, thus providing accurate weather report for us every day. The movie Avatar used 40,000 CPU, PB-level data, and huge network bandwidth to render 4 pictures for over a month. That's how the typical and most complicated data-intensive business auto driving. To explain to you how storage solution can solve problems we encounter in this kind of scenario. One was that he told me that it was auto driving. I said, does it mean that you can preset your destination before you go and then you are free to do anything, even to fall asleep? He said no. On ramp or in poor road conditions, human interference is still needed. I said, it should not be called autopilot. He then told me another term, auto assistance driving. Indeed, this term is much more accurate. From this example, we can know that in the industry of auto driving, we are still in the stage of partial automation, which means we are still in L2, and there is still some distance from full automation, which is L5. The environment poses great requirements for auto driving. For example, the system needs to identify the weather, whether it's raining, foggy, or snowy. And it also needs to identify the type of cars in the front and at the back and decide whether it's the best time for overtaking. Therefore, auto driving needs to constantly improve algorithm for higher accuracy. Gartner predicted in 2019 that auto driving would be the future trend. It also means that we have to constantly use big data processing and machine learning algorithm together with some other technologies to accelerate the upgrade from partial auto to full auto. It implies the importance of big data to this industry. Here comes the question. Do you know how much data an auto driving car can generate in a day? According to incomplete statistics, it can generate about 20 to 100 TB for an auto driving car to drive for a day. With such great amount of data, after the data is collected, what challenges will we have in the data transmission, aggregation, storage, and computing? And how the storage solution of Ali Cloud can help you to deal with those challenges. Notice that their clients or have their staff carrying hard disks to transmit large amount of data. Don't be surprised. This problem not only occurs to auto driving industry, but also many other industries. The second challenge is the small file with high throughput. In auto driving, the data collected includes many small files of images, geographic information, etc. In the big data processing, the business faces the need of small file with high performance. In conventional storage system, a performance bottleneck is easily formed because of the centralized metadata management structure that's failed to meet the requirement. The third challenge is high storage cost. The collection of massive data requires corresponding storage capability. In order to cut cost, many clients are adopting the measures of hierarchical storage or layered storage. The code data will be stored in some hardware tape libraries. This is undoubtedly a good solution. The fourth challenge is the compliance control of geo-information. In China, the geo-info is under certain compliance control. Only specified organizations can be allowed to collect and process the geographic data. It is a challenge for the auto industry as well. Today, I'd like to share with you how Ali Cloud Storage Solution can help you to solve these problems. After the data is collected, we will offer you the Lightning Cube service of AliCloud, which supports clients to quickly migrate massive data. We once supported one of our clients, 115, to migrate 100 PB of data. It can also support end-to-end encryption and CRC check, guaranteeing the safety and consistency of data. After being moved to the cloud, the data is stored in the object storage system of AliCloud. We also offer the CPFS distributed file system service, providing ultra-high performance of reading and writing. Combined with its unique routing of a CPFS, the data will be rewritten in the AliCloud Object Storage System, namely OSS. Based on the lifecycle management strategy of the file, the system will archive the code data so as to cut storage costs. What's worth mentioning is that in May 2020, Ali OSS officially launched 10 times increase of SLA, equivalent to 99.995% of availability. With that, our clients can be more at ease to store their data on AliCloud OSS. We mentioned another challenge in auto-driving before, which is the governance of geographic information. To solve this issue, we discussed many times with the auto-driving expert of AMAP, and we decided to leverage AMAP's expertise in map and diversified products to help clients to meet the requirement of geographic information compliance. This is how AliCloud storage solution can help you from the quick transmission of massive data, high-performance storage to warm and
XPeng Motor is China's leading designer and manufacturer of smart electric vehicles, and is a tech company that integrates cutting-edge internet and AI innovation. XPeng is committed to proprietary products and intelligent manufacturing to create a better mobility experience for users. Each day, XPeng produces dozens of terabytes of data from Internet of Vehicles, a business of the smart vehicles scenarios. If these massive data volumes directly written into hard disks, performance and data protection cannot be guaranteed. Also, the transmission of these data to cloud computing clusters is an extremely complicated issue. Hundreds of terabytes graphic processing units needs to repeatedly and randomly access the data in the train set. This means that the file system must provide low latency file access to accelerate the training process. In this situation, traditional offline network attached in NAS involve storage performance bottlenecks and does not support elastic scaling capacity and performance. Therefore, the system cannot provide low latency file access needed work resources. It also provides XPeng with a tailored high-performance computing and storage solution that features vehicle-mounted hybrid cloud data collection and deep learning. The AI operating system is the core technology of smart vehicles. Each day, sensors collect massive volumes of behavior data that requires simulation and deep learning. This poses major challenges to storage, throughput, and latency for requests. First, for data collection and transmission, we use the data protection encryption technology of data transport. We guarantee a large amount of data. Data transport also integrates an on-cloud lifecycle management function. Data is automatically stored in OSS access driver can be based on set rules. This solution simplifies operation, increases efficiency, and significantly reduces our costs in terms of data analysis. Cloud parallel file system of Alibaba Cloud helps XPeng easily cope with performance pressure. The throughput of CPFS elasticity guaranteed to 100 gigabytes second. This reduces latency of random access to small files by 800% in certain training and deep learning scenarios. This solution increases speed by 300% and significantly improves capacity. The storage solution of Alibaba Cloud helps XPeng save time and costs, improve security and computing efficiency in the ease of the entire process, from data collection, data transport, and data upload through data computing.
Ultimately, it has helped Xpeng increase the efficiency of collaborative R&D to IOV technology of 40%.
Welcome back. Just now, we used the case of auto-driving to deeply explain how the storage solution of AliCloud can solve the problem of data transmission, high-performance storage, and warmer in many other scenarios, such as gene sequencing seismic cloud to quickly migrate the data. In terms of the problem of small file with high performance, we have a CPFS product series, which can help you to have the AliCloud OSS SLA with 99.95% of availability, enabling layered data storage and also minimize the storage cost for the clients. AliCloud have a big family with many other storage products. We hope that by expanding features and improving functions of these products, we can offer more stable and high-performance storage solutions to all of our clients. This is my presentation today. Thank you for your attention. I'm Xin Dai, Product Manager of AliCloud Storage Team.
Hello everyone, welcome everyone to the Cloud Native session. Today I want to briefly share with you our understanding of Cloud Native Database by Alibaba Cloud Database. From our perspective, we think that Cloud Database has opened a new chapter. We will fully enter the era of Cloud Native. Let's look at some standards and trends that we've discovered in the industry and the history as well. From the early stages to the later cloud-native application architecture to today's cloud-native, the development has gone through a vigorous historical period. Our cloud-native has become a de facto standard for cloud-native databases in industry. It has 4 features. The IT infrastructure as a cloud is the first feature. Our storage, our computing, our network will all be clouded with cloud extension technology. We realize the pooling of resources on cloud. For example, our storage pooling, our computing pooling, as well as others, can be on cloud. Also, we've seen the deep integration of artificial intelligence, machine learning technology with database systems. We've seen that database intelligence is making great strides forward, making our applications, our database, and our enterprise-level users to use and optimize our cloud-native database system more easily. Another very important thing is the ecologicalization of our data. The cloud of the database is not just a matter of the database. It relies on the surrounding ecological tools and our partners to make our applications cloud. So in order to give play to the advantages of cloud-native architecture, we need to have our PolarDB. It's a cloud-native database. It integrates the advantages I just mentioned. It provides the ability and the advantage with high concurrency and processing. PolarDB is the first native database among all cloud vendors in the world to fully support all versions of different systems, from MySQL 5.6 to 8.0 to just now with the introduction of MySQL 5.7. And let's look at several new launches. So the first is the PolarDB's computing package, the second is the PolarDB story package, And the last one is PolarDB's global database. Our concept is very simple. To allow users to use cloud-native databases and computing storage resources and the cloud-native databases, just like paying normal bills, we use the form of storage package calculation to manage the application of resource tools so that users can truly achieve demand-based applications and pay according to the amount used. So we're able to reduce costs and increase efficiency. Also, in the new version, we provide a computing node and a distributed shared storage. So it provides a very, very good price-performance ratio for SMEs. In our standard version, we provide PolarDB with the ability to write and read multiple computing nodes, as well as the ability to separate storage and computing. So all their needs can be met. In addition, we have also optimized the online library and our history library and introduced our unique LSTM-based technology for the history library, which greatly reduces the cost of historical data storage in our native database. Lastly, I'm happy to share with you our global database with you. PolarDB provides this ability for cross-access, so our applications can access data nearby. Our customers in many industries, such as our customers in the gaming industry, or our customers in the online education industry, often need to deploy their applications in our computer applications in different regions of the world. We hope that our customers' applications can access data nearby for reading and writing. So we're able to achieve global consistency, and we can access applications nearby, which improves our efficiency and reduces our costs. Also, for financial cloud customers, our average price reduction will reach more than 30%, and highest price reduction will reach 47%. In this way, the cost will be reduced for our customers, but our efficiency will be improved, so they can achieve greater business success. Next, I'd like to share another new product of ours. We will further expand the native architecture of PolarDB. We'll move from cloud native to cloud native plus distributed, which is our cloud native DBX. Please look at our architectural diagram. DBX is actually our ability to expand horizontally, and we are able to put share story and share everything together. It has a great advantage. First, it can be expanded at an almost unlimited level using horizontal expansion of distributed transactions and distributed queries. We're able to expand. Also, we're able to increase the efficiency of shard. So in this way, for the same amount of data or the same concurrent request, we will greatly reduce the traditional distributed database. So we're able to offer the next generation enterprise-level cloud-native distributed database. I'm very happy to invite our customers and our users to use our cloud-native plus distributed DB+. And also, I'd like to talk about some other new products. The first one is called MyBase. Why is it MyBase? In fact, I guess you may have noticed from its name, the logic behind this is very simple. The intention is simple. We want to allow our users to enjoy more of the independence from using cloud-native databases. We give lots of permissions to our users. We use a dedicated model to provide open OS permissions, and our users can flexibly configure resource or schedule resources at the same time. Our users can enjoy the core capabilities of our Alibaba Cloud Professional Enterprise Level Cloud Database. In this way, our users can enjoy a private cloud database on the public cloud. At the same time, these users are supported by our Alibaba Cloud database, as well as cloud native control. My base aims at large and medium-sized customers and provides a very good fit for the needs of them if they require independent and controllable needs. Welcome to use it. Lastly, I want to talk about the standard version of our RDS. We'll continue to evolve and improve the capabilities of cloud-native and enterprise-level databases. For example, on our RDS, our next-generation RDS will fully embrace cloud, disk, and ECS. This means everything will be on the cloud, and our storage is on the cloud. And we will use our storage and computing separation technology to provide RDS capabilities for storage and computing separation. Users can use ECS on the cloud to flexibly expand capacity and support high concurrency and low-cost storage capacity. Also, we have a wealth of enterprise-level capabilities. For example, our countrywide RDS products support many standard enterprise-level security features, such as audit. In addition, we've launched our intelligent and smart control products on our RDS platform. It's called DAS. As the name suggests, it uses intelligent and smart technology to create a driverless cloud database platform, just like our driverless cars, which can greatly simplify the user experience. Operation and maintenance on the Alibaba Cloud database platform improves efficiency and reduces costs. Also, we have also integrated our Alibaba Group's many years of practice on our RDS. We have launched a 3-node enterprise and financial version, as well as other new features. We hope that our users can enjoy the advantages brought from a hosted cloud database to an enterprise-level cloud-native database on an RDS. Lastly, I want to say our mission of Alibaba Cloud Database is to help our enterprise-level users to provide a faster, stabler, and safer next-generation enterprise-level database. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm very glad to be here at the Apsara Conference to share the Forrester's latest research with you. So Forrester is the largest third-party consulting agency and research agency. So now I'm going to talk about some of the research we make for Ali today. And the topic today is how to improve comprehensive cloud database services and build a data-driven, adaptive enterprise. At the same time, we're going to talk about an overview on the study about the total economic impact of Ali Cloud database services. So we all know that we are now in the year of 2020, and this era is, according to Forrester's definition, is the era for customers. We're going to surround that. And for that, technology empowering enterprise and consumers is something we need to do. So we need to grasp the concept of customer first and to grasp the opportunity of digitalization, customer experience, customer operation, digital ecosystem, digital innovation. These 4 different aspects, we all need to grab them and march forward. And so in the process, we can see that under the customer era, data is the most strategic asset for decision makers. According to our
research from Foster, 94% of the CEO, they think that and believe that the data is about customer needs and performance. They are critical. And on the other hand, 30% of the chief data officers of global enterprises, they report to the CEO directly. That means the importance of the data for strategic value within data. If we focus on Chinese market, we can see what China is facing is domestic, international, political, and economic challenges. We can see that in the economically, we're in a transformation area. The COVID-19 is impacting the market. According to our anticipation, the 6.6 growth annually of Chinese GDP is going to be decreased, and also China's market is has its own very characteristic. So how do we speed up the inner loop is something we need to think about. So in order to tackle that, we need to be really adaptive in order to tackle the challenges that we're facing right in front of us so we can survive and develop. On the other hand, if we want to tackle all these challenges, what we need is we need to increase our capability in technology in market organizations. So in terms of the adaptive technology is that through platform, we need to increase the next generation of our innovation chain. So that cloud platform and public cloud platform is something really important to us. From another perspective, if we look into data, we can see in the past decades of development, no matter it's data or no better is the demand for getting the insight, that actual demand is changing. Years ago, we don't have a lot of data and they're really structured, but today what we're facing is massive data and these unstructured data. So within that transformation, there will be all these different issues posed to the enterprises, like do we have enough technological capability to support the transformation? Our operational flow, can we support that? And also for the cost and budgets, can we support the new era? So as you can see, that's the idea what we're talking about. And throughout that change, we can see that enterprises is boosting their speed onto clouds to realize their big data strategy. We can see that the big data strategy can really use its elastic, its manageability, and its cost from bottoms infrastructure to the middles platform and all the way to the top application layer for our scientists, developers, and specialists to offer great support. So that's why we define this as the database as a service. It's an important foundation for big data capabilities and cloud platforms. And also for database as a service, we need to be self-serve, it needs to be highly secure, it needs to be highly elastic, and also for internal different data source within the enterprise, we need to deal with them and make analysis for them. Also for the new assets that is about to join, we need to be able to develop them. So that is the thing we're talking about, which is database as a service. Facing this kind of new market, we can see there are more than a third of the infrastructure decision makers, they're now adapting database as a service. They're now migrating to clouds. Hopefully through this public cloud platform, they can actually hit their goal of big data. So for migrating towards cloud, for tackling this trend, what kind of capability we need? So as you can see, there's a great change of trend in that. For 10 years ago, which has just started, we can see they're really isolated cloud service from infrastructure to platform layer to application layer. It's all separate. So today, all these services, they are merging together very organically, and this is a whole new platform as a whole. So this coordination can bring us really good bonus when doing digital transformation. So now let's see what kind of capability do we need for database service. So from the platform side, what do we need to have in terms of framework and structure or architecture? For architecture, we need high availability, great performance, and also it needs to be able to deal with all different types of operations, works,
workloads and so on, and so that it can help our digital transformation. For development, we need to cross the overall lifespan from getting the data to the applications empowering, and all these vertical empowering is something critical in this phase. For other directions, like the architecture's development, we need to be able to face the future-proof. We need to empower that, and also for the data security, for the user security, for auditing, for data protection is something that we need in this part, and also the electricity on the clouds. How do we ensure that? This is something we need to think about, because this is an important foundation of how can we empower our clients and ourselves. So these capability is the capabilities that we need in order to get into database as a service. What kind of technological value or operational business value can it bring to us by having these opportunities? Let's see. So we all know that database is a service with all these different types of values and technical features, from computing, storage, network, and so on, and including all these building functions as well. So for computing, we need the write and read separate. The computing and storage is separate. And also the mainstream computing needs to able to compliance with a lot of SQLs, versions of SQLs. And we have distributed storage, multi-duplication, copy text, and also we need the elasticity of expand and downscale. For the computing, networking, do we support RDMA? If we do, this is going to help our throughput. And from the bottom layer, we can see that charge on demand is something we need. Why is that? Because it's going to help us to get the best economical performance. On the other hand, we can see all these different characteristic features of technology is going to help us empowering greater values in terms of business. We can be more agile, high performance, workloads, the control of the cost, and also for the continuity of these operations can provide great support, and it needs to inherit our traditional assets then developed. Besides software, we also need to think about software plus hardware, because without the support of hardware, we cannot maximize the performance of our software. So we need to be very effectively to upgrade or modernize our hardware structure, like computing, networking, storage. For the RAMs or storage units, are you using enough SSDs? Then if we have the modernized hardware, we can have enough capability for us to march towards the future of the software. So by having that, all these capabilities, we should adopt a really certain way. What's that way we're talking about? That is, we need to embrace our partners. By empowering our partners, we can speed up ourselves. So Forrester, in this industry, we're publishing some research reports. What you're looking right now is something we published in the second quarter last year. So as you can see, we got different vendors of ratings. On the right hand side, you can see in the vertical is the power of the capability of the vendor, and horizontally that's the strategy of the vendors. If it's more towards the upper right, that will be the leading vendors. And we're very happy to see Alibaba Cloud is in the strong performance region. And besides that, we also see that a lot of decision makers within the corporations, they really need these analysis of case studies to help make their decisions. They don't just need to know the cost and revenue of these certain technologies, but they need to know how much percentage of their performance is increasing. In strategy-wise, what kind of risk are they facing? What opportunities are they getting? So these comprehensive elements is what they need. Therefore, in recent years, Forrester is launching all these products, and this is called the Objective for Total Economic Impact, or TEI framework. We can grab all these elements
into it to help our enterprise grasp the right opportunities for their future. And also, getting offer from the Ali Cloud, we made these analysis for the products of Ali Cloud, and due to some really sufficient methodologies, we have made surveys, due diligence, and so on to get the first-hand news from the customers, financial information, and so on. We build a financial model for that, and then finally we draft the report and launch the report. So if you're interested in this kind of study or report, and please feel free to contact our colleagues from Ali Cloud to get this result of our research. So as you can see, we're in the center of this customer era. So in the future 10 years, we're facing all different challenges for uncertainties. In order to better tackle these challenges, we need to improve our technological adaptive capability. And based on the public cloud database as a service, it can going to bring us more tech values and operational values. So I'm going to conclude this by a line from Bruce Lee. It says, don't get set into one phone, adapt it and build your own and let it grow, be like water. Therefore, dear friends, let us be like water to embrace the public cloud-based database as a service to be ready for the next 10 years. Thank you, everyone. I'm Charlie from Forrester.
Hello everyone, I am Yang Xinjun from Ali Cloud Database because I worked in the US team, so people also call me Jimmy Yang. So today I'm going to introduce the PolarDB Cloud Native Database technology, especially the MySQL versions report on its development. So as you can see, these will be the contents that I'm going to talk about today. Because the time is limited, we've only got 15 minutes. And I'm going to cover a lot of things, so I'm going to try to be fast, and please allow me to do that. So first of all, we're going to talk about PolarDB, and it's growing rapidly now. So a lot of you might already know this PolarDB. However, I think I still should talk about the architecture of PolarDB first. PolarDB is developed by Ali Cloud team. It's based on MySQL and Cloud Native. It has some of its characteristics, such as it's highly elastic. PolarDB is a separating structure between computing and storage. For the storage, it can expand to 100 TB, and also because write and read is separated, so it can be extended to 16 nodes. And second characteristic, that it has high availability, and just like the PolarDB's characteristics of multi-nodes and high performance, so the availability is really high. When the main nodes is unavailable, customer can switch to replica nodes. And the third characteristic is the high reliability of PolarDB. It has a function called PolarStore. It offers 3-copy text, but these paragraphed algorithm to sync the copy text. Because of the 3 replica or copy text, it is really reliable. And also PolarDB also developed a physical duplicate technology. It has lowered the latency between the duplication of different nodes, and also through the physical duplication system, and it can be cross-DB storage, and so the reliability can be further enhanced. At the same time, PolarDB is also using new hardware and new technology, and is in a leading role in the industry. The RDMA network can really reach a low latency. On the other hand, PolarDB still got other great points, such as automatic load balance, and the balance between read and right, and also backup seconds and backup according to time and recover according to time and so on. So that will be the basic introduction about PolarDB. Time flies. PolarDB has been on the cloud for 2 years. In the April of 2018, we've released the 5.6 version of the PolarDB, and in 2019 September we released the PolarDB 8.0. We can see they're in pretty good trend. You can see on this line graph, PolarDB is increasing in the market. And one of the most important characteristics in database is one of them is high reliability. The polar stores and all other components, the physical duplications within nodes has been fully tested within the years. And over these tests, the stability, reliability of PolarDB is increasing, and we have been that those are higher than Postgres, MySQLs, and so on. So now I'm going to talk about the increase and improve of stability. PolarDB team really dig into all the questions that we discovered. So from the outside world, the standard might be this. As you can see, in increasing our internal stability, when we're doing that, we've actually discovered a lot of bugs from MySQL, their official bug. So in the past 2 years, we contributed around 70 bugs for MySQL. Especially for the MySQL 8.0 version, we've discovered more than 50 bugs for them. Besides the official themselves, I don't think there will be another company find all these types of bugs for them. And also, we're providing solutions for them. So, a good news is PolarDB MySQL 5.7 version is going to be officially released. As a release of MySQL 5.7 version, PolarDB is the only provider that is going to be okay with all the different versions of MySQL. From the different versions of MySQL's market share, we can see that the MySQL 5.7 is in the leading position in terms of market share. So announcing the PolarDB MySQL 5.7 version really offers our client more choices, and it's going to help our promotion as well. But also here, why do we need to launch this MySQL 5.7 version of PolarDB? Because each version of MySQL has its own characteristic. The 5.6 version has been 7 years since it's published, and it's small versions of 5.6.49, so it's really stable. And also, there are a huge amount of users. They're still using 5.6 version of MySQL, but functionality and performance is relatively lagging behind compared with 5.7 and 8 version of MySQL. And MySQL 8.0 is representing the open source of database development. It has the richest functions like the amount DDL, like instant add column, and also for high performance, high configuration service optimization, and also for saving GIS resources support. At the same time, the 8.0 versions of PolarDB will be offering a lot of functions as well, like fast DDLs and so on. So after we release the PolarDB 8.0, we do have a lot of user growth. However, more of these new functions are released. It is, well, certainly advantage, but it still needs time to be optimized and put them under test. So MySQL 5.7 is probably, in terms of its functionality, reliability, is the most balanced one in terms of all these aspects, and also it's the first choice for all these enterprises users. So for their demands, in order to fulfill their demands, we released the MySQL PolarDB 5.7 version. So welcome all of you to take a trial at that version. At the same time of launching that, we actually also launched the PolarDB HAS. So in the past, we are selling for multi-nodes, but now we're offering single nodes. But today, a lot of SMEs, they want us to offer them high cost and high performance database for them to tackle some sudden requirements or demands. So we do then launched this general version. This version offers users a single nodes version, and by using single nodes, they can still enjoy some enterprise level functions, including RPO equals equal. The availability is 99.95%. If there are demand, users can switch from single nodes to double nodes or multi-nodes. That's achievable, and that in a very fast manner, really, within 10 minutes. So next we're going to talk about the new features and changes of PolarDB in the past 1 year. So PolarDB is a cluster of shared database, and it has this high duplicatability. We don't need to limit ourselves into one region. So this year we launched a global database. In the global database of Ali Cloud, we're deploying PolarDB using parallel duplication, physical duplication technology. We can achieve multi-appears of information. And also, this is really agile. You can deploy this in one region, multi-database. You can deploy this in one node, or you can deploy this in one country. And you can deploy this to different Alibaba data centers all around the world, different database. So really, this can offer our users a cross-geographical region and crisis prevention. And also, it can provide our clients closer geographical reach, so we can boost their speeds and so on. So this year, another important function for PolarDB is that it's going to support the separation of buffer pool. So in the past, although we do separate our our storage and compute, but if the buffer pool needs to reboot or it's out of memory, the resource is running out, if it requires a reboot anyways, the buffer pool's hot data will need to be pulled down. After the nodes is reboot, the loading of this data is going to take some time. On the other hand, the logic of buffer pool is really relatively simple. And also it's going to keep more hot data. So if we use buffer pool we pull that as a single appearance, and that's going to prevent us from taking the time to reboot and reload the data. As you can see on this, to reboot a computing nodes and loading those data, it takes around 200 seconds for it to run to the optimal functional performance. But if you use this function, there's no trouble when you need to reboot. So this is a archive storage function called Xengine, and this is based on LSM3, highly compressed archive system. So as you can see, this is a compressed algorithm. We have 3 to 10 times of storage space of compression. For cold data archiving demands, if you have that, and this is a good news for you, if you don't need to get this data too often, you can archive them. Also, we have relatively new functions like single table recovery. Now, the storage system of PolarDB, we do have a second level inquiry and search system. But a lot of time, our user they don't need to recover the whole database. They just need a single table. Now, PolarDB is supporting that function. Based on the fast search, we can recover a single table and then download to the original database. So it's going to provide a really good recovery for a lot of industries, such as the gaming industry. We can recover a single table or a designated table. Last year, we actually talked about the transaction system optimization of PolarDB to MySQL. And this year, we made more optimization. We actually break through some of the performance bottleneck and to improve some of the future performance possibility. So we can see here in this high loading scenario, our performance this year compared to last year is even better. Well, in the past, we talked about the fast DDL, past DDL cooperative co-index, and this has been put in online. We can see now we now report this to our previous version. The Qui index has been decreased in terms of time, and in the maximum level, we can decrease the time to 1 of 13 compared to past. In the past 1 year, for our I/O bond, we have made some system optimization, and one of that is for the asynchronous AIO optimization. The optimization really increased a lot of performance in 1024 threads, and the performance can increase 2.5 times. At the same time, the hash join optimize has been done by PolarDB towards MySQL. That's in PolarDB 8.0. Through these cardinality, we generated an even better join order. So in terms of algorithm, we increased the hash join performance. On the other hand, we're going to support some of the other hash joins of shareness by using multi-core boost and join order optimization. We reach more than 10,000 times of performance increase. PolarDB and also have these new features of execution plan management. For instance, for the execution plan management, we can ensure the high quality plan to save into a assured plan, so we can prevent the plan is wrong and then causing malfunctions of the system. Another function is we actually reach this fast query cache because MySQL canceled the query cache. Now we're taking it back, and also we did a series of optimization. We eliminated some of the comprehensive lock, and we use non-lock data structure to ensure high load performance, and also we've increased our RAM and optimizes availability. So on this performance bar graph, we can see the optimizations towards performance is pretty clear. And finally, we're going to introduce that the PolarDB is actually empowered by Damo Academy of Alibaba. After 2 years of research and study, PolarDB had gathered this overall encryption technology. It used cryptology and reliable server technology. It offers end-to-end encryption technology. So the users in the application terminal, they can use their own private own key to encrypt their own data and then upload the data onto database. They don't need to hand over the key to the database. The database, by not touching the key and the actual text, it can make inquiries, it can make managements, and so on. So for the database for encryption technology, it used a trust technology in terms of OS and all the processes. It's all independent. Anyone cannot enter or interfere that with any mechanism. So if the user needs to make inquiries, what they only need to do is they just need to pass the key and pass it into a reliable hardware, then it can be done, because anyone else cannot get the key. And then the database will send the encrypted data into decryption within a trust hardware. So the hardware, the trust hardware over here, and also the cryptology policy can ensure the overall security and safety. And this Damo Academy, it really solve a lot of issues in terms of compliance. As an independent compliance, it can be single appears in PolarDB. It's also supporting data recovery tools and so on. So it's really convenient for the users to get their unencrypted text into it, and also with auto transfer encrypted and unencrypted information. So that will be the end of my presentation and sharing. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am from Ali Cloud Container. My name is Yi Li. It's the sixth time for me to be at Apsara Conference to talk about container and cloud native technology. Today I'm going to share with you the container product from Ali Cloud's latest progress. Today there'll be three parts of my sharing. First of all, it's about container service. And second, we're going to introduce the new features of our container product. And then finally, from hybrid cloud to distributed cloud architecture progress or evolve. So since the container has been launching out there, it has been 4 years. We've been serving tens and thousands of enterprise customers out there. We've witnessed the high speed of development of container technology. It's become a modern standard. Kubernetes today has now become a international standard. You can see they can pack the resource, and it supports the application. It's now become kind of like the OS of the standard OS of the cloud system, with the edge computing, public cloud, and private cloud environment. So as you can see, up for Kubernetes, there's another new service grid as well, and it speed up the development and DevOps of the containers. And today, more and more people are using the container technology to speed up their progress. And Ali Cloud is offering a comprehensive cloud-native container product like Kubernetes ACK to provide the best running environment for the ACR, managing all the cloud-native application product for the ASM, helping enterprises speed up the next generation of cloud-native architecture. And today, we're welcoming the new launch of our products. The first is the ACK Pro version, and that is for finance, large IoT, and large enterprises. They have higher requirements of stability and security, so they need a better Kubernetes environment. It has its own advantages, for instance, like based on Dragonfly architecture, it's providing a great performance on hardware and software. And secondary, it has a really good capability of dispatching its resources to lower the cost. And then third, it's offering a full scale of security for enterprises. And this is the first batch, the first cloud product in China to pass the security screening of the cloud container. So today we have the new container SLA, and then I'm going to introduce some of the key technology based on Dragonfly architecture. We built the next sandbox containers, the Sandbox 2.0 of Ali Cloud. It is use lighter virtual technology compared to Docker container. They can offer better isolation of security and resource. You can put this in ICK to become a Dragonfly bare metal deployment, optional deployment. So this is one of the key technology of our ECI as well. The Sandbox 2.0 got certain features. First of all, it's really elasticity, and it's high efficient. It get really light kernel, so one you can secure the independency, and it can be really agile as well. You only need 50 ms to start it up. In a single machine, you can deploy more than thousands of ECS, and also the bare metal performance through its coordinations between hardware and software. We can put the Dragonfly architecture into best use. You can use the best resource of the CPUs and so on. Comparing with Kata container of open source, the performance is 30% higher, and also based on elasticity,
and we have the new Spark and saving plan and all these new ways of saving plans and all these new ways of billing. You can lower the enterprise's cost for more than 30%. Safety sandbox technology is also supporting the evolving of our product. For the Tucson future is a autopilot enterprises in China for vehicle driving. So based on our technology, we can simulate the autopilot system in all different kind of scenarios, road conditions, weathers, and so on. So in only a second, thousands of nodes can be started. It decreased more than 60% of the model testing time and to be wasteless of the resources. And for Weibo, it can face all these sudden hot news appears. And Ghana anticipate that in 2023, 70% of the AI service will be deployed on cloud-native technology and container. In the past few years, we're helping like Weibo, like Haoweilai, and also our internal group, like computing platform. We help them to construct the AI platform based on cloud native through container service, ACK, and for these different resources, we can unify the control and manage of them to lower the cost. So using internet GPU or CGPU, this innovative technology, we can increase our resource efficiency, increase 2 to 4 times. And also through K/S optimizations, we can increase the AI computing efficiency in model training and so on. We can increase our efficiency and performance to 20% higher, and we can construct a reversible, replanable, and reconstructible service line to increase 50% of the efficiency. And then the ACK is now introducing the Cloud Native AI Accelerator. So you can see as the AI computing power, AI construct boosting, acceleration, and computing power rearranging can all be speed up. So our clients can construct their needs, construct their performance that they need. So for Haoweilai or TEL Education is a online education provider in China, and based on the our AI platform, they can reach 80 million per day, and through a GPU allocation and dispatching, they can save more than 50% of their cost. So this technology really helped internet, gaming, online education industry around the world lower the cost and to increase their management proficiency and efficiency. So the ACREE is the Container Registry Service Enterprise Edition, as you can see, is offering a enterprise level security, and you can we also got mirror screenings and so on. So for multi-dimension, can provide you the higher security level, and it supports the accelerator of global mirror. So you need to file this once and deploy this globally. Through optimization, through all the pipelines, the successful rate of the mirrors is now 99.95. Comparing to self-construct, the cost really significantly dropped. So we can use the K8S cluster for them to be linked to the nearest warehouse mirror, and we can lower the management cost and to increase the usability of the service, the ACR, and also increase the development, the delivery pipeline to simplify the DevOps pipeline for application delivery is now ensured. So the container software, you need to deploy your service in multi-geographical regions around the world. If you use ACREE, the cost is only a third compared to construct yourself. Ghana anticipate that most of the enterprise will use multi-cloud or hybrid cloud. It is a new norm that we're going to face, and Kubernetes container technology really blocked out the differentiations of hardwares, and you can now have a better management capability. Last year, Ghana also mentioned that distributed cloud is a new trend. In the future, public cloud serviceability will be deployed in different geographical locations like edge
and enterprise IDC, so they can help the enterprise to use public cloud products, best performance to help them. So that is just what we're doing right now in Ali Cloud. And today we have the ASM service, GA, and it's going to be full compliance with the E still. So the ASM, the control side is in Ali Cloud. The user cluster only got the data platform component. So we have the service grid and K8S lifespan is all connected. The elasticity, upscale, downscale, scalability can all be ensured. The ASM, and we have all other productivities all merged in here. And so the operation cost is reduced. And this month, ASM will officially be out there for commercial use. So ASM support all different types of computing infrastructures in the user service grid. It includes our ACK from Ali Cloud, Service Group Native Cluster, and also in your database, your current KAs will be supported as well. Through our CEN and SCG, it's offering the network mutual connection capability. We can easily realize cross-geographical, cross-environmental microservice structure, and the ASN service grid, besides supporting the container applications, is going to support the VM and physical machines connection, so you can smoothly migrate your architecture to cloud. The WebAssembly technology is also introduced to service grid. You can largely decrease the function expansion that required. So for some main technology is using our ASM technology, their R&D just need to focus on the application optimization instead of hardware. So we can they actually reduce their time cost 70%. And their debug time decrease more than 80%. So the Ali Cloud ACK help you deliver the best distributed cloud management capability. So the ACK can control the K8S cluster of Ali Cloud in your IDC database, and your K8S can be controlled as well. The manager just need to go to one dashboard, one platform to control all these different clusters. So the elasticity of hybrid cloud, the backup and redundancy of the clouds can be ensured. It's all equipped. And also we have a unified IT control dashboard using our overall managed capability offered by Ali Cloud. We can offer the security, visualization, and observability to offer to the enterprise, like the safety measures, auditings, limit of traffic, and so on. So, and also we do have this as well. The we can use GitOps to distribute this into some safe environment, and through Git code warehouse can all be managed together. The delivery delivery schedule can all be rollback, can all be traceable. It largely increase the stability of the whole system. So the complications of this will be reduced. The chance of error will be reduced. The delivery efficiency can be higher than 85%. Last year, we introduced the ACK at Edge to help the enterprises increase their cloud-native capability to Edge. Just within a year, this is now applied in audio-visual live stream, cloud game, logistic, communication, transportations, city brains, and so on. We're going to use the core capability to contribute this to open source community to offer you the non-intrusive cloud to cloud. The control will be easier. The edge units will be support the unitized deployments, the close edge point server visit, and so on. Like Hema Fresh, based on our ACK at Edge, they construct their cloud edge nodes and the whole system. So the new store, if they need to open a new store, they can increase 70% of the efficiency and 50% of the cost and resource will be saved. Finally, thank you for your listening. Cloud native is our future. Hopefully we can join our hands to speed up the cloud native technology to maximize the cloud value. Hello everyone, I am in charge of Haoweilai AI mid-stage technology, and today I'm going to tell you about some of our AI infrastructure in Haoweilai company. First of all, there will be the challenge of AI service in cloud native. Second will be the deployment of AI and cloud native service. Third will be the governance of AI and cloud native microservice, and how do we combine KS and Spring Cloud. So first of all, we're going to talk about the challenge of AI service. So the AI service got characteristics, for instance, like it requires better computing resource support and a higher stability is required. So our service not only a single service, but a cluster service, and also the stability of the performance from 3.9 to 5.9. That's the evolving, and so the service is not just something can be tackled by the traditional technological structure. So we need a new one. So who is the new technological structure? That is the cloud native. So now let's look at cloud native. They're posing some changes to us. There's two of the changes, well, are like 4 key points. First is the developer characteristic, or the DevOps, and the continuous delivery and container and so on, and also service deployment and service governance. Also, we've got 12 elements, but today we'll be focusing on a server. We bound them together, so that means if we register in the LB address in Spring Cloud, we turn that into KS server address, so the KS and Spring Cloud can be combined. That combination is like router level combination, so they're pretty effective. So we all know Spring Cloud is a Java service. So AI service, we have all different types of languages. You got Java, you got PHP, you got C++, and so on. So how do we go across the language? We do have Sidcot. We have the AI service communicate through Sidcot to communicate. So the language is now uniform. So it's good for discovering, service discovering, and registration, health checks, and so on. So that'll be the end of my speech, and thank you for your time and listening. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am from Agora. Today I'm going to talk about a K8-based distributed load balance system for edge computing. So today this speech will be separated into 2 parts. First of all, we're going to talk about the previous pain points of the load balance oriented to edge nodes, and today I'm going to talk about how do we actually achieve the load balance in edge computing right now. How do we solve the pain point? So first of all, is the pain point. In the past, when Agora is using the load balance oriented edge points, we use DNS service, and we actually discover that the DNS successful rate on public network, the success rate is not that high, it's around 99%. At the same time, we actually discovered that the up limit and down limit, the DNS reaction is relatively slow. It takes around 10 seconds if it goes fast. If it's slow, it takes around 2 minutes. So then we are trying to use some new model, new solution, for instance, like soft loadings and so on. When we're using soft loading, we actually encounter into some issues as well. In different regions, the traffic it's not that stable when we are forwarding. For instance, if I got a region north of China, and south is another region, and then it's sometimes it's not that stable, and then the load balance do have some, the nodes do have some connection breaking risk. And also when we're trying to go globe, and how can we actually distribute all our loads and traffic is something that we need to think about. So as you can see, these 3 are the 3 main pain points in Agora. So how do we achieve the load balance in edge computing right now in Agora? So when we're designing the load balancing edge computing, we actually ask ourselves three questions. First of all, how do we introduce outer traffic to connect it to our edge nodes instead of go through DNS or SLB? So we actually came up with an idea that hopefully we can use allocation to replace forwarding. And second is the edge nodes when we're upscaling or downscaling for our operation. Can that be senseless? So our design right now can ensure that it can simultaneously happen when the operation is still doing. So we can still do the upscale and downscale. And next, I'm going to talk about how do we actually make it into practice in terms of going globe. So in this part, we can see that right now, this is how do we achieve the load balancing edge computing, and that is the basic logical architecture. So the user will come to request for the AP, that is the access point, and it's going to send a request to the access point, say I need a address, and then the AP will to request the control a node, and then the control log will go to the ACK edge pod, use dev inside to report all the pod situation to report to control. And then the dash line, as you can see, that is the control. We don't have any operational information conducted in there. When the control returned AP the result, and then the AP or the access point will tell the result to user, and the user can directly connect to the result of the allocation. That is the ACK edge. So as you can see, the firm line over here, that is the actual flow, connection flow. So the user can be connected into the ACK edge directly. So in this PPT, we can see these are the functions of different nodes for the access point. The main function is to respond to the request of connection from the user. When they receive the response from control, it's going to tell the users what address do you need to connect in, what pod do you need to connect in. And then, in terms of control, daily is going to provide the health check to our nodes, and is going to maintain some of the regional carrier informations and so on, and it's going to tell the to answer AP request. In the ACK edge, we do have two parts as well. In each node, we have each dev inside. For the dev inside, that is the access platform, and then it's going to report to control its health status and so on. As for the dev inside, it integrated the C++ pull from the control. So as you can see, this is how we actually do it. And here the key point is in control. So the control service over here, as you can see, is a connection for up and down. So it's taking the customer request and sending back, answering the request of our customer. So it's this consists of a few parts, as you can see. One is filing the request, the user info. The user info will tell the AP the request. The AP will send the IP, ISP, and location, including what kind of business does the user need, the resource requested by the user, and all these, for instance, frames and so on, or the bit rate. And so these five information will be passed on to control service, and then for control service already got the IP of an ISP of different nodes and the location service, and also the health condition of the nodes, and what kind of infrastructure can it provide, infra service can it provide. So according to the allocation policy, it's going to mix match the edge nodes, and then it's going to return that information to access point, and then the AP will then answer that to the user, and the user can directly connect it to the pod. So that is something really important. That is the allocation rules over there, something really crucial. That is like this. And the allocation rules, we've got a few parts. First of all is our basic rule. So the basic rule, that means no matter which stage are you in the allocation, you need to follow these principles. The three principles over here. The first is the health condition of the nodes. So I cannot let any user connected to an unhealthy pod. And second is when I manually blocked or banned some of the database or nodes or blacklists some nodes and so on, you cannot connect the user to these nodes. So these are principles, and under the principle, we will divide the rules into 4 parts. One of all is the first stop. So the first stop is one of the most prioritized series of rules under principles. So there's something like if the user is on the blacklist or the user is not on the whitelist of allocation, or the user is over the quota that were provided, then the user will not be connected. And I will use these rules to see whether he can be connected or where to be connected. And we'll identify the user are using the BBP, because we got there's pretty different in terms of allocating the ISP. And then I'll get into the allocation logic, some basic ones, including they're going to be on the same ISP. We'll do our best for them to get them into the same ISP provider so that it's more smooth. And then the second is we'll determine in the geographical location, we'll try to get him to the closest edges nodes as possible. And then we do have a resource control. For instance, in certain edge nodes, their load is higher than 80%, then I will not throw any users to connect over there. And the fourth is their business operation demand. In this age, what service are we providing? When they're sent to the access point, we need to do another time of mix match in terms of the service that they need. And also, we do have a post rule. For the post rule, no matter in the previous rules, the post rule, I'll try to fulfill these post rules. So for the nodes, I'll try to balance the load balance for different edge nodes, and then we can conduct our special test on distribution or the allocation of nodes for our preference. So as you can see, these are the rules. And the third is about the integration of the control service. So this is the integration, and for AP and control, we're gonna put them together, so they're in the front end to control the flow, the traffic. So besides them, we do have a control panel to control AP plus control. It's controlling the blacklist of connections, including allocation rules and the governing of that and so on. It's going to all be set at the back end. So the ACK will use daemon set plus edge pods. Now we're using daemon set, and in the future, for some of the daemon set, we'll probably develop them into something like controller, sort of like a controller. So what we just mentioned is how are we going to solve the how are we going to replace the forward from allocation by using allocation? So that actually solve our globalized issue, because the globalization requires a lot of deployment. So we need this edge load balance deployment. We need to deploy the edge in different areas, different geographical regions. So we do have a slide over here. So just to keep it simple, we use Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3, but perhaps Zone 1 can be China, Zone 2 can be Europe, Zone 3 can be America. So in these three regions, I'm going to deploy our AP and control for the edge, and they are spread across the world. So we need to make a differentiative deployment. So there are a few rules we need to fulfill. First of all, it's a zonal architecture. We need to ensure that the access is within the traffic area. What does that mean? That means the Chinese users will be connected to China's AP, and they'll be using the control service in China. So the control will need to answer the request from the Chinese AP. So they're going to visiting within the zone. And second is about the the control split of control service. So AP plus control plus edge nodes, they can make their service independently. They don't need to bank on other nodes and edge. The third part is that our AP and control panel and our control and edge, they're all a full match relationship, which means when the data from other continent will be sent to their nearby continent as well. So, for instance, if the control service in China is dead, is crashed, and when the user accesses a Chinese AP, the Chinese AP can go visit the European control, and then the European control will send their request back to the Chinese AP, which means, and keep it simple, the Chinese users will still be able to use our service even if the control in China is down. And that can ensure that in all different regions, even if the AP got an issue, even if the control got an issue, the service is still running. But the latency will be high, however, the usability is ensured. So that is how we actually realize the globalized issue. So just like I mentioned, the three main points, it's all within the content that I mentioned. So this is my contact detail. If you got any issues, question, or something you'd like to share, you can please feel free to contact me. My email, my Ding Talk, and Stack. So that'll be the end of my sharing today. And if you got any questions, please feel free to contact me. And the Agora team will be very pleased to answer your question. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Wang Lingzhi. Currently, I'm in charge of the serverless Kubernetes and also the flexible container instance R&D in Ali. Today, with architect from Weibo, Wu Chunling, we will bring you how serverless container help Weibo deal with the sudden hotspots. Next, let me introduce to you about Ali's serverless container architecture characteristics. Let's take a look at the user of containers in Kubernetes. What are they concerned about? So actually someone told me that the cost of their MNO personnel is twice that of the cost of Ali. And also they face the problem of system service and also the stability issue of the server. They said that their Kubernetes cluster had insufficient resource in the day and they're idle during the night. Maybe they can use it to mine. Actually, for their concerns, it's all about cost, performance, safety, standardization, stability, and also flexibility. Actually, 2 years ago, of course, I couldn't give him a very good answer. And for the concerns, in the last 2 years, Ali has incubated the Kubernetes plus ECI serverless architecture. And we can see that based on the infrastructure, we have the ECI, which is flexible, and also its second-level high-performance container delivery. For the standard Kubernetes, it provides the flexibility, and for serverless Kubernetes, it provides the MNO-free resource. In the serverless Kubernetes, we can see that there is no physical node. So we only have the virtual node. With ECI provider, it's connected to the ECI, and one virtual node represents a region. In the standard Kubernetes, there are already some physical node, and they can start a pod of virtual Kubernetes to log this virtual node. And what is the good of that combination? First, standardization. It provides the serverless K8s delivery to save the cost. And we can see that on the bottom right, the paying region. So with ECI, you need to just pay for the ETI pod, the pod level. And that's for the ECI, you need to pay the large scale or the naked metal. And now with this new thing, you really pay just on demand. And also there is no server architecture. The user doesn't need to pay attention to the MNO and also the extra cost. And fourthly, for the stability. ECI and bare metal, they normally affect hundreds of pods, but now it's just one pod when there's a shutdown. And fifth, capacity. When you use serverless Kubernetes, you don't need to worry about the peak time, and you don't need to worry about the peak volume, because with one virtual cluster that represents one region with millions of CPU in respect of computing power. Apart from this, you may all be more concerned about the performance during running. And actually, the flexible container, they can guarantee the container level performance. And then for the CPU and memory and LPS and so on, you can create the pod, and also the pods are not overlapping each other. And as for the performance, we have already got the Ali sandbox for the Java app, and also the feature with better forwarding performance. And also you're concerned about maybe the boosting time. So normally it takes like 30 seconds, and in the last year we did the full chain improvement. We have the code boost with just 8 seconds, and also every day we create hundreds of thousands of data, and 30% of the containers can be boosted within 1 second. And also we established the container mirror cache, and with that buffering, the time of getting the mirror is 0 seconds, whether it's 10 giga or 50 giga or 100 giga. And also for the delivery at scale, one node represents one region or maybe millions of resources. So that's it for serverless Kubernetes. And now let me hand it over to He Chunling from Weibo to share their best practice. Hello, I'm an architect from Sina Weibo. And today, let me introduce to you about the second level of capacity control dealing with the hotspot. So we will talk about the basic and also the summary and the hotspot. So every time when there's something happening, we always feel the traffic change in Sina Weibo. So here, this is about the news of wedding of a certain female star. And the second one is the breakup of a certain female star and his partner, her partner. So we can see that within 3 to 4 minutes, the traffic reaches the peak, and also it's really drastic, more than 50% in growth rate. So with that situation, it's a big challenge for our service guarantee. So how many machines should we have as redundancy? If there are too many, of course there's a waste of resource and also the increase of cost. So for those hotspots, we do have diversified methods to deal with the situation. For example, we have the capacity expansion. Of course, that is the most important thing. For the user, it's the most friendly thing because there is no damage. And also we have asynchronous operation. We may use the asynchronous operation to improve the peak shaving, and also we can use like third parties. And also we have the local cache or local buffering. When the hotspots comes, we can buffer some content locally. And also there are some damaging ways. For example, we can categorize the different business. So with the different hotspots, we may categorize them into different levels. And also for the single machine QPS and also the utilization of the CPU, we would try to limit the traffic. And also for the third-party resources that we rely on, or the RPC service, when there are problems, we would try to fail fast. And just now we talked about the scaling out or expansion. So what is the process of the scaling out? First, the mission or task will trigger the scaling out. We have the connected or the manual ones, and also, for example, the upstream is scaling out, then the downstream will also scale out. And for example, the single machine QPS reaches a certain level, then we will scale out. And when the scaling out task comes to the downstream, we would try to prioritize, because a lot of business owners want to improve their redundancy, so they would try to grab what they can. So we would try to prioritize that. Then we would prepare the resource, for example, the AS. And for the scaling out, we rely on the Ali Cloud ECS and also the public cloud VMs. With IS equipment prepared, we got the IP. With the IP, we can pull the mirror, and also we can start the service. After starting the service, we would do the reboot, and then we would do the LP change. And then we found that the readiness of IS equipment and also the mirror pulling and also the booting takes a lot of time, like 6 to 7 minutes. Just like we said, within 3 to 4 minutes after something happens, we already have 50% of traffic growth. So there's a gap of 2 to 3 minutes. So during the phase, normally we provide this kind of more disruptive way of or damaging way of service. So how can we guarantee that our capacity is ready before the actual traffic comes? Actually, we do have a lot of plans. For example, we have heavy reliance on our own system of Weibo, our own resources. With the slow booting, we can micro our services, because the single services will get to microservice, and they are small enough to be fast. And also, we would rely on the refined coordination system of Weibo to try to compose the online and offline steps, and also for the slow mirroring pulling, we would use pre-distribution of the mirror. So you can see the advantage. We can take full advantage of the resource, but also the shortage is really clear, because within a short period of time, of course, the resource is limited. We cannot just horizontally scale out. And also, if we want to expand the service, then other business owners, they need to try to disintegrate their service. It's not so good. And also, it's a big challenge for the stability, because when you disintegrate, it can cause problems. Second, we can rely on the public cloud serverless container technology, the second level of scaling out capability, and also when we pull the mirrors, we can rely on their mirror buffering capability. Normally they can reach zero latency, and also you can see that we can establish the expansion of our resource, and also we don't need to worry about the bottom level of infrastructure MNO. The shortage is that we have some reliance on third party, and also then it means we need to MNO our own system and their system, and we need to think about how we integrate. Then let me introduce to you about the problems. So we use the first and the second type of solution, and we defined the final solution. Since we have the situation of private service, we got the Tuku, AngoDB, and MySQL, and if we need to scale out, we rely on third-party scale out. When the peak comes, we would do the scale out at certain hours. And also during hotspots like the Spring Festival party or the New Year's Eve event, we would do that. And also we have some fast scaling out. And as we said, the startup is really slow, like 3 minutes, and it's related to our service, because our service relies on a lot of resource as well as third parties. So we can see that we have the self-start and also the start of bean, and we can see that the loading of bean takes the most time, like 90% to 95% of the time. So I think our solution is, of course, we can do the parallel loading, but parallel loading has risks. For example, different threads are loading different beans, and then they have this kind of circular reliance on each other, then we can have the deadlock. So how do we solve the problem of deadlock? Of course, we know that bean loading can be analyzed from top down, and then we can start the loading bottom up. And then we can do the tree analysis of the bean loading, and then we can layer the different layers. And then we would abstract the whole relationship into a whole. Then on the same layer of bean, we can do the full parallel loading. The other thing is that we discovered that when we start our services, a big part is about establishing the link. It can take a lot of time. So for the Motan, in Weibo, this is the RPC service governing system that we developed. So when the connection minimum is 5, it doesn't mean that it connects to the whole server, it takes 5. But actually, to every node, it takes 5 to the provider. So when there's a scaling out, we found that our connection time is double, even quadrupled from the customer's eyes. It's a huge waste, and also the resources are not so connected, and a lot of that is useless. So we would try to integrate to the provider. So we get the minimum connection or the highest maximum as a fixed number, then the consumer takes that much. For example, if the minimum is 5, then if we have 500 machines, then we choose 5 nodes as the connection, then we would improve the efficiency. So with the two solutions, we really reduced from like 150 seconds to 28 seconds, and the time is much shorter. And also the serverless container management architecture is like this. On S level, we have the public and private cloud system, and also on PaaS, we have our own Kubernetes cluster. And also we rely on the Alibaba Cloud AKS and also some other cloud providers. And also we have our scheduling of our service like ECO, and also our scheduler, and also the DCP, the distribution. And also on the top app level, we have the Ready MySQL and also Ready and so on. And for our services to our users, and also the relationship service, and also for the offline computing, and also the streaming calculation, and also the recommendation-based machine learning and AI, and also CI/CD apps are on that level. So when we use this third-party ASK containers, we would do the pre-verification before the solution is implemented. So basically, we do 3 things. One is that we would check the capability of scaling out with parallel, and also whether our business can run normally there. And also the third is benchmark. For example, now we have the ECS VM scaling out system, and we would benchmark whether there is any difference in performance. And of course, you can see the outcome here. For example, 500 parallel, the average time consumed is just 26 seconds. And also with 50 pod, the stability within 24 hours is normal. And also for the pressure test for the ECS performance, and the single machine performance of QPS is basically the same as ECS. So it covers all of the systems, so we need to have some abstracting of the service. For example, we have the logging service on the VM, so we want to build a pod to package that. For example, at the bottom layer, we have the POS container. That is the network and the sharing of the stack. Then we have the init container. We would try to initialize that. And for example, some IPs can get added to the whitelist. And then we have the programming mode containers, for example, for the log connection, and also we have the Weibo mesh there, and also the top level is our business container. And of course, maybe not just one. So now with the mirror, how do we buffer, and when do we buffer the mirror? That is the thing. And we do have a CI/CD system to make sure that before launching, the service is fine. For example, if a developer submits the service code, and then actually there is a process. So we have the submission to the feature to dev, and as shown on the picture, we would check the code, and also we would do the unit test, and finally we would do the integrated test. And if there is no problem, then it can be connected to the developer, and if the developer wants to connect to the master, then we would do the traffic test to really introduce some of the traffic online to see whether the parameters are normal. If the parameters are fine, then we can combine it into master, then we can get a real mirror, and that is the mirror that we need to launch or get online. And then we would do the cache of the mirror. Normally, we get 5 copies of each service, because if there's a problem, undiscovered, then we can quickly roll back. And as for the integration of public and private cloud, we found that there's an important issue of IP management. So actually, IP is the entity of management. And while we are rebooting, sometimes the IP can change because sometimes we redistribute the IP. So in the past, we have our own plugins. During the process, we can use the command IP to get the IP we want, but that system cannot be utilized in public cloud. Their scaling out method has two things. One is DP, the other is pod. For DP, it's integrated, so it cannot be targeting one or single pod. So for Weibo, we would take the granularity of the pod to scale out. For example, if we want 500 instances, then we would get 500 requests. So with the single pods, we can just request for the public cloud. And the other thing is about the onlining or the launching. We know that sometimes we need to restart the Docker. Now, based on the serverless container, we just need to restart the pod. But when we restart the pod, it may cause the change of IP. And also for our own Kubernetes cluster, for the Ali ESK, their ways of management are different. So how do we unify that? So we use the Kubernetes native patch event to get the business container and also the version that we want appointed. Then we just start the business container in the pod, and other containers are not changed. Then it really sped up the process. Then for the pod lifecycle management, we found that there is a lifecycle for the pod. During the process, we would monitor the whole thing. For example, when do we start to charge, and when do we stop the charging a fee, and we need to connect with the public cloud. So we would do the whole process of monitoring on the lifecycle. We rely on the native list watch event to collect the pod event, and then we would draft our own event for the pod. The other headache is the integration of hybrid cloud. Because we introduced a third-party public cloud and our own private cloud, we need to think about how we integrate those. Because for private cloud and public cloud, they provide different service, and even for the native services like deployment, it's a kind of combination, and it's not so convenient. It's for our convenience to operate the pod, but sometimes we found that they are different. So for those systems, we have the stateless operator. We know that operators are for the set with the state. So stateless is a special kind of state. So our operator would have the deployment operations for the sets, and also we have the adding or deleting for the single pods. And also for the pod, we do the full chain monitoring. For example, during the scaling out, we can discover which link has problems, and then we can trace to find the position. For example, during the Spring Festival or nighttime peak or the New Year's Eve, or if we have some hotspots scaling out, we would rely on that system. And also we can see that when real business connects in for the starting time, starting from the preparation of the server to the pulling of the mirror to the start, normally we can reach as fast as 46 seconds, much faster than the time to peak traffic, which is 34 minutes. And we use the namespace to isolate. So after building the system, we have a lot of future outlook. For example, the Tomcat container startup, so that we can make it faster. And also, for the CI tasks, we can upload it to the public cloud management system. And the third is to include more services into our management system. And fourth, the stateful containers can be included in the management system. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I am Ali Cloud Product Manager Kong Wen, and the topic of my speech is born to be cloud native, the evolution of cloud native infrastructure. Today, enterprise-level application containerized microservice transformation is now a trend. According to Forrester estimation in 2019, according to that statistic, in manufacturing environments, the container transformation enterprises will increase from 30% to 75% this year. And a stable, reliable container service platform in cloud-native environment is a successful and a key feature of the circumstance. In 2019, Forrester testing for the containers, and the Ali Cloud container is in the leading position, is the enterprise first choice when they're choosing the container service platform. So why the container platform can get such a high comment by Forrester? That is because of the infrastructure supporting that. So cloud native is deploying fast growing in terms of elasticity, cost, and performance, is posing some real challenge to computing, storage, and network. For instance, like our customers, we do have non-status and short period of times application. So in a hot time, our clients, they need, within a few minutes, they need thousands of pods to be popping out. And also, the operation can be, sometimes it's really agile and changeable. So how do we ensure the cost, the computing power, these points can all be achieved when elasticity is still there? That's the challenge posed by our customers. So after containerized and single nodes, the resource efficiencies will be increased, the density is increasing, and also that possesses higher performance, performance requirements. So from up to down, you can see this application level and the container level and infrastructure level. So although K8S block out the infrastructure's differentiation, however, the operation of the business of our clients can then be operated stably, not still bank on computing, storage, and network. And next, I'll be introducing this one-on-one. So, ECS bare metal server is a hardware plus server, hardware plus software server. So comparing to the physical server, this bare metal service, the week level delivery can now be shortened to minute level, and that can very easily take all the requirements of operation, and we can offer our clients stable, dominant computing power comparing to virtual machine. There's zero waste, zero fluctuate situation of performance comparing to virtual machines. Comparing with ACK plus ACK, we offer this ECS bare metal solutions. The dispatch capability and comprehensive security is something we can offer on Ali Cloud. Comparing to the safety containers, the computing cost can lower 50%. The security and performance can increase 30%. The bare metal server is facing towards the cloud native infrastructure, so that's for the next generation. Is going to support ACK and ASK. Our clients, they can be under one ACK, K8S to control the K8S ECC. So ESS, so ECS, they can use it. And for elasticity, they can use ECI to take it. So we can optimize our computing capability to lower the cost. At the same time, we do have the SSK, K8S service. Our client does not need to focus on the K8S and the infrastructure anymore. They just need to define and maintain their operational application. When there's no traffic, the resource can be turned down to zero. So that is something you can lower your cost. Computing generates a lot of data. How do we store this massive data and analysis? This distributed file storage is for that, for the persistent data. So in AI train, and CICO, and so on, there's massive data generated in computing. There are thousands of pods to make write and read to the shared files. So the
IOPS needs to be higher in the storage system and higher throughputs as well. The cloud native fast upscale and downscale capability is also putting the storage function into test because there will be peak traffic. The permanent data you need to keep for the client. There are issues and difficulties posed by these as well. So today, Ali Cloud document storage offer cloud-native pure electricity and share system according to demand is something that you can do on this in terms of performance, electricity, lifespan management. It's all involved for the cloud-native environment. So performance on AI and analysis and CPFS by Ali Cloud have hundreds of GB levels throughput. And the high-speed NAS, we have microsecond capability to lower the latency, to fulfill the supercomputing requirements in terms of electricity, file saving, supports, upscale and downscale. So you just pay according to your demand. Finance, internet, and all these typical moments that will suddenly face peak traffic. You can just turn on these containers in seconds. For if you have long time requirements for storage of your file, and today we do have capability to manage the whole lifespan of a file. To follow a certain policy, then you can make analysis and store. For the 2.8 principle, you can lower 92% of the storage cost for your files. Therefore, for today's container and cloud-native environment, it is very good for you to store your file on this environment in terms of electricity, performance, and cost. It can all be satisfied by container. In terms of network, today we have the 7 layers of advanced features of cloud-native network. Based on application balanced loading system, so HTTP header or cookie router, we can break up the traffic for A/B test, and all these business operations reachable for this. Is going to support 1 million 2PS, and according to your own operation traffic, you can upscale and downscale and automatic DevOps deployment. It can very good accelerate the fast delivery of your application. Finally, we can see that today the Ali Cloud container platform has served thousands and hundreds of thousands of customers from online entertainment, autopilot systems, IoTs, and so on. That is because of the stability, high performance, and high reliability of our cloud architecture and infrastructures as well. In the future, we'll tackle for the even difficult challenge and to cost a even higher cost performance to our clients. Due to time limitation, and this will be all of my share today, I know that you do have a lot of things that you want to know more, and I would like to invite you to scan the QR code on the screen. You can enter a group chat in Ali Cloud. We'll make further communications there. Thank you and goodbye. Hello everyone, I'm from Ali Cloud Intelligence Product Manager Huang Shaoyu. In Ali Cloud, I was in charge of the fundamental system design and planning. Very glad to be here to make sure with you. In the previous topic, we've all mentioned a lot of cloud native application scenarios and so on. Today, from the fundamental system, foundation system, I'm going to talk about some of our thoughts. And hopefully, it's going to offer you some useful information. There'll be 3 parts of my sharing. First of all is our analysis to our cloud native system. And second is talk about the Alibaba Cloud Sandbox 2.0. And finally, I'm going to talk about the practices of these resources within Ali Cloud and within our customers. First of all, you can see the red box is something you should focus as a client. So you can see from the traditional physical deployment to cloud-native deployment, coefficient deployment, container deployment, the context of our clients is changing. for controlling a whole physical machine to a virtual machine, and then you only need to make aware about your code. So the user interface is making upwards, and it changes the way of using cloud service. Cloud native comparing to cloud product, the unit is low that we're in operating. What we're using is service. As you can see, the requirement is decreasing from minute level to second level. All these changes has new requirements for us to request for the infrastructure of the cloud. So we have operation on demand, and we have operation on time, and so on. This is something we should think about in terms of configuration. In order to fulfill the demand of cloud-native operation, the resources needs to offer a highly configurable, efficient, and cost-effective solutions to our clients. Next, I'm going to talk about our practices in cloud-native. So as you can see, this is our basic system of Alibaba Cloud Native. As you can see in the lower part, we have storage, computing, and network. And second is containers, ACKS, KSO1, and SAE, finger surprise for application, and then coefficient function completed. That is our cloud native platform that is going to support the largest cloud native applications. So as you can see, from up and down is something we can all support. By using our strong infrastructure, we use container engine to empower the great power for our system to fulfill the demand of our customers. Now I'm going to talk about the design of our system. For the bottom of the cloud native system, safe and light, agile, high efficient, coordinative, and open source. So as you can see, we have this overall Dragon Ball container engine system. So the efficiency is high, the cost is low for our clients, and offer multi-container running to fulfill different scenario needs. So we use the I-layer strong capability to offer our network capability to tackle some sudden appear of demand. And also security has increased as well. We have these multi-layers of securities. Not only just that, in we can optimize our RAM configurations to offer the greatest end-to-end performance, and our technology is now evolving from 2.0 system. So comparing to last year, we do have an internal product that is called Sandbox 2.0. This Sandbox 2.0 of Alibaba Cloud is offering service within Ali ecosystem and Ali Group. So that was the 1.0, and this year we launched the 2.0 version. 2.0 version includes 3 parts of updates: is lighter, faster, and more steady container, Dragon Ball 2.0. And for that engine, we have introduced new language, cut off unnecessary modules, combine some of the components for a really good engine design with great performance, great resource using capabilities, and so on. Second is more agile and more performance storage network solutions, and we have now put our new product into virtual FX. It's more of a flexibility and high performance storage solution with EPP technology to speed up our network. And finally, we have offering more comprehensive security capability. So more comprehensive and more diverse security capabilities are offered. We do have the runtime, RunE, and DCI to protect your running environment. The 2.0 version is really obvious. So first of all, we have a great improvement in terms of starting performance. Our sandbox have 50 ms capability of starting up, and then we can see the simultaneous running can be more than 200 per second. The CPU memory consumption is now decreased to almost zero waste. And finally, through end-to-end integrable performance, we have deducted the performance loss imposed by the sandbox container. For the optimizations, capability has increased for Andrex comparing to other containers on cloud. We have increased 20%. For Redix, increased 30% in terms of efficiency. Finally, I'm going to talk about these are some of our practices. As a fundamental system, Sandbox together is going to make you more compatible. As you can see, the container products, we do have these interview containers. to use our sandbox capability to hand over to our consumers so our clients can use our components directly. So ECI, performance boosting, and the FC, the Sandbox 2.0 is a new bottom infrastructure offer is now starting. So this is something that we're offering to you within the other ecosystem. The sandbox is putting more and more important role in terms of online service, offline service, mixed deployment architecture. We can offer our clients a more stable, more agile environment. So Ali Group's business operation is migrating to cloud, native, and migrating over there smoothly. Yes, our environment is changing, but we will not change our heart of doing the most and best cloud fundamental system for you. Okay, that will be my sharing. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Chris Aniszczyk. I am the CTO of the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. I'm thrilled to be here at the Alibaba Apsara Conference in 2020. Today I will be speaking about predictions of where Cloud Native is going in this year and the future. Our agenda today will cover three main topics. I will discuss the rise of the Cloud Native Computing Foundation and just Cloud Native in general. I will then go through some predictions I have for the future of Cloud Native, and then I'll leave the audience with some final takeaways to bring home. First off, let's discuss a little bit about what's happening in Cloud Native. If you've been involved in the tech industry the last 5 years or so, the growth of Kubernetes has basically overtaken the industry. And if you look at the data and compare it to other popular industry trends or open source trends, you could see from this Google Trends data that Kubernetes in the last 2-3 years has overtaken technologies such as OpenStack, Hadoop, and Serverless, and so on. And there's very different ways to slice this data and so on. But the point here that I would like to make is that the industry has changed very fast when it comes to a specific technology stack, and it's just been a very interesting adventure watching that happen. The Cloud Native Computing Foundation has been responsible for this trend and change. It is an organization hosted part of the Linux Foundation. It features over 50 open source projects featuring things such as Kubernetes, Prometheus for monitoring, Argo for CD, Dragonfly from our friends at Alibaba to do container distribution, and Vitesse for MySQL. There is a variety of projects that cover all sorts of different aspects of what you would need to take advantage in a cloud native way. We have over 500 members worldwide, featuring all the worldwide cloud providers and even interesting startups and other organizations that are moving the advancement of cloud native forward. It is important to note that CNCF is part of the Linux Foundation. The Linux Foundation is a global organization with offices all over the world, from China to Europe to US and so on. We consider ourselves the largest shared technology investment in the world, with over 1,600 members from 40 countries. It is our work that enables the Cloud Native Computing Foundation to succeed under the Linux Foundation and collaborate with other large open source communities. To kind of see how the Cloud Native Computing landscape has evolved is we feature a landscape called l.cncf.io. You could go there and have a complete view of all the different projects we have in the Cloud Native world, from projects that exist within the foundation to projects that exist outside the foundation, from member companies or other projects out there. It is a very useful tool that you could see acquisitions to companies raising money and so on. So highly recommend that you check out l.cncf.io. All right, let's discuss Cloud Native predictions. So one important thing to note is when it comes to the industry, there are a lot of times where larger companies get acquired, or where large companies acquire smaller companies to help improve their innovation. We've seen this accelerate over the last 4 years or so. Even recently, we have companies such as KaiCloud that was picked up by ByteDance in China, which is a very interesting acquisition. But overall, we feel that cloud native acquisitions are going to continue to accelerate in these times. As many of you are aware, we are in very truly interesting times with the global pandemic that is happening. If you look at a lot of the research out there from companies who are operating in this climate, they've actually seen a rise in cloud usage. The pandemic has actually accelerated companies using cloud native software and moving to the cloud in general. They basically have no other option given that the world is moving to a distributed remote workforce due to the pandemic. We believe at the CNCF that this will continue to accelerate over the next 12 months and will actually use as an excuse for companies to continue to modernize. Another interesting aspect of the transition to cloud native and acceleration of the pandemic is a growing concern around cloud financial management, or for short, something called FinOps. Under the Linux Foundation, we have an organization called the FinOps Foundation, which helps steward best practices for different companies to use in wrestling their cloud native and cloud bills. If you ever have used a variety of clouds out there, it is generally very difficult to handle and have an understanding of what resources are being used in your cloud, trying to implement chargeback in teams, optimizing the usage of these cloud resources. So we're predicting that essentially cloud financial management will continue to grow in importance, and we're going to see a new set of tools developed to handle cloud financial management across clouds and so on. So I expect a lot of innovation in this space in the next 12 to 18 months. Another big trend that is happening is just like with Linux, Linux started out as just a simple hobbyist operating system, but eventually took over embedded, it took over the server market. It is even starting to take over the desktop market with things like the Windows desktop embedding Linux through WSL2. Kubernetes will probably follow a similar trajectory where end users and consumers will stretch Kubernetes to run in new runtime environments. So we'll see it running on the edge in embedded devices. There are projects such as K3S, which was built by Rancher, which now exists in the CNCF sandbox, KubeEdge, and a variety of different options out there. We will see our end users continue to push and innovate Kubernetes so it runs in more and more environments. Another interesting trend that is happening is there is essentially a thing that is happening where people are writing custom resource definitions, or CRDs for short, for a variety of different tools and services out there. A CRD could represent a database, or a CRD could represent something like a S3 service, or RDS in AWS and so on. And so the trend that I think will continue is Kubernetes API essentially becomes the default control plane for managing cloud-based services and other services for your application. If you actually look on GitHub now, there are a lot of projects out there, like the recently announced AWS controllers for Kubernetes, or the Azure Service Operator, and just all the CRDs on Operator, and just all the CRDs on Operator Hub that essentially show how you can manage all these different things, all defined via and orchestrated via CRDs within Kubernetes. So I think this will continue and only accelerate as Kubernetes becomes a de facto control plane for the management of cloud-based and other resources. Furthermore, I think what we're going to see is a lot of innovation in kind of the developer experience for cloud native. Right now, it's really a complete mix of tools, but as someone myself who spent many years developing, the Eclipse IDE and that whole integrated experience for Java and different tools, I think you'll see a similar experience happening for developer tooling and developer experience in cloud native. There are a lot of interesting technologies out there already, like Eclipse Che. There's the Code Spaces feature that GitHub recently announced. There's Gitpod. I think more and more tooling will be developed to improve the developer experience for cloud native. And it's something that we should kind of think about of what is an optimal experience for a cloud native developer. It is the only way we're going to ensure that cloud native is completely relevant for everyone. So final takeaways for this lightning talk is, as I mentioned, the pandemic is going to accelerate industry consolidation for companies, and also it's going to increase the concerns around cloud financial management when people are very concerned about their resource usage and so on. As I mentioned before, I think Kubernetes will follow a similar trajectory to Linux, where it will move into new different domains and environments that they did not originally imagine the project for. We are already seeing this with Kubernetes, with people developing and working on Kubernetes to support edge-based platforms and even embedded devices. Kubernetes CRDs will probably exist for almost every cloud-based service out there. It will give us a unified kind of control plane that will work across clouds. I actually think Kubernetes is going to accelerate our usage of multi-cloud and cross-cloud resources in the future. Finally, open source will continue to grow. Open source is a global thing. We'll see it continue to innovate across not only cloud native, but new industries such as chipsets, pharmaceuticals, and more. So thank you very much. It's been an honor to speak at Apsara, and hopefully you've learned a little bit more about cloud native. And to find more information, please visit cncf.io and also github.com/cncf for more information. Thank you for the opportunity for having me speak today.
Hello everyone, I am Guan Tao from Ali Cloud Computing Platform BU. Today the topic that I'm going to talk about is Lakehouse, the next generation of big data infrastructure. So the idea of big data is started about like 20 years ago. That is because of the search technology of websites is popping up. They got 5 V's of characteristic. One is volume, that is the amount of data. So comparing to normal data centers, the big data volume will grow like massively. And second V is variety. So besides the structural data, it does have semi-structural data and non-structured data like pictures, audios. And the third V is called velocity. That is the growing speed of storage of the data. And the fourth V is called the the information density that is growing, because there is a lot of non-structured data. So as you can see, there's a lot of noise. So it's very hard for you to get into the most valuable data. So that's why we call it data mining, because you need to get the value, you need to mine it. And the last is a value. That is, the value is growing of data because the amount of data is growing. Many years ago, when we're using Pailitao, so what is that? That is when you use your cell phone, you get a snapshot of a product and you can search for it. But we can now 95% of all smart clients to reach that. We need 20 PB to make the training. So now we all know that each people is seeing different page of Taobao search. That needs around 100 PB of data. So for big data as one of a most productivity element is something really important. You can see the growth of data. In the future, the data amount will just grow. The volume will grow. So that's characteristic, as you can see, in the past few years. So each year, the data we're dealing with, the speed is growing like 50 to 80%. So each 3 years, the amount of data will grow like 5 times. So the value proposition is migrating as well. And in the first 10 years, we're still seeking for the differences of data. That's still searching data. In the past 10 years,
is now generally accepting the big data technology, which that means is almost every enterprise is using this. Every enterprise is using the big data technology, and it is into the productive or manufacturing process of these enterprise. So as these data migrates, we have the data warehouse and Lakehouse, these two types of form of data. So as you can see, this is the evolving of big data area in the past 20 years. There are 4 different stages. The first is the IOE period of time, or the data warehouse era. So we need to store these in hardware. Around 20 years ago, as the search industry is growing, that is where the big data is growing, like the 3 driver, right? The GFS, the big tables, and so on. So that the core internet company started to invest in big data company, like Hadoop system. So that was one of the inventions at that time. In 2009, Alibaba Cloud started to invest a big data in-house station. Is called Feitian. So against a distributed system of computing, storage, and scheduling. 3 years ago, and this system reaches 5K. That is, in one cluster, we have 5,000 expansion scale capability. At that time, that is far beyond the open source can reach. So in 2015, we have a moon reaching project that is all the vertical BU data platform. We merge them into one large data warehouse. So it has now become the data mid platforms right now. So we have these 2 major technology. One is called data warehouse. That's what we're adapting right now, including the data mid platform, and then the Lakehouse technology by using Hadoop, and it's really making a lot of recognitions out there. So this, as you can see, data warehouse versus data warehouse. So these are the differences, really. So on the left-hand side, that's data lake. We can see its characteristics. It's just like a Hadoop system. In the bottom layer, we can see a open distributed file archive system. It's going to open to the users, and the users can put the files into this. So when the user put the files in here, it's an MRE, so you don't need to create anything, including structural, semi-structural data can all be shoot in there. So it can take really any data system. So if you go up, it's an open source technology. So different engines can easily enter this system. So if you go up, anyone can visit this file. So in terms of security and data management, it's relatively difficult. So the design is relatively scattered around. On the right-hand side, from the same characteristic, or we can see that the data warehouse is by using forms or tables, so the user cannot see the file itself. It's just like the database here. So they cannot see the file itself, but they can see the table. What does that mean? That is, you need a schema. You need to do that beforehand. So it's a schema first, or schema on rise design. You need to build a model first. So it is a centralized system. When the data standing in, you need a verification and management system. So you need to use a modelized table to store it. Therefore, its management capability and sustainability is better. So for file and engine, it's not exposing out there, so it's good for it to upgrade and optimize. From that perspective, we can see that the data warehouse is better for good management and sustainability. So it's good for developing, really. If you compare these tables, these 2 parts in terms of security, cost, manageability, storage capability, computing ability, and scaling capability, these 2 systems is contradicted to one another, right? If something's good that in data lake, and then for the data warehouse, it's not performing that good. So let's look at this. So this is demonstrating the difference of the design between these 2 types of products. When you have not that much amount of data, as you can see, for the data warehouse, it's it's not that fast to boot up. For data lake, it's easier because the boosting up is easier. But as you can see, if it grows, if the amount of data grow, it's really hard for you to manage. For data warehouse, we can see in terms of optimizations and management, so sustainability is very good. So seeing this situation, a lot of clients asking us, if we do have data warehouse and the lake and the data lake, what kind of model should we use? Smart clients are asking me, can we actually get the benefit both from data warehouse and data lake? So as you can see, can we get both of them? If you see this, it's quick to boost and it's easy to grow and manage. Before answering that question, I'm going to introduce two of our product from Alibaba. One is called Mass Compute, one is called EMR, Data Link. So as you can see, within the Ali Cloud, this is a really good project. We call this BDS, or we call this Mass Compute. Max Compute is the core of our Fading platform. It's highly secure. With 2 years for TBCS, big match, we are the top one in the world. So we had started to design this when the Feitian system in design. So you pay. This is a pay-as-you-go service. So it is fulfilling like CMON RAID, Sigmon RAID, unified model, high security, highly managing capability, high performance, highly optimizable characteristic. So it has been dozens of years of development and optimizations. More than 100,000 of server is deployed in different database centers around the world. In Taobao, in Tmall, in Alipay, in Golden Map, and so on. It's all using its service. It's supporting new retail, new fintech, and new governments, and so on. It's all supporting these functions. So it's a really typical data warehouse design, digital data warehouse. So the next is the EMR, or data lake. This is a open data lake, data warehouse system. Is based on Hadoop open source ecosystem. You can use almost all the components within the Hadoop. So in terms of storage and computing, it's all separate, and through DNFS, the buffer, it's been connected storage and computing. So the efficiency is increased. Therefore, this data lake, this is a typical design of the data lake, and a lot of our cloud clients is using that structure. So coming back to the previous question, if you want to have data warehouse, high performance and low cost, and the ability to manage, and also you want to be really agile like the data lake, do we have this solution? Or can we find it? So we can see on the right hand side the table over there, and they're pretty contradicted to one another, right, for their features. So can we make a compensation model of these two systems? We need to answer these two questions before we can get the answer. First is, if these two systems, if we put them together, so what kind of data should we put into data warehouse? What kind of data should we put it into data lake? So if we want these two systems to be mutually connected, how do we do that? For the first question, on the left hand side, on this table, we offer a fundamental solution for that. For the data and operation, we divide it into two dimensions, and then to split them into two halves as well. One is the data we already know and the data we don't know. One is the operation we know, and the other part is the operation we haven't figured out. So as you can see, if it's the data that we already know, we can put them into data warehouse. So for the unknown data, we want to put them into data lake. So as you can see, that is how we should put the data. That's the first question, right? So where do we put what kind of data in data warehouse or data lake? If we got two systems, we want to connect this mutual connect system. What kind of thing do we need to do? There are three things we need to do. First is we want to have a unified system, storage system, at least from the user's perspective, right? For the user's perspective, they don't want to see multi-systems. We want to have a unified storage system, and second, through digital data warehouse system, for different types of data, we can make auto classifications and process. And then to DataWorks, the developing platform, so hopefully we can increase the data governing experience. In that way, and we really merge these two systems to each other. So as you can see, this is the Lakehouse architecture. So no matter is on cloud, distributed, or data warehouse, so after we merge them together, it's just going to be like the architecture on the right-hand side. At the bottom line, we can see there's multi-storage systems, but their systems are all interconnected. On the upper hand, we have a unified cloud data governing and manage. So in terms of you're sending requests, interpretabilities, and so on, it's all ensured, and the user can enjoy this unified experience. In terms of engine, we have multi-engine to make their visit into different types of data in different data centers. So from user's perspective, if they want to use join two tables from data lake and data warehouse, can easily pull these two up. Well, they're seeing the same system, one system. So the third layer, we can see we have a unified verification layer. So that's the data warehouse platform, and then we have a managing and governance data capability. So through this mechanism, we actually form a unified structure between data warehouse and data lake. So for the lake warehouse, for the Lakehouse, we have these features. First of all, for the data lake, it's really agile. That's what we keep from user's perspective or client's perspective. They have this unified data. And then they can have the good governance and managing experience is offered to them. And also the migration between data warehouse and Lakehouse, we offer this to auto data warehouse. That's their job. Through the backend is going to learn the visit of the engine, and the client is going to automatically to move the data between data warehouse and data lake. So the resources and data between these two types of storage can be interconnected. And finally, after we have the infrastructure, we're going to look at the client example. This is from Sina Weibo, a large internet company. They have been making cooperations with Alibaba Cloud for many years, but there are some really technical challenges, especially for extremely large data governing management and also learning. We step on the blind spot in areas of open source, so we need to do a lot of self-optimizations to fulfill the client's demands. So Weibo is using two systems offered by Alibaba, and like the mass compute, and they're adopting the data lake structure. These two systems, how do we connect them and sync them? That is the largest challenge in front of Alibaba and Weibo. Since the end of last year, the mass compute team of Alibaba and Weibo's team, we construct a Lakehouse technological solution, and then we deploy them into the Weibo's data center. So we formed a cross-lake and warehouse AI computing platform. So at the bottom, we actually make it smooth to connect all the infrastructures of networking, so the public domain and the private domain's information can be shared. And also, the resources in there, they can just mirror to the internal station of Ali. And also for a very strong SQL and Python engine, we can realize the best performance of data lake and data warehouse, and to mutually connect seamlessly of these both systems. And finally, we have deployed our intelligent capability of data warehouse and data lake, so all the auto balance can be done. And finally, in terms of cloud, we have the smart management system of these data. So the Weibo, they can view these data system as a one system, so it's better for their management. So this is already landed on Weibo's projects for thousands of servers, is now using this structure and architecture, and also we use practice. This is something really good for the data savings. So the design of this Lakehouse is now deployed on our public cloud. So through the Apsara Conference, we already deployed this. If you need some more details about the Lake Warehouse, you can visit
our official site, and then you can see the overall architecture of that. That'll be all. Thank you. Hello everyone, I am from Ali Cloud Intelligence Computing Platform BU, Wang Feng. Today I'm going to introduce you some of my flagship product, the new real-time data warehouse. We all know that for big data, it has already been 10 years of fast development and helping all different industry to increase their digital transformation, and the data is help creating values for every one of us. And the technology of big data is changing as well. So in the first stage, it's now solving the computing issues, right, in terms of scales of data. So in the past, offline data warehouse can solve that question by using batch processing capability from PB and then all the way to EB level. But the offline warehouse cannot solve one thing very good, that is the time efficiency. As our business develop, we really need some real-time requirements. We're not satisfying in T+1 time that we need to wait. We all hope that the data can really update in by minutes, by seconds, or even milliseconds update. So that's the reason why we need the real-time data warehouse solution. So if we need to construct a very advanced real-time data warehouse solutions, it still needs two core technology. That is the stream computing technology. For the streaming computing technology is different from batch computing because that is from source. It needs to be subscribed into the upgrade of the update of the data, and then you need to follow the trend, right? So it's low latency, a millisecond latency, and can be down to a millisecond. But there are some issues. That is, it's not really agile, because for the streaming you need to define it very beforehand. So the update of the data will follow according to the way you make booking of the plan that you did. If you want to use ad hoc query and analysis, then streaming computing cannot satisfy your demand. Therefore, we need the interactive capability, computing or analysis capability to help streaming computing solve these issues. So its characteristic of interaction capability, the query can be very agile. For instance, it can use a pre-index, so it can boost up your searching, and then the latency is only a millisecond. For the offline data warehouse, we can use interactive analysis to boost the offline data warehouse to increase the latency efficiency. In other words, through streaming technology and interactive analysis capability, we can reach a very good solution of real-time data warehouse, and that is what we're going to talk about today. We know that in Alibaba, in the big data business, technology, in the industry, we're in the leading position. And internally, within Alibaba, we've already reached this EB level data warehouse. At the same time, we are not stopping progressing the digitalization's transformation. So today, the Omni data is now really real time, including our 11 GMV screen, our real-time recommendations, and so on, our real-time customer service system, because no matter 618 or 11, this is now a norm. It's not like 1 year we have this one large campaign, but every half year, and also like every week we have these small campaigns. So the real-time data is something we need, and that is what our clients needs to see, and the infrastructure capability that we need to offer. So in terms of these real-time data transformations, I think we're in the top notch.
So we are a company that really take customer experience into the first priority. Besides our advertisement, our search, for our stores, for our operators, we want to offer them a very silk smooth experience. So we think that the data operation capability really that can it make a great influence on the experience of our clients on our platform. Through the transformation of our real-time data warehouse, we can offer our client a really good, smooth experience. So today, the real-time data warehouse is something that is supporting our transformation of real-time data availability. So the structure, the venture is something I'm going to talk about later. But before that, we're going to make some comparison. Open source, real-time data warehouse architecture. So we can see the differences. If you see the differences, we can see the value that we're offering to our clients. So many of us, we use open source to build up our real data warehouse. For instance, we can use Apache and Kafka to use some real synchronizations, and use Flink to book to make a subscription for Kafka information, and then to deal it in real time, and then to write them in all these different types of open source Apache Hive, HBase, Cassandra, CleanHouse, and Druid, and all these different systems. So in different systems, they do have different functions. For instance, like HBase and Cassandra, these are NoSQL database. They can provide the high performance pinpoint search capability. And others, they can make, so just like index search and optimizations. For instance, like Hive, you can do offline archive and so on. Also, we can use Presto and Drill to use federation search to speed up the offline data analysis. And finally, we can write them into Redis, in the cache, and MySQL, this traditional SQL database, to offer online system real-time table or form generating and query function. So by using this open source, yes, we can construct a real-time data warehouse solution. However, if you see the architecture, well, that is really complicated, especially the storage system, a multi-storage system. If you have, you need to maintain them respectively. So for most of the SMEs or a business-oriented company, it's very difficult for you to manage such a complicated system. So that is the reason why we are offering the cloud-native, on-cloud, real-time data warehouse. That's the value. So as you can see, this is our architecture. If you first look at it, I think you can feel like this is comparing this to a open source structure architecture. This is simple and clear. But we do have some of great thoughts from open sources keep in here. So you can see some shadows in there. So as you can see, in terms of the gathering data and the tunnels, we have these enterprise levels data hub, but also is going to comply with Kafka, Apache, in terms of dealing with the stream. And we are constructing around Apache Flink, but what we are offering is Ali Cloud Flink. It's an enterprise level product. By using Flink, we can do the process of the data, and the result of the process data will store them into our Holic Risk, the interactive analysis engine. We don't store them into different open source buffers. So the Holic Risk's value is it can save in a unified, you can save in all different types of storage. So it is a ClearHouse plus Druid plus Cassandra. All these open source advantages are gathered in one of our products. And also, it's not just self-owned. It supports SQL. It supports a really good conveniency to our customers. So we can see it's totally compatible with the open source. So this real-time data warehouse solution can be complied to our DataWorks. DataWorks is our one-stop big data governance platform. By using that, you can offer the real-time solutions provide. So under that overall architecture, there'll be two core technologies I want to talk about.
Just like I said in the beginning, one is the stream analysis technology, one is the interactive technology. For the stream technology, we are using our Flink. It's an enterprise level product. It's called Voreka platform. Because in open source, we all know the Apache Flink has now become the real-time stream computing standard solution. So almost all the companies in the industry are using this. However, based on the open source Flink, we packed our world-leading Flink platform. So last year, we actually acquired Voreka, the founding company of Flink. So two of our team, we make our joint effort to construct the world unified Flink enterprise level. So the comparing to the open source Flink, we have a lot of optimizations in terms of securities and kernel optimizations. What's more important is on Ali Cloud, we do offer these serverless cloud service product. So you can just use it, open the box and use it by using these real top-notch real-time computing capability. And this is the interactive hologris. So this is a this is an in-house technology solely developed by us. And the core architecture is that this, the analysis and service is now notched into one. So this is SF. So for hologris, it supports horizontal saving or vertical saving. For the it can tackle the very high frequency interactive analysis and so on. It offers a one-stop searching service for enterprise. Because we are a cloud native architecture, so computing and storage is all isolated. According to your own demand, you can upscale, downscale to of these different levels. And also for the max compute at the offline warehouse, we have very tight connections. Or the offline data generated through hologris, you can make a offline boosting, speed up the accelerating the analysis. The hologris performance is really great, no matter it's in high performance writing or the high load bearing searching. The latest is in millisecond. In terms of ecology, the hologris it's not really just can only be connected to our own system. It also embracing the open source ecology, so you can be connected to MySQLs and so on. If you use hologris for the PostGrid bonus, you can use all the PostGrid ecology, all the tools you can use on them. You can use it on hologris as well. So as I just mentioned, within Alibaba, a lot of system is now real-time transformed. Especially our customer experience system, and our customers experience are getting some really good feedbacks by using hologris project. We distributed like MySQL, Redis, HBase, and all these savings storage types are now unified into one. So we're using Flink architecture to use this real-time stream analysis and max compute. That's the offline data. We can bring them into hologris storage, and through hologris, we can offer our clients a one-stop analysis and searching capability to help our customer experience system in real time. So it'll be convenient for our clients to self-define all these forms. So the cost of our clients lowers 60%. And in Double 11, as you can see, we have these great contributions to our customers' value. So this is just the tip of an iceberg. Within Ali, we have a lot of data-driven operations, just like our search, recommendations, advertisements, and so on. They're all now start to use this a full real-time data warehouse solution. In last Double 11, all this infrastructure has passed the test and drill of Double 11, just like Flink in the peak. We realize the each second it can process 2.5 billion times of processing. In hologris, 99.985
and that is a millisecond latency to offer very smooth experience to our clients. Offline data warehouse and online warehouse, the merging of data is merged really good. We don't need to migrate those. So through hologrids, we can accelerate the offline data to accelerate its analysis. So within Ali, this offline and online data can now all be solved. So this is all cloud native. We can offer you a one-stop service and experience if you want your data to be a full real-time, full spectrum real-time. You want to accelerate your own digital transformation just like Alibaba. And I think we suggest you within Ali Cloud, I would like to suggest you to choose this solution. And hopefully this product can really help you to serve your clients. Thank you.
Hello, dear guests, dear panelists. Today, we will talk about the trend and challenge of cloud data warehouse. Today, we have invited several panelists here. The first is from Xiaohongshu, Lü Lü, the big data responsible person. The second is from Ali Cloud, the big data computing platform responsible person, Guan Tao. The third is from IDC, Thomas Zhou. Today, we will talk about a lot of hot words combined with data warehouse. When it comes to data warehouse, we have the serverless warehouse, we have the cloud-derived warehouse, and also the real-time and logic warehouse, and also based on the logic warehouse, we have the data lake plus the warehouse. So a lot of concepts combined. So let's take a look at what kind of sparks can we generate today. And the first topic, I think, should be about under the certain circumstance of cloud data warehouse, what is the trend and also the hot topics? Let's take a look. Thomas, please. Actually, for the data warehouse trend, from our eyes, I think there are several directions. And for the several directions, the reason that they occur, because the volume of data is becoming larger, and this large volume promoted a lot of changes. And I think we see this clear trend. Now, if we look at a lot of users in China, when they're using the data warehouse, in the past, they used the brand products from international market, but now it seems that a lot of internet-based customers have much higher volume that could be handled by the foreign brands. And if we take a look at the data warehouse, they are transforming from traditional mode to the cloud mode because of the high computing power. And the cloud-based support on the storage and computing is becoming more frequent. And also this derived thing is that how can we start this instance pretty quickly and how to manage this instance. And then we can use Kubernetes to manage it, and then we have the cloud native, which is the focal point here. And also in the past, they are dashboard-based or reports-based warehouses. But now with a lot of data warehouse or even data lake, a lot of data warehouses are now not facing the circle or just the reports. It's more about the calculation and other modules based on it. That was the second. And the third was, for example, the data lake concept. It's not just the warehouse anymore. It's a lot of unstructured and local data that came in, and we need to analyze the data with such big volume. It's hard for us to use the simple ways in the past to analyze. So we need to use a lot of AI technology, and also we need to adopt machine learning technology to really do the meaning analysis on the unstructured data to support the current data management. So basically, we see the few directions. With the high volume, there came a lot of new things. Thank you, Thomas. And actually, we can see that with this new situation, we see the unclouding of the data warehouses. And based on that, due to the diverse scenario, we have a lot of senior analysis and also machine learning that can bring us new functions. Thank you, Thomas. Next, Mr. Lulu, anything from you? So I think Thomas said it right. And why don't I just talk about the few things that we saw during the actual practice. And the things that we saw was quite interesting, because in the past we thought, okay, for a data warehouse, it's a big data source, and we can use it to train the model, and then we can use it in the business, right? And then for the AI and the data, they are like upstream and downstream. But recently, we are seeing this new trend. So the data warehouse operation and its own queries and optimization, and we found that AI is also playing a more important role in optimizing that. And as for the data warehouse, is a kind of in circulation with AI and in interaction with AI. For its own data and its own efficiency improvement is getting connected to AI. And recently we are seeing several new enterprises that emerge from this wave, and I look forward to their voice. So Mr. Lulu just talked about the big data plus AI. So it's like there's a new plus here. Okay, there's a new plus here. Okay, Guantao, please share something from your side. So just a brief self-introduction, because I'm in the big data computing platform in Ali. So I'm looking at the business from the platform side, because it not only supports the external customer, but also our internal business. So for the users, we are the provider, but for our internal business, we are the cooperator. So just now, several things were covered, like the circular improvement of AI, and also the other thing is the enhanced data, and also the support from for the transformation from non-structured to structured. And now we have been developing this for like 20 years, and I think big data is in the second half court. In the first half, it's more about technical iteration, and in the second half, with enough data, apart from the optimization on the storage and the platform, it's more about using the data. So we can take an example of Alibaba. So last year, roughly this point, back then, there were like 10 million reports. And then we have 100,000 employees, so like 100 per person. But now it's even more than 20 million reports or charts. It's doubled in a year. So it's a big burden on the engine. So how do we get fast read and write, right? So now we have like 20 million charts and reports. How do the 100,000 employees deal with that? Now it's like we have like 100,000 servers, and we have the requirement on the optimization, and we have a lot of people working on it. So like 40,000 employees that directly use this platform. So we need to think about how do we manage the data, and we need to build this good architecture so that the up layer customer can use the data. So we took a look. Actually, the cost of the server is really high, but still it's still lower than the 40,000 employees. So how do we make the data more valuable, and also the data efficiency, how can we improve that? And I think that is the key thing for the data warehouse in the future. So that is why we talk about the concept. The concept is like the middle station, and I think that is something with which we work for the future. And I think this is getting more important, the data efficiency. So you talked about how with the importance of the data efficiency improvement goes high, so it's more about the enterprises are more concerned about how do they manage this, and it's a big challenge for the enterprise. Okay, thank you, Guantao. So just now we talked about the trend of the data warehouse, and you shared two trends. One is the going on cloud of the data warehouse, and the second is data warehouse plus AI to create more scenarios. And also, we're seeing that with ultra large scale, we need to think about how do we govern and manage. There are more challenges. Okay, thank you for the sharing on the first topic. So let's talk about the second. So with the data warehouse, actually, it's been around for a lot of years, and for Chinese people, we always talk about modernization. So when we were young, we talked about the four modernizations, right? So now, after like decades of development of data warehouse, so at first we have the database, and then we have the data warehouse, and now we have the integrated machines to improve the efficiency, to reduce the cost, and then we can use the big data to really openly solve the problem of data warehouse. And now, in the new era, in the new situation, actually, the post-90 generation is becoming the decision maker and the main user of data warehouse, and we're doing this new important work, which is to modernize the data warehouse. So, dear panelists, maybe you can share something about that. Lulu, maybe you have anything to share? So for the modernization of data warehouse, so I think I saw some phenomena. The first one is the data warehouse and the online database. The boundary between the two is getting blurry. So in the past, data warehouse is about tier T+1. From the traditional database, we got some data and we put it in the warehouse, and then we do a circle there and we get the reports and charts. But now, there are a lot of online database. They have the capability to do the reports and charts there, or even they can run the analytics there. So with that situation, that means the small data warehouses are gradually replaced by HDAP technology, by the online database. I think that is the first phenomenon. So you said that today, in the past, we talked about the ETI, and now it's becoming the batch, and then we have the T+1, right? And today we see T+0 or T+1 plus the batch, and this kind of integrated solution, and it's becoming an important form for the modernization. So I want to follow up with a thing. So backstage, I think, well, in the past, we know that we need to use a lot of systems and analytics system and also the offline system. And there is cost and complexity thing involved. So what are the factors driving this transformation of the real-time treatment of data? So I think the most important thing is the convenience. Some of the T+0 HDAP databases, they can take the burden that couldn't be taken before. They can take the analytic queries, and only when we built that kind of capability, it is possible for it to go and eat part of the room in data warehouse, and they become this somehow new data warehouse. And maybe the bottom level data engine is evolving, and it brings about that. So as for the user habit, I think the post-90 generations are becoming the dominant ones for the data warehouse. And compared to the ones sitting here, maybe they have the new needs that totally fit the new generation. I think for post-90 generations, they have a lot of thoughts. They want to see the result faster. They want to see the iteration result. In the past, well, we had the T+1, but now it cannot satisfy them anymore. And that is why T+0 HAP databases came about. And then we found that, yeah, it is possible. So it's like the technical evolution and also the user base change can create this kind of good integration, right? Okay, thank you, Lulu. So, Guantao, anything from you? So just to follow up on Lulu's topic, so we talked about post-90 generations. I think from database to data warehouse to big data, I think at first the database people are very professional. The developers or the DBA, they are very professional. And now, just like post-90 generations, it's not just the students from the computer related majors. Now it's like the literature arts students, they need to learn Python. And also the finance people, they need to learn it. Yeah, the primary school students, they are learning. Yeah. So from that perspective, if things are becoming more general, so in the past, like 300 people are doing it, but now it's like 30% of the employees are doing it. So it's different. So we need to tolerate the fact that they are not the expert of the data warehouse. They cannot optimize them, but still they have the need. For example, I'm an operation guy, so in the data we need to get some data to support our capability, and that is a simple driving force, right? So how does the platform support that? So several things, they are quite important. One is the programming interface, like SQL. It's a declarative language. It's more about the announcement and statement. And also for the Python general language, they both will become popular. And that is for programming interface. And then for the users, normally they would just use the two languages and that's it. They don't need any other need in a higher depth. And then one step deeper. So the readiness of the warehouse, does it have the capability to support that? For example, we need real time. We don't want T+1, we want T+0, and we want to see the real-time trend. I don't want to wait for tomorrow to do the decision today. So it's a high requirement on the data. So when we learn, we know that we need to use technology to reduce the cost to report the real time. And also we need to go to the bottom level to get the data, to store it as a backup. And when do we need to use it in the cache so that we can enable T+0 query. And also for the data warehouse modernization, it's about how do we enable better easy to useness for the users. So I thought about this when I heard this. So for the data warehouse provider or a technical person, we need to save the complexity for us. We need to leave the easy for the user. Yeah, that is the core thing. Okay, thank you. Okay, Thomas. So just to follow up on this, for the post-90 generations, how do they use the data? We always have this concept. So just now we talked about the apps being cloud native and whatnot. So actually post-90 generations, they are a digital generation, right? So for me, when I got to know the IT equipment, that was in university in 1990s. But now for kids, they have the tablets starting from age number 3 or 4, and they live in the age when all the things can be digitalized. So for the post-90 generations, well, it's easier for them to see the things that we cannot see, so that they can get the data to analyze the data. And in the past, we did this digitalization transformation campaign to see which users did it better. And I remember that there was this project. Actually, it was a traditional enterprise, a big real estate enterprise in China. And their people in big data were quite young. And they got the production environment of some projects and also other things, because it's hard to imagine when they want to build the real estate, they get all of the environment data digitalized and analyzed, and they use that data to support the process of construction material transfer. And as for the optimization of the back office, it was pretty obvious. So I thought the younger generation, well, we can never imagine their future. It's just like that. Okay? Actually, Thomas gave a vivid metaphor. So we need to see the things that we couldn't have imagined. So from the modernization perspective, I think you all inspired us a lot. First, we can see that in the data warehouse modernization, one of the top concerns is how we integrate the offline in real time. And at the same time, behind stage, I think Guantao mentioned how we pursue convenience. And also, it reminded me that for data warehouse, maybe serverless is not enough, because on serverless we have platform. So maybe we need to reach platformless. So maybe we need to have this kind of SaaS-like mode, which is more fitting for the things that we haven't been able to imagine. Okay, thank you for the sharing on the data warehouse modernization. I still have the third interesting topic. So actually today, for data warehouse, during the modernization, we can see that actually it's playing an important role at the core of production. So enterprises spend big budgets and a lot of people to get the data from the data, to get the value of the data. So in the past few years, the data lake also developed from the exploration to hype to the value discussion, and now it is also becoming one of the main ways to architect their data. So with two main architecture of data, so there is a topic here for data warehouse and data lake. How do they merge and how do they combine and promote the value implementation of data in enterprises? Guantao first, maybe. So for data warehouse and data lake, actually they are the hot topics on the big data platform. So a lot of enterprises are thinking, maybe for our platform, maybe we should establish a lake or a warehouse or a platform. And some may ask, can we make this mid-station in the lake, or maybe can we make the data warehouse as open as a lake? So actually that is a highly hyped topic. People are talking about it. And actually there is this definition. What is data lake and what is data warehouse? And people tend to define them differently. So I can throw my idea on the table and then maybe we can compare. So what is data lake? For data lake, at first Hadoop appeared, and then there is this non-database or data warehouse. So at first they said we have this DFS, yeah, and then you can just throw everything on it, and it's an open platform, and based on that, it's like a document system or file system. You can get all kinds of engine, so we can put another like a browser or explorer there. So it was the original form of the Hadoop. So if we take a look at the database definition, for example, open file system, and also we don't need to model. It's schema read. So when the data goes in, you don't need to model. Maybe you just don't model all the time. Yeah, it's really easy to remember. Yeah, we can use that metaphor. It's really to enter certain colleges. Okay, yeah. Is it like the Yale University? No. So actually, it's one of the challenges of a data lake. So when you have massive data and you don't have a model, sometimes the data can become this massive data, but you don't know which is useful. So there is this metaphor talking about data. It goes something like this. I know some of the data is wrong, left or right, but I don't know which side. So that is the problem caused by the lack of management on data. So it's like the leading teacher, chief teacher don't know which students are good, which are bad. Yeah, it's like maybe we need to get like a mentor to manage this. And then for data warehouse, the difference. Well, it's different as a structure because it's a kind of a two-dimensional expression. It's the abstraction of that. You can see it, but you cannot operate it. But there's the advantage. For example, for rows and columns, they can do it. But it's not easily done in the file system, but it's easily done in the warehouse. So now we're saying it's a traditional warehouse, right? We need a mentor for the class, right? So who enters this class, who doesn't enter this class? It's a kind of data authority management. So you need to have the authority. So the data warehouse need this kind of centralized management, right? Yes. And I think that is the essential difference between data warehouse and data lake. So one is more flexible, the other is more manageable. One is more easy to start, the other is more sustainable. So we are thinking about this. Is it possible to combine the two? Because they seem in conflict, so we need to choose like left or right. But maybe we can have an architecture that combines left and right, because they are in conflict and also mutually complementary. So maybe we can have this kind of centralized democracy type of thing. Yeah, that is something we are considering. And the industry is talking about it. So it's like the integration of the lake and warehouse. And we think that for warehouse and lake, there are two technical forms. They have their merits, the pros and cons. It's really hard to find a thing to really overlap the left to right or right to left. So maybe we can establish this whole set of system. And we can get the convenience of the lake and also the manageability of the warehouse. And then we can upload the file for the development environment so the user can see the data from both ends. So I think that is something we are exploring. Maybe we can get the integration of lake and warehouse. So can I understand it like this? So in the lake or in the warehouse, during the process of development, maybe we can get a new architecture and two sets, and we can get this integration of the two to realize on one side the democracy of the structure, the other side is the centralized management, and then we can get this very good regime of data, and we can get this framework to support this. Yeah, with the integration of lake and warehouse, we can get like the centralized democracy, right? Yeah, you can say that. So what about Thomas? I think the integration of lake and warehouse is always coined by Alibaba. As for the technical detail, I think Guan Tao elaborated on that pretty clearly. So from the market perspective, I think we discovered that in the past, the warehouse and the data lake, they are two separate concepts. But actually, it's not in line with our current requirement. Traditionally, data warehouse is raw data, totally, and it's non-structured. And as for the lake was non-structured, and data warehouse is well-managed and systematic data. But now it seems that more and more customers are on the boundary of some are like sudden requirements to draw from raw data, and it's not like doing the analysis after structuring. So sometimes they get a lot of common but not so structured data. So if we just think putting things on the left or totally right, that is not needed by the customer. They want the two dots on the same paper. They want to fold the two and overlap that. Yeah, it's also a very clear introduction on that kind of coexistence. They exist in parallel. And it's not like two paper together. It's like one paper folded, overlapping. Okay? Lulu. So I think we got a very good perspective on that, because in the actual use, we ran into that. So in a lot of situations when we collect the data, we can sometimes not necessarily define the structure. If we require all of the change and all of the tries be defined, then the business are not willing to iterate pretty fast because it's too heavy a burden. So actually we did trials like that. So spontaneously you are trying to realize that, right? That kind of concept. Yeah, the data warehouse concept, but still we did the dynamic scheme migration and so on. And of course, it's quite different from data lake where you can put everything just at will, right? But after the practice, we found that for the data volume, Well, in the past, they are coming in structured, like more than 80% of them. Then we discovered that the non-structured proportion is getting larger, because when users are using, actually they tend to use the most iterative way. So we are quite passively accepting this something in between. But actually, we ran into problems during the process. For example, with a schemer, we can do a lot of optimization. We can have a lot of advantage. But without those things, sometimes we need to spend more computing resource, and we have to endure higher complexity and lower throughput. Yeah, the quality is lower. So those costs. But now it seems that it's still worth it. But if on some point, for the flexible things, we can get better ways to manage them, or we can provide better engine or infrastructure so that we can improve the efficiency, then we can get a better outcome. Maybe it's a data warehouse or lake, or maybe an integration. Yeah. So, Lulu, you just mentioned a reference point. So in the actual enterprise scenario, sometimes we tend to, well, in the past we tend to go towards the centralized model, the data warehouse, right? But now we're trying to open up to get this semi-democratized regime, or maybe we go towards like the centralized democracy, like something like that. So maybe now at like a provincial level or a municipal level, we reach this kind of democratized system. So it's just like a good inspiration, very realistic. So thank you for the sharing. So anything that you still want to get off your chest, maybe Guantao? Okay. So just three things. First, so maybe you would think that big data is already there for 20 years, but now it's like we're in the universal age, or a mature phase, where we can utilize that, and it's already into different enterprise and industry. That's first. Second, with the increase of analysts, now people are playing with big data, and data efficiency is getting more important. Line is also blurry right now. We don't know what the future is like. Or maybe we get the analysts for the whole company, right? Yeah, maybe everybody can be an analyst, or maybe all of the people can be product manager. Maybe in the future we're all analysts. Then we will become useless. Yeah, we need more research on data. Thomas? So I think maybe not three things. I can share a bit. So for this data warehouse trend, we saw some trends, but the driving force is because the data warehouse is getting bigger and the volume of data is getting higher. So the traditional data warehouse products are not so appropriate for the current volume requirement, especially for the explosive data requirement from the Chinese internet companies. And also the data warehouse was transforming from the traditional mode to the cloud data warehouse. And alongside, the internet demand are causing this outcome where the projects of the data warehouses need to create the value faster, and they need better management. So there is the requirement on the cloud native warehouse. That was the first trend. And the second was that traditionally for data warehouse, we just are concerned about the reports and charts, but now we do have a lot of non-structured data, and now the data warehouse is not just for the reports and charts. We do have a lot of other computing mode, for example, the graphics or graph computing and so on. And the third thing is, with the expansion of data warehouse and also with the merging of data lake, There are a lot of more of analytics on the non-structured data and also with higher volume. So there are new requirements on the traditional data warehouse. So we see a lot of AI-enabled technology utilized in data warehouse. For example, we can use machine learning to do the analysis on the meaning of speech to deal with the non-structured data. Okay, thank you for the sharing. So 30 minutes passed by pretty fast, and I really learned a lot. And we got to understand the trend of the data warehouse and also the challenge. And also, during the construction of data warehouse by the internet companies, we understood how do we modernize that, and also we talked about the hot topic of data warehouse and data lake. How do they coexist, or maybe with the different situation that they reach, maybe we can realize the integration of lake and warehouse. Then we can realize the centralized democracy, and then maybe the semi democratized structure in the enterprise, so that we can practice data warehouse better in the future and help the enterprises get more value from data. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2020 APS ARA Subforum on Blockchain. My name is Zhang Hui from Alibaba. I'm also Senior Staff Engineer at Ant Group. The topic for the forum is the advances and trends of fundamental technologies in blockchain. Starting in 2009, with the development of Bitcoin, blockchain now has been widely used in real economy due to the past 1 decade of development. And chain, together with its partners, have put in place more than 50 scenarios in many different kinds of areas. And in these areas, we also find many important valuable internet services, especially those large-scale valuable internet service, which is developing very fast. So here are 5 key technical factors. First, asset digitalization. We need more new type of asset digitalization so that we can put our asset to our chain. Second, users, companies, financial organizations provide their services to customers. We have to make sure that the performance of the services and the security of the services needs to be ensured. Third, whether we are online, on the chain, or off the chain, the private data needs to be protected with sound technology. Fourth, we have to take into consideration distributed application. And the programs we developed should be developed at a lower cost. Fifth, as the most important part of a blockchain, that is consensus network. Now, consensus network are used at a larger and larger scale. We have to provide constant high scalability for consensus. So these 5 abilities together can ensure large-scale use of valuable internet services. Ant-chain is a new technology and trailblazer in this field. Due to the past 5 years of development, we have developed end-to-end valuable internet products and service portfolio. On the endpoints, we have AIoT connectors. Different types of data asset can be put on chain. And also, we can provide these services to our clients. And also we have developed a double engine which can support more than 1 billion transactions on chain, and also integration of the chain and clouds. We have developed a BaaS cloud platform, which is, and also we have developed an application framework. Together with Oracle and encrypted cloud computing, we can provide our customers with more application development platforms and support. And also we have developed many fundamental blockchain services like key management service, chain interoperate services. These are all open services to our partners so that we can join hands to push forward value chain and the development of technologies. Application in this rapid changing process will raise new requirements for fundamental technologies. Today, we have the honor to have with us 3 speakers. They're Professor Davis from Stanford University, Professor Dong Song from Berkeley University, and Professor Wei Xu from Tsinghua University. They're going to talk about consensus network, new type of computing technology, reliable computing, encryption technology, and integration of this technology with the blockchain.
Hi, my name is David Shea. I'm a professor at Stanford University, and I'm really happy to be here today at the Apsara Conference to share with you some recent breakthrough in research in blockchain, solving one of the biggest open problem in blockchain called the trilemma. So today, I would like to first explain to you what's the central problem that blockchains try to solve, the consensus problem, and then I'll explain to you the blockchain trilemma, and then we'll talk about our solution called Prism, how we break the trilemma that's laying the foundation for the next generation of blockchains. So first, what is the consensus engine, the central part of blockchain? So blockchain technology, a blockchain stack typically has many layers, starting from the physical peer-to-peer network all the way up to smart contract management layers. But the central engine of the blockchain is the so-called consensus layer. So what is the consensus layer and what it's trying to achieve? The consensus layer is basically trying to achieve a decentralized way of ordering transactions into a history that is irreversible. So here we have multiple nodes in the network. It could be tens, hundreds, or thousands, or 10,000s of nodes, or millions of nodes in a very big network. Each node takes as input transactions that clients tries to enter into the blockchain. So you have input at different nodes. And the goal of the consensus engine is to come up with a common unified ordering, which is the same at every single node. Also, they don't change with time, so it's irreversible. Now, this problem sounds simple. However, the challenge is multiple folds. First, this is decentralized, so you don't want to have any single node controlling the ordering. Second, it has to be robust. In other words, if an attacker controls a subset of the nodes, the ordering should still be able to accomplish as long as the fraction of nodes that are honest is large enough. And 3, you want to do this very fast, processing ideally hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. So why is this problem difficult? The difficulty problem can be summarized in terms of the blockchain trilemma. So the blockchain trilemma is about these 3 properties that we talked about: decentralization, security, and scalability. So an ideal blockchain wants to simultaneously achieve all 3 properties. Decentralized, because you don't want a small subset of nodes to control the network. You want this to be truly distributed. Security, ideally you want a security such that even if 50% of the nodes are bad, are adversary, are evil, the rest of the network can still achieve consensus. And 3, scalability. You want to be able to process transactions very fast, which means high throughput and low latency. So in the past 5 to 10 years, there has been a lot of effort in building blockchain solutions that try to achieve all 3, but they fail. So for example, the original blockchain, Bitcoin and Ethereum, was able to achieve decentralization. Bitcoin runs on 10,000 of nodes, and high security, 50% security. However, its scalability is very poor. Bitcoin, for example, only processes 7 transactions per second, and the confirmation latency is of the order of hours. Newer solutions tries to improve on the scalability of Bitcoin, but it turns out that all of them have security flaws, and the security is much lower than 50%. In fact, if you control a very, very low percentage of the adversary, you can already attack these protocols. There are other protocols which tries to achieve scalability, but at the expense of centralization. So that means that it is controlled by a small number of nodes instead of truly decentralized. For example, EOS network is maintained by 21 centralized nodes. Very small centralized system. So because of all these efforts, it has been believed that there is this blockchain trilemma, which basically says that all 3 properties cannot be fundamentally achieved, a fundamental barrier. Our recent breakthrough, which is a new protocol called Prism, shows that this blockchain trilemma is false. In fact, you can have a protocol that can achieve all 3 properties simultaneously. So let me now explain to you how this Prism works. To do that, first, let me start with the longest chain protocol. Okay. So the starting point of our protocol, Prism, is the original longest chain protocol invented by Nakamoto. So this protocol is the birth of blockchain. A very simple protocol. Miners propose blocks, they get added onto an ever-increasing chain of blocks, and that forms the ledger. So blocks propose transactions, but at the same time, they also vote for previous blocks that are already on the blockchain. And as you get more and more blocks built on top of a particular block, then that block can get confirmed eventually. So the problem of blockchain is that each block is generated only one block every 10 minutes. That implies two things. One, the throughput is very low because you only get a block of transactions every 10 minutes, 7 transactions per second. Two, it takes a long time to wait until you get enough blocks to vote on a particular block to confirm it. And so the latency is very high. So a natural way to solve this problem, almost naive way, is simply to increase the block rate, the mining rate, from 10 minutes to a much shorter time, say 10 seconds or 1 second. So what's the problem? Why does Nakamoto set the block generation rate, the mining rate at 1 block every 10 minutes so slow? So let's see. Suppose now I increase the block generation rate. Because we have a decentralized network, the blocks are generated at different places. And because of the delay, if the block generation rate is so fast, then other nodes may not have heard of new blocks that are generated, and they'll be continually mining on the previous block. That causes this phenomenon called forking. And so what forking does, it slows down the growth rate of the chain, and that reduces the security from 50% to 0%. And so just increasing the mining rate cannot improve scalability without sacrificing security or decentralization. So we thought of a different approach to get scalability while keeping the 50% security of the longest chain protocol and the decentralized nature. So let's see how our solution works. So again, we start with the longest chain protocol. And now we recognize that each block on this longest chain is actually performing two functions. First, it is proposing blocks, and two, it is voting for blocks. So the first idea we have is to decouple these two functionalities into two different types of blocks, one block, one type for each functionality. So now we have, instead of one type of blocks, we have two types of blocks. The green blocks, as before, is proposing transactions. But the blue blocks' job is only to vote for transactions, vote for the proposal blocks that contain the transactions. Because I have decoupled the voting blocks from the main chain, I can now increase the number of voting chains to many, many chains, 100, 1,000 chains. So what is the reason of doing that? First, because we have so many chains, now the voting rate has increased a lot. Instead of waiting for a long time to get many votes, I now only need to wait a short time to get many votes, and thereby speeding up the confirmation latency. Second, each of the voting chain can still grow relatively slowly so that there is no forking, thereby keeping the security at close to 50%. Now, this improves our latency from hours to seconds. However, the throughput is still very low because the proposal blocks, the green blocks, are still mined relatively slowly to prevent forking, which means to prevent the fact that there are many proposal blocks per level. So that comes our second idea, which is to further apply the decoupling principle to take the transactions away from the proposal blocks and put them in a dedicated types of blocks called transaction blocks. And the only job of the green block, the proposal blocks, is to refer to the transaction blocks and bring them into the ledger when the green blocks get enough votes. So therefore, the green block is actually very lightweight and contains only hashes to the transaction blocks, very small. The voter blocks are also very small, and each of them only contains one link or one hash to the proposer block that it's voting for. And so we have now a system in which it's maintained on the right-hand side by the voting chains, very like many voting chains, many voting blocks, and nodes. So we've done a lot of experiments in the cloud, and this is an example. So in terms of throughput, the 6 short example that I had earlier, we can achieve roughly 250,000 transactions per second. So this is compared to Bitcoin's 7 transactions per second. We are running exactly the same UTXO Bitcoin layer on this prototype. The latency is 21 seconds, and the forking is essentially 0%. So this is a solution, our solution of the trilemma. So this example runs Bitcoin, so runs UTXO, but we also have prototypes that run smart contract like the EVM, as well as Move Libra's virtual machine. At this moment, advances in multiple industries at the same time, thus providing additional value added. So we are now actively developing this technology. I've discussed today about the original system is a proof of work system, but since then we have versions of the system for proof of stake, for permissioned, so it runs for public network as well as private chain, and we're very excited to try to develop this technology further. So we have at this point talked about a solution of the trilemma. So what is the trilemma really? Trilemma is really trying to achieve 3 features, key features of blockchain simultaneously. Decentralization, security, and throughput. These are very scalability. These are all very key properties. Looking forward, with this foundation, many interesting problems arise in adding more features, more important properties to blockchain. And I will talk about some of that in the next Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Hello， 大家好，我是张尚，我是加州大学伯克利分校计算机科学的教授，同时也是 Oasis Lab 的创始人。今天呢，我要来跟各位谈谈我们的区块链时代的隐私革命。那我们都知道，我们现代经济啊，数据其实是一个主要的驱动源之一，它可以让我们更好的做相关的决定，也能够提供给我们很好的洞察来源。但是其实今天有很多的数据都是比较敏感的，那么今天我们也看到这样的一个前所未见的挑战，尤其是在针对数据应用的部分。在另一方面，我们也看到，我们其实个人上呢，我们已经失去了对我们数据的一个控制，我们的这些数据在没有我们同意的情况下被不断的贩售。那么今天我们也可以看到，其实我们也没有足够的这样的一个单位在保护我们的数据隐私。那么在这样演示里面，我们可以看到一个手机的定位。那么这个定位其实是《纽约时报》所披露出来的。然后呢，这个手机的所有者是谁呢？他其实是特朗普总统旁边的一位密情局的人员的一个手机定位。那么各位可以看到，我们的个人啊，其实在我们自己的数据被贩售的过程当中，我们其实没有得到太多的利益。那么
今天我们的在商业上呢，我们也面临了前所未有的风险。那像是要合规 CCPA 跟 GDPR 的成本也越来越高，这样的一个合规呢，对于企业而言越来越难达到。另一方面，对于企业方面，由于我们的数据容器的原因，我们也很难去很好的利用起来我们的数据。今天我们要去解锁我们的新科技啊，是非常的重要，但是呢，它可能要付出很多的成本。那么我们现今的状态呢，其实现在的这个状况是不够好的。那这样的一个状况反而呢会阻碍我们社会的进步，会妨碍我们人类文明的发展。那现在我们需要的其实是我们需要一个很好的一个架构来去支撑起我们的数据经济。那问题其实还相对复杂，我们也知道，因为便利性跟隐私其实是相对立面的。那数据这个东西啊，它其实它是非净性的，也就是说，它可以是同时存在在很多地方的这样的一个资产。像是举例来说，苹果，今天如果是一颗苹果，那你要2个人同时去持有这个苹果比较难。但是如果是数据的话，那同一份数据其实是在同一时间可以有很多实体去持有它。就因为这样的一个原因，我们没有办法把模拟时代的观念直接拿过来应用，所以今天在我们的法律架构里面，我们其实同时需要技术性跟非技术的手段。那其中包含了3个部分，它需要首先是我们创新的一个技术手段来提供支持，然后需要全新的法律架构，也需要我们的奖励模型。我们传统的解决方案已经不可行了，像是在传统上啊，我们有这个数据加密的功能，那但是呢，它只在我们数据不做动存储的时候，还有在传送的时候被加密。那我们的数据呢，它要么就被复制起来，那要么就是没有被使用到，这也让我们非常难控制它的用途。那再来就是匿名，其实也没有办法很好保护我们的隐私。我们需要新的科技来保护我们的数据在使用过程中的一个安全，那么也要能够控制我们数据的使用，它要能够不被复制的情况下，不去复制我们原始资料的情况下，我们的数据就可以被使用起来。那么幸运的是啊，在最近这几年，我们有比较快速的这样的一个信息数据安全的发展。例如说我们的安全计算，数据安全计算呢，可以很好的帮助我们在运算计算的过程当中保护起我们的数据。例如说用我们的安全的一个硬件，用 HPC 用 FHE 等等这些手段就可以达到。那这个方法能够让我们能够在这个加密的数据上进行运算工作，所以就是说我们的数据在使用过程当中，它能够来保护我们的计算过程当中不去泄露出相关的隐私信息。与此同时呢，我们的拆分隐私也能够帮助我们计算出来的这个结果不去泄露比较敏感的这些信息。例如说我们可以增加噪点等等的方式来去保护我们的隐私信息。那么在联邦学习的部分，可以来帮助我们的数据不用去离开数据持有者的这个机器或者终端，然后呢，它可以在一个分布式的情况下去做机器学习。再来是我们的分布式账本，它可以帮助我们的一个不受外部能够随意篡改的一个账本，来确保我们的数据使用呢是能够被记载下来的。那么借由这些技术手段，我们就能够去建立起一个数据安全架构，也能够让我们拥有一个更负责任的数据经济未来。那现在的数据也能够这些科技让我们来去达到更多的东西，像是它让我们拿到了这个数据 token 化这样的一个能力。我们可以看到在安全计算以及我们的区块链 都能够让我们更好的把数据 token 化，像是我们的区块链就能够有很好的记载我们的数据完整性跟它的可审查性。那么在我们的安全计算呢，则是能够让我们的数据在没有被同意的情况下，它就不会去被其他人重复使用。那么再来是我们的数据容器加上所创造出来的我们的这些数据政策，能够让我们的数据在使用的时候去符合一些特定的规则。例如说，我们可能在使用这些数据的时候呢，它如果说产生出的一些利益或利润呢，则能够被记载下来或使用。那 data 的 token 化，它解锁了一个我们面对全新数据负责未来的一个可能性。那么这边我们可以看到，是我们的应用案例。最近我们看到了这些基因公司，那他们其实那么最近呢，也因为在这个疫情的影响的情况下，其实他们的消费者的这个需求就降低了，所以他们在寻求一个帮助的方法。那么在 Oasis Lab， 那我们在帮助这些基因公司，我们来帮助他们提供数据信息隐私安全的一个服务给到他们。这也是第一次我们的使用者能够成为他们这些基因信息真正的主人。他们能够把他们的信息、他们的数据授权给到基因公司，给他们这些基因公司能够进行这个数据，也就是基因信息的分析。然后要不要给到这些信息呢，是由这些使用者决定的。例如说，我们用安全硬件的方式提供了一个安全计算的一个服务，那这些基因公司就能够在安全的一个环境下，也能够不拿到我们使用者原始数据的情况下呢，就来执行他们的基因分析。所以说，我们的使用者数据还是掌握在使用者本身手中的。另一个案例我们可以看到，是我们的医疗记录我的这个数据的一个市场。也就是呢，我们的使用者可以来提供他们自己的这个医疗单位的医疗数据，能够来帮助这些医疗机构做机器学习的训练等等，然后训练出来等这些应用真的能够去获利了之后，那么这些信息数据的提供者也可以拿到他们该拿的这一份利益。那么在这样的一个案例，我们可以看到，我们使用者的数据是用我们的区块链平台加上安全计算环境，这个也是我们平台提供的。然后呢，我们的机器学习的训练也是在安全计算的一个环境下进行的，所以我们的使用者数据是受到非常良好的保护，然后把它应用起来，我们的数据的掌握权还是在我们的使用者手中，然后他们呢也从中获益了。这样的一种新的科技结合了安全计算跟区块链，都很好的帮助我们来去做到以上的应用，像是我们的数据 token 化，以及我们在不同领域对于自己数据的掌握。那么与此同时，要去发展相关的数据隐私、数据安全的一个合规跟法律环境也是相当的重要。在当今的环境之下，我们私人的财产这个权利呢，其实对于现代经济来说的是一个非常重要的基石。然而，在我们数据的世界里面，其实我们没有足够的一个框架来去正确的阐述我们的数据权利，我们不知道数据权到底归谁，然后呢，这些它的这个价值到底该怎么计算等等。
所以我们可以看到，在过去我们已经有各种不同的概念跟不同的架构，都已经被这个推陈出来。那么尤其我们需要数据驱动的这样的一个科技，我们也需要一个能够有这个能够跟得上时代的这样的一个法律法规体制。因此呢，我们才能够更快的去采取相关的法律框架，把它制定出来，能够融合我们数据的需要。例如我们应该要如何来去决定，来去分发我们的这个数据所产生的这个价值。那这些数据的提供者，他们可以做一个联盟博弈这样的一个动作，然后呢，去把它最好的这个利用起来他们的数据，然后呢，我们的沙普利值则能够来去定义在这个联盟博弈里面的所有的参与者，他们的这个数据到底做了多少的贡献。新型冠状病毒已经永久的把我们的这样的一个生命都改变了。那我们也看到了有超过上百万人感染，那甚至造成了80多万人死亡。那对于我们来说，其实来去抗击疫情是至关重要的。那数据帮助我们更好的来去追踪我们的接触案例，能够更好的去做诊断，能够更好的来帮助我们药剂的研发，也能够更好的来去预测我们医疗资源的需求。但是今天也有挑战，因为今天我们没有办法非常有效在很短的时间内取得数据，也激起了很多我们隐私相关的忧患。就是我们的数据到底是由谁在收取，在哪里被储存，然后又是怎么用的。在抗击疫情，我们需要提供更好的解决方案。这个解决方案里面呢，必须是负责任的使用我们的数据。对于我们来说，总的来说，要来建立一个负责任的数据使用环境是相当重要的。那么我刚刚说的这个安全计算以及这个区块链，都是一个很好的助力。谢谢。
接下来，让我们热烈的欢迎我们第一位嘉宾 David 谢教授。我们想给到 David 谢教授以下的一个问题 ：What's your view on the convergence and divergence of permissionless and permissioned blockchain consensus algorithms?
So, consensus actually have a very long history. It started 40 years ago from Leslie Lamport. Now, Nakamoto's blockchain was only invented 10 years ago. So your question about permission versus permissionless is a very interesting one, because a very challenging problem is to understand the advantages of protocols that are developed in the permission world, which is the traditional consensus 40 years history, and the more modern blockchain protocols, like the longest chain protocol I just talked about in my talk, and try to see if we can combine the advantages of the two types of protocol into an integrated whole. In other words, we want new protocols that can combine advantages. To give an example of a problem that we've been thinking about, so in the permissionless world, we know that the key protocol is the longest chain protocol, a very simple but very powerful protocol invented by Nakamoto himself. In the permissionless world, in the permissioned world, we have classic BFT protocols, which has a long history, evolves over 40 years. Okay? So you can ask, what feature is provided by each protocol that is not found in the other protocol? So here is a feature that is a very important feature for the longest chain protocol. In this feature, I'll call it dynamic availability. What does that mean? That means that the consensus can keep on going despite the fact that there are users leaving and entering the network. So the protocol is dynamic. Okay. Now, what is the feature of a classical BFT protocol that is important? Let me call that feature finality. Okay. That means that when you confirm a transaction in a BFT protocol, then you guarantee that it will never be reversed, even in extreme situation where the network partitions. Now, it turns out that longest chain protocol does not have this finality property, and classical BFT protocol does not have dynamic availability property. So an interesting problem is whether or not you can find a protocol that can achieve the best of both worlds, which means a protocol that can simultaneously achieve dynamic availability and finality. Now, this is another sort of trilemma, and currently we're actively working on trying to find a protocol that solves these two properties simultaneously. Now, why is that important? What is important is that the boundary between permission and permissionless networks, in my opinion, will blur as the blockchain technology become more widespread. Permission networks nowadays are very small number of nodes. As blockchain becomes more and more important, more and more widely used, it will become bigger and bigger network. And so when the network is big, then you cannot expect every node to be online. Some nodes may go to sleep. And so you want a network which can be dynamically available. At the same time, it is important to achieve finality in a permission network. So therefore, you want the best of both worlds.
Our second question is,
any exciting new research challenges in blockchains?
I think the research challenge, the biggest research challenge going forward in blockchain is to provide a feature-rich consensus engine. So we have already talked about some of the features. The basic features, for example, is decentralized. That is, run by many, many nodes. Security, even when a very powerful adversary attack the system, they cannot revert transactions. Scalability, high throughput, low latency. But there are many features that one wants to add to this basic list. In answer to the last question, I mentioned dynamic availability. That is, the network should be robust to nodes joining and leaving the systems. Dynamic availability, yes. Finality, to be able to guarantee non-reversibility of transactions, even when there are network partitions, important property in some applications. But you can think of more. Privacy, accountability, that is, if an attacker attacks the system, can you figure out who attacks the system and cause them accountable? Incentive compatibility. You need incentive to entice nodes to participate in consensus. How do you provide incentives so that it's compatible? So all these features are important in the consensus engine, and the vision is to build a consensus engine with as many of these features as possible. Now, there may be fundamental limits to how you can simultaneously support these features. For example, the first three features was known, or was people thought at least, that it was limited by the trilemma. Now we proved that that's not the case. However, some other properties, some other features may have such fundamental limitation. So the research program is to identify the limitations and be able to provide these features to the limit of such fundamental constraints.
Next, we have two questions for Professor Dawn Song. The first question.
What's your comment on saying that in the digital technology-based new industrial revolution, AI is a technology as productivity? However, blockchain is a technology to build up diverse, productive relationships.
This is a very interesting question. I think AI and blockchain are two of the most revolutionary and disruptive technologies, as I see in the future. And luckily, I work in both domains. And how the two technologies will change the world and will change the society are certainly very different. AI helps us to further improve various capabilities with more automation, with more intelligence, and doing things that couldn't be done before. And yes, it's a great booster for productivity. And blockchain helps redefine potentially can redefine structures in society, as well as various relationships among different entities. In particular, it can enable collaborations in this trustless model and help different entities that can collaborate together to reach agreements, to participate in new economy together without having to trust any central parties, and hence enable a new form of decentralized economy. And it will have profound implication and huge impacts in our society with time to come.
Thank you, Professor Dawn Song. The next question is,
what most exciting application you have seen and envisioning for blockchains?
Blockchain is important and useful for many different types of applications, with a broad range of applications from finance to supply chain, healthcare, and many different domains. And the one domain that I think blockchain in combination, for example, with secure computing and so on, can particularly bring breakthroughs and revolutionary changes in our economy is to enable what I call data tokenization and a responsible data economy. By combining blockchain and secure computing and other responsible data technologies, for the first time, we can enable users and data owners to maintain control of their data and to maintain rights to their data, and at the same time, to enable data to be utilized in a privacy-preserving way and help users gain benefits and value from their data. This is going to be a game changer, and it will have profound impacts in our economy. I really look forward to a future of responsible data economy where we provide a more fair way for users to gain value from their data and also at the same time maintain control and the rights to their data. Thank you.
Thanks to Professor Dang Song. Okay, next we have some questions for Professor Xu Wei. The first question is, what do you think of the interdisciplinary development and technical talent training of new privacy computing technology, artificial intelligence, and blockchain? I think the concept of interdisciplinary training has 2 points. One is a narrow concept. It's the intersection between different fields in computer science. I mentioned in talk just now that these technologies need to be implemented from cryptography, from security to algorithms to artificial intelligence. How can we cultivate such talents? How to create a team of developers like this? This is what we need to do now to achieve overall development of talents in computer science. The second point is the concept of interdisciplines in a broader sense, how these fields can be applied to, for example, finance. Computer is no longer a tool subject, because with these computer technologies, privacy and blockchain technologies, they have actually transformed many business models in finance and medicine. But to transform these business models, in addition to those who understand computers, industry experts in these fields are required. How can we cultivate interdisciplinary talents in computer science and these fields of application? This is why we're talking to people in many different fields. Let students learn the characteristics of these fields and be aware of the problems that need attention to practice. Thank you, Professor Xu Wei. Our second question is, what is the state of play of multi-party security computing technologies in terms of commercialization? What are the key technology bottlenecks waiting to be broken through? Through some research and engineering practices over the years, multi-party computing technologies have achieved many breakthroughs. In terms of commercialization, for example, its performance, its programmability, its degree of realization in engineering, its ability to integrate with other systems, its scalability have already reached significant breakthroughs. It has already obtained the capability to be commercialized. So, from the research perspective, what do we need to do to make further breakthrough? I think the first is that it's an iterative process because of these application scenarios. We then need to consider what theories should keep up. And because there are many directions for theory to be studied, applied research and practices can be used to test various theories. That's how we can better adapt to these applications. This is the first point. The second point is that we believe that multi-part computing technologies and algorithms and artificial intelligence algorithms, regardless of the combination of artificial intelligence of algorithms or traditional combined algorithms and data structures, etc., may require a new set of thinking for machine learning integrated algorithms. The set of new thinking can better suit such scenarios under multi-party and private computing. This is where I think there may be 2 breakthroughs in the future. Thank you, Professor Xu.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Yang Lei. I'm a senior staff engineer at Ant Group. I'm in charge of blockchain and AIoT and its integration. Today, I want to talk about technology and application innovations combining blockchain and AIoT. what are the new challenges as well as opportunities. Some of you may ask, what is the relationship between IoT and blockchain? Seems two totally different technologies. So what IoT can bring to blockchain, what problems it can solve? From the perspective of a technological application, blockchain solves the issue of traceability and non-modification on the chain. But we can also see that blockchain needs to interact with the physical world, like supply chain financing, traceability. All these are application scenarios. And in these scenarios, we need to use AI and IoT technologies to understand the offline and off-chain physical world, so as to connect the physical data offline to the digital data online. And in this way, we can expand the property of non-modification and traceability. From the perspective of technology, this is not easy to solve. If you are familiar with this topic, you may ask how to make sure that one bottle of wine or one batch of goods are authentic. Well, we don't think one single technology can ensure this problem. We have to integrate different technologies to ensure the authenticity of products. First of all, we connect physical data, including the production, distribution, storage of a physical asset. And in this way, we can reduce labor work so as to reduce data fabrication. And based on this, we provide multi-dimensional privacy protection, ID management solutions. We will ensure data privacy, but at the same time, we're going to share the data and utilize it. Based on this, we will use distributed ID management to trace the whole life cycle. All these technologies and their combination can help us reduce the risk of fabrication. In addition to ID management, we have to use technologies to ensure the authenticity of a batch of products. We take into consideration different scenarios and use different solutions to take a look at or monitor the status quo and the number of products. Some of you may ask, the scenarios offline is quite complicated. Then how can we deal with this fragmented and different scenarios? In Ant-chain, we cooperate with our ecology partner and integrator. We provide SDK, service API, and safety module, and our integrator will integrate our ability and take into consideration different scenarios and different industries, and they will design, based on this information, they will design different solutions. There are very good examples like blockchain PDA, blockchain camera, and blockchain body-worn camera. And on the cloud, we provide services. We use the existing technologies. We provide device management, data management, and location management, a series of services. And also we provide targeted services to different industries, different services, and also we provide different levels of safety services. We protect data privacy, but at the same time we can share the data. And now I would like to share with you two cases to tell you how Ant-chain integrate with the internet technology to empower the real economy. First of all, digital warehouse receipt. So how to get inventory financing is a big challenge. The investors has to monitor physical asset. This is a huge challenge. In Ant-chain, we use blockchain technologies to better manage inventory. We install cameras to monitor the number of products and provide digital inventory management services. And also we use RFID and vision emergence signaling, and all these other technologies. We will monitor the products closely, and all this data will be compared and integrated with all the other information on the internet, and this information will be submitted to the investors so that they can evaluate whether to provide funding for the owner of warehouses. And the second case is consumer electronics rental. We all know that electronics rental become more and more popular. Many companies rent office equipment from leasing companies, but many leasing companies, they have a huge demand for funding to buy equipment, but the banks don't have adequate statistics for the operation of the leasing companies. So by combining IoT and blockchain, we can get first-hand leasing company data. We will protect the data, but at the same time share it with the banks so that the banks can know the financial status of leasing companies so that they can provide better financial services to these leasing companies. These two cases are very simple example on how we better satisfy people and companies' demands, and we believe that in the future there will be more room for integration of blockchain and IoT technology. But at the same time, there are many challenges for us to tackle. The first challenge is how to protect the privacy and at the same time set up a data sharing platform. And also, how can we achieve data sharing across different platforms and across different sectors? There are still many technical problems remain to be solved. Second challenge, how can we reduce the cost and trace the offline physical asset? Just I've already mentioned that in the field of warehouse logistics, we have to use computer technologies to trace the status of a physical asset, but at the same time, the cost is still high, and it's very difficult for us to deploy the technology. But with the development of a relevant technology, I believe we need a more low-cost tracing solution for offline physical asset. And the last challenge is that we believe that with the arrival of 5G technology, there will be massive 5G equipment connected to blockchain. We believe that with the combination of cloud and all the other technologies, blockchain will need to speed up the storage of big data. So in conclusion, blockchain and IoT are complementary to each other. It started with security and reliable sources, and it focuses on the traceability of offline physical asset. We're looking forward to the real integration of IoT and blockchain. The next speaker is Yan Ying, Senior Staff Engineer at Ant Group. Welcome.
Hello everyone, I am Yan Ying, Senior Technology Expert of Ant. In today's time, when digital economy is developing so fast, data privacy and security is the focus of individual business and society. Data can release bigger value when it's in flow. How to guarantee the privacy and the security of data in flow? This poses great challenges to technologies. Ant focuses on assisting business to construct a service network allowing multi-party data flow, and have always put data privacy and security at the core of our design and application. Today, we have brought 3 tools of data privacy and security, ensuring all data inflow is compliant, legal, and safe, and can provide a safety guarantee for clients who are on the chain and use the chain. What are these 3 technologies? The first is the trusted data and confidential computing service of Ant. In most of the time, the essence of a business coordination is data coordination. How to guarantee the omni-channel data confidential transaction? This is the primary task this technology focuses. On. The technology is based on the leading technologies such as blockchain platform, trusted computing, and distributed data identity at the underlayer of the end chain, constructing an integrated trusted system which allows complete verification of multi-data source. Multi-party on-chain coordination, confidential data flow, and authorized data fusion computing forms omni-channel one-stop service. In a data source end, it provides trusted verification with distributed data network and mapped data and distributed data identity DID owner. It can generate controlled data asset for data owners. In a data consumption end, organizations can quickly connect to our platform under the joint authorization of data owners and administrators. Confidential data computing can be allowed. The underlayer of the platform also introduces the zero-knowledge proof-based trusted computing environment and various other trusted computing protection technologies, guaranteeing the omni-channel data privacy and security. Business coordination on the chain can be efficient and low cost based on privacy contract. A key for this is smart contract. So how to guarantee the security of smart contract? This leads to our second technology, 3D contract security audit service. This technology provides smart security vulnerability scanning of smart contract, verification of business logic, and check of privacy rules. We combine static analysis, fast testing, and formal verification to provide multi-angle services. Generally speaking, the 3D contract security audit service has three features. The first is safety. It covers all known vulnerability and can be resistant to attacks. The second is friendly, providing fully automated security audit and logic verification. The third is accuracy, targeting on the customization of smart contracts with high standard on accuracy and vulnerability coverage for financial products on end-chain. On top of that, we also provide security as service user experience. For example, an intuitive, fast, efficient, and friendly customer experience can be allowed. The test platform provides comprehensive test reports with accurate and safe omni-channel fix suggestions. Lastly, by integrating BAS and IDE safety plugins, we continuously integrate test framework, guaranteeing security while maintaining high R&D efficiency. Currently, this technology has been used in over 50 application scenarios of end-chain, reaching financial level security and accuracy. The last technology is dark technology at the underlayer. I'm always so excited whenever I mention it. This is the end-chain smart contract confidential computing hardware. You can tell from its name that it combines both hardware and software. This is jointly developed by Ant Group, Alibaba, and the T-Hat's hardware team, and target on smart contract of blockchain on and off the chain. So compared with the conventional commercial hardware in this area, such as the secure computing environment, this product provides the client with the capability to customize the root of trust themselves, and it offers comprehensive trusted boot and verification process combined with the safe and isolated execution environment. It guarantees the data privacy and security throughout the whole lifecycle of data. For smart contract of blockchain, we conducted instruction-level optimization, cutting 55% of contract code. In terms of software, we provide friendly smart contract development tools, which can be integrated with the existing contract ecosystem. From bottom up, today we have the three technologies. At the bottom, they are the smart contract confidential computing hardware, and in the middle we have the 3D contract security audit system, and on top we have the trusted data and confidential computing service. This toolkit had been protecting data privacy and security for over 50 scenarios. Today we decided to open this toolkit, hoping that its data privacy protection capability can be further improved by partners and better serve for business collaboration and data flow. Thank you.